Right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to presentation today. It was last year in March that the European Union unveiled its Critical Raw Materials Act. And this act proposes, or stipulates rather, that the United Nations Framework Classification for Resources, or the UNFC, must be used in any application for strategic projects, for the resource projects themselves, and also for monitoring purposes. And any companies wanting to do business with the EU in these metals and minerals markets must obviously then be conversant with the principles of the UNFC, as well as the United Nations Resource Management System, the UNRMS. Now, the UNFC and the other issues planned for discussion today might be fairly obvious to people coming from Europe, where UNFC has been used for many years. But here in the bottom part of Africa, it is not well known and probably even less well understood. Down south, we also have the added introduction of AMREC and potentially PARC, which no one really knows much about or how it will impact South African practitioners. And that is the need for this workshop. So not only will we look at the implications of the EU Critical Raw Minerals Act and the associated UNFC guidance document, we're also going to look at what the UNFC is and how it's been applied to various projects in Europe. Other presentations will look at some of the differences between the UNFC and CRISCO. And there'll also be an introduction to the AMREC, the African Minerals and Energy Resource Classification System, as well as the proposed Pan-African Resource Reporting Code. Now, as you'll see from the speakers program, we've got about 16 different speakers that are globally acclaimed experts in their field. Please take the opportunity to ask questions. It's going to be a long time before you have so many authorities on the subject together in one room. We've got 5 minutes for Q&A after each presentation, so please use the chat function or raise your hand if you want to ask a question. And if we do run out of time during the presentation for questions, speakers can always answer questions in the chat, or we can pick them up at the end of the day where we have a bit of time set aside. Now, in the interests of time, we're not going to do extensive introductions of each speaker. You do have an abbreviated CV of the speaker in your volumes, which is also in the chat, and you've also received it. Right, while I have everybody as a captive audience, I just want to highlight the benefits of membership with the GSSA, and note that membership is open to all geoscientists and institutions, not only those resident here in South Africa. And a couple of things just to highlight. We have a number of branches and divisions which will suit all interests and locations here in South Africa. Also, the South African Journal of Geology is an international accredited journal dating back to 1895. We also have a number of alliances with various African and international professional organizations. I specifically want to mention the membership categories of the GSSA and then highlight this one here, the corporate membership with chartered status. This is the one that has been specifically created to allow sign-off on public reports, whether it be CRISCO or UNFC. Here is a list of the events that the GSSA is planned for this year. They all carry CPD credits. Many of these are online. Quite a few of them are free. Please look at our website and join us for one or more of these during the rest of the year. Now, I want to make a special thank you for our annual sponsors, without which we would not be able to do free events. Okay, so Harry has over 30 years of experience managing natural resources and materials. And currently he is the an economic affairs officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And he is the technical advisor developing, maintaining, and applying the UNFC and United Nations resource management systems. He's also a senior technical advisor to the African Union on developing the African Minerals and Energy Classification and Management System. And Harry is going to talk to us this morning as an introduction to UNFC, what it is, and everything you ever wanted to know. So, Harry, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me congratulate Geological Society of South Africa for organizing this event, and thank you to the Geological Society of South Africa and Tanya for inviting me to give a presentation on UNFC at this event. Let me bring up my slides. I'll be talking about UNFC from a 30,000 feet overview. I will not go to every aspect of UNFC, but those which are very essential. Now, we all know why we are all thinking a lot about resource management today. It is not the question of mining materials or extracting fossil fuels and making it available to the society. The agenda today is sustainable development. We are very much concerned with the triple crisis which are going on. Everyone all over the world is finding solutions on how to address this. Global warming is causing a climate emergency that could lead to 18% loss of global GDP by 2050. Loss of land, loss of water and other resources, a large-scale migration of human population, etc., are foreseen. The crisis is causing environmental breakdown. 40% of the animals, 34% of the plants facing extinction. And this will roll out into a large-scale food crisis. Climate-related disasters are on the increase. We had seen $1.5 trillion losses in the past decade, and the crisis is currently pushing 26 million people every year into poverty. So it is time for faster decision making. We are all having solutions, but we have to make decisions faster and to build a resilient future for all. So what we will do today is understand a little bit of UNFC and how it is aiding this decision making. We will look at classification mechanics. I will not go through all the UNFC categories and definition, but only the essential things which make UNFC unique. How UNFC connects to sustainability and technology and its role in promoting sustainable development. The global impact of UNFC on resource management policies worldwide, and briefly touch upon the practical applications, guidelines, best practices, case studies demonstrating UNFC's application in detail in real-world scenarios. A lot of presentation that follow will be taking up all these aspects in more detail. So mine is only an overview of what the essential points are. Now, why do we classify resources? We can deal with the resources without classification, isn't it? The essential feature is classification is required for faster decision making. There is something called the principle of simple information. To transform complex data into simplest form to maximize comprehension and application is simplifying information. And there is something called the principle of classified information. Classified information equates to simplified, accessible knowledge. So the whole exercise we are doing is to simplify complex information through classified data, so that becomes accessible to everyone. So this classification creates order, establishes a systematic framework for data. It simplifies processing, breaks down intricate information into manageable insights, and it enhances decision making, facilitate quicker, more logical, and safer conclusions. And that is what we need today, and it is very urgent. So decoding UNFC, it is the alphabet for sustainable resource management. It is not just about classifying resources into to reduce risk of investors, but the whole idea, the objective of UNFC is to aid sustainable resource management. So UNFC has got a global reach. It is endorsed by the highest decision-making body of the UN, the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council. It serves as a tool for sustainable management for extractive activities, aligning with social, environmental, and economic goals. It covers all stages of resource development, from exploration to production to processing to utilization and closure of projects. It accommodates different resource types and technologies, all types of resources, minerals, petroleum, renewable energy, injection projects, anthropogenic resources. Recently we have included groundwater, and we are planning to include hydrogen into this framework. The UNFC aids policymakers in developing regulations that promote efficient and responsible resource utilization. So this is a three-dimensional matrix of UNFC, which you see in this slide. There are three axes, which is called the UNFC criteria. The one is E-axis, the environmental, economic, social, economic viability axis, project feasibility, and the degree of confidence in estimates. So EFG provides a combination of criteria that could be used for classification of resources at any granular level you want. It could be a very broad classification of resources as resources and reserves, or subdivide reserves, for example, into subclasses, or resources into subclasses. Or you can divide it into reserves, resources, and resources which are not economically viable today, but could be viable in future. This is a standardized approach to classifying all resources. It is not just for minerals or petroleum, but even renewable energy, groundwater, hydrogen, as I just mentioned. It is a decision-making tool. And again, this is very important. By simplifying complex information, UNFC aids stakeholders in making informed decision about resource management. And this decision is not made on just economic terms, but also environmental and social terms, and which is very much unique for UNFC. So UNFC has got this three-dimensional approach, which is quite different from other classification system, and it confuses many people. One of the major differences, UNFC separates the E and F dimensions. The E dimension is, as I told, environmental, social, and economic viability. And F dimension is the technological feasibility. So these two are combined in most of the other systems, and which seems to be logical. But in UNFC, in a counterintuitive manner, this is separated. Now, why this separation? This separation is important because if you see from a short-term alignment, economic viability tends to be technically feasible. But this alignment may not hold in long term. When we are talking about sustainable development, we are not talking about just the next 5 years or 10 years. We are talking about intergenerational management of resources over a long term. Over time, what appears technically feasible can incur significant socioeconomic cost, challenging initial economic viability assessments. Or it could be vice versa. What appears to be technically feasible but economically non-viable today could turn out to be economically, environmentally, and socially viable in the future. So this long-term perspective is very important for sustainable decision-making. By differentiating E and F, UNFC promotes decisions that are sustainable in the long term, not just profitable in the short term. It's a major difference. And the E-axis, again, I'm coming to the E-axis, which is a synergistic approach to resource viability. E-axis is not economic. It may seem to be economic viability, but it represents an hyphenated relationship between environmental, social, and economic factors. So it is taking the environmental, social, and economic factors as one pillar, one integrated pillar to ensure a holistic assessment of resource project. And this is actually aligned with the modern system of environmental economic accounting, which is promoted by the United Nations UN statistics as a resource reporting accounting template for globally. This makes uniquely resources as a public good. Resources are a public good. We are not talking about short-term profits, but long-term benefits to the society. So resources are not something which can be extracted and sold and made money of, but it provides long-term civilizational need for the whole of humanity. Sustainable development goals is important because they are global goals which everyone has signed off. So this approach supports SDGs, promoting responsible management that balances ecological integrity and social needs. Now coming to F-axis, it fosters a future-ready resource management. It encourages the development of new technologies and methods, driving innovation in resource extraction and management. As we know, extractive industries are notoriously conservative industries, very slow in adapting to new situations, including new technologies. Usually we work with technologies which are decades, centuries old. This needs to change if we have to address the triple crisis which I mentioned earlier. We have to have faster decision-making and faster induction of new technologies. By doing that, we are reducing risk. Evaluating technical feasibility, F-axis helps in minimizing risk associated with resource projects, leading to more predictable outcomes. FACSIS supports adaptability of resource classification to evolving technologies. And technical feasibility is not just what is possible now, but what can be achieved efficiently in future, balancing short-term gains with long-term benefits. Now, the G-axis, or the degree of confidence, is very important. It is as important as in other classification system, but there are additional features in UNFC which makes it even more powerful. It allows, the G-axis allows for consistent comparison of resource estimates, crucial for global reporting standards. But additionally, UNFC has granularity. The optional subcategories for more detailed classification provides the granularity needed for precise assessments. Sometimes we need larger levels of classification, so you want to classify in as few classes as possible. That may be suitable for certain situation, but in certain situation, you need more granular classification. You need more subclasses, and UNFC makes that both possible. Whether you want a less granular or more granular, that flexibility is inbuilt in UNFC. And this is important for informed investments. Accurate confidence levels at whatever decision-making levels leads to better risk management and investment decisions. And G-axis, as well as the E and F axis, challenges the intuitive approach of emphasizing need for empirical evidence and detailed evaluation. You need more and more data, more and more evidence for more granular approaches, and less data when that is only required for other purposes. So that is the basics of UNFC, and I will go now into this part on few slides emphasizing how UNFC can support addressing some of the challenges which are faced by various stakeholders. UNFC helps in charting a sustainable course. It has inbuilt mechanism to support eco-friendly practices. It encourages adoption of cleaner technologies, industrial process, reducing environmental footprint on resource extraction. So this is not just important for the humanity. People often say that the UN talks much about the humanity, less about the economics, which is more important for companies and industries to work. More sustainable today means more economic opportunities. Incorporating SDGs into business models can open up to $12 trillion in market opportunities annually, promoting economic growth alongside sustainability. This is for the whole economic activity, and significant part of that can apply to extractive industries as well. It promotes technological harmony, balancing technological advancements with environmental stewardship. UNFC ensures that progress does not come at the cost of ecological integrity. So you can have more profits, more economic opportunities, more business opportunities that ensures ecological integrity. So UNFC provides a harmonized standards for reporting renewable resources like geothermal energy, which is present with most of the extractive projects. There are other renewable energies which could be produced along with extractive industries. And this all contributes to a normalized understanding of renewable energy potential and how it can support a greener mining or hydrocarbon extraction industry. UNFC has got a global reach. As I've told, it has been endorsed by the highest UN body, and it is endorsed by many countries worldwide, providing consistent and futuristic tool. And the examples we will be hearing today is the African Union MREC Park adaptation of UNFC, and inclusion of UNFC in the EU Critical Raw Material Act. We will have detailed presentation on that later. UNFC serves as a bridge between national and regional policies, enhancing global cooperation in resource management. So you have national and regional policies that can be harmonized to be aligned with the global agenda. And it has got cross-sectoral impact. Application to wide range of sectors, including oil, gas, renewables, minerals, facilitates a comprehensive approach to resource classification. And that will break the silos in which resource management is carried out today. Therefore, UNFC provides a universal resource language for harmonizing resources. A structured framework of principles, rules, guidelines, providing the global standard for classifying resources across all sectors. So UNFC documentation is available in the UNEC website. You have the principles at the higher level, and below that you have rules, which are called specifications in UNFC terminology, and below that we have guidelines. So there is a three-tier application of UNFC documents, providing a global standard for classifying resources across sectors. Apart from these three tiers of documentation, we have bridging documents. UNFC includes bridging documents to other systems like CRISCO and the PRMS, Petroleum Resource Management System, ensuring seamless integration and understanding across different classification standards. We will have more presentation on CRISCO bridging later, but using UNFC along with CRISCO is more than the sum of parts. You are not just adding, it is not an arithmetic adding of 1 + 1. It makes CRISCO reporting even more powerful than earlier. You are integrating a lot of what I have just said about on the alignment to sustainable development goals, alignment to technological readiness, alignment to granularity, and all. UNFC also has national systems alignment. It aligns with various national systems through bridging documents. We have several bridging documents from the Russian Federation, China, etc., and more are coming. And this also promotes a harmonized approach to resource management reporting that is essential for sustainable future. Now, a few on the last part of my presentation, just a few slides on how UNFC's applications can make a change in how we manage the resources. We have done several case studies, and from these case studies, we have seen that UNFC framework is adaptable. It is designed to evolve with technological advancements, ensuring methods and innovations are seamlessly integrated. UNFC can help drive innovation by accommodating emerging technologies. And UNFC encourages innovation in exploration, extraction, leading to more efficient and sustainable practices. Now, how this is done, you can see several case studies which are available in the UNSC website. There are several publications which are combined some of these case studies, which shows that the UNFC principles can actually encourage driving of exploration, driving of innovation in exploration and extraction, which means that we are future-proofing resources. The system's flexibility ensures that resource management strategies remain relevant and effective in the face of technological progress. Many of the resources which are not technologically viable today, not economically viable today, are also captured in UNFC. It is captured, and that offers a window for researchers from academic, from national institution to look and see how these resources can be made technologically viable, can be made economically viable, can be made socially viable. So that ensures driving of innovation. So this is how the various parts of the UNFC ensures how resources are future-proofed. And it enhances efficiency. UNFC's adaptability to new technologies promotes development of more efficient extraction methods, reducing environmental impact and cost. Society is an important factor today. It never used to be considered in the past, maybe 20, 30 years back. So social aspects were never considered. Today, social acceptance is very important for extractive industries. And UNFC has those principles in its core principles. Equitable development. UNFC advocates for equitable resource development, ensuring all stakeholders, such as the Global South, have a voice in the management of their natural resources. That is how we can see Amrak Park is one reflection of that thought. Community empowerment. UNFC serves as a tool for empowering communities by involving them in decision-making processes, fostering a sense of ownership and responsibility. We have made several dialogues with indigenous communities in Canada, in in Australia, etc., to see whether UNFC can become a common language, not just in the industry practitioners, among academics, but also in the local communities. And that is also possible. UNFC is a language-independent tool. It is not a complicated classification system. It offers a numerical system that could be understood by anyone. It promotes environmental justice. UNFC supports environmental justice by promoting fair and inclusive practices that benefit society as a whole. Now, just a brief introduction to UN Resource Management System, which is a tool that extends UNFC into a dynamic system that addresses sustainability challenges in resource management. UNRMS is required to make sure that resources are produced over a period of time in a sustainable manner. We can classify resources, and once those resources are made into production, we forget about it. But this production or this operation could last up to a century or more. And it is very essential that the operation runs in a sustainable manner over the period of its operation. And this is where UNRMS comes into play. UNRMS, drawing from the UNFC principle, promotes an integrated management framework for resources, supporting policies and regulations aligned with SDGs. UNRMS encourages a circular economy approach, incorporating the principles that ensure efficient and responsible use of natural resources. And UNRMS very specifically supports resource servitization. Resources are not just commodity, and moving away from this commodity-centric business model to a service-centered one adds value proposition that is based on providing solution rather than commodities. That opens up a whole lot of economic opportunities, not only for companies, but for countries and all other stakeholders. And it reduces that focus on commodities and promotes efficient use of whatever that is mined or extracted. So just to recap what I have told, I've told about the urgent needs of global standardization, which is required for faster decision making. And I just mentioned about UNFC, how it supports sustainable resource use. It encourages the management of resources aligned with SDGs and promoting responsible environmental stewardship. Using UNFC aids in identifying and managing risk associated with resource development, contributing to more secure investments. UNFC's adaptable nature fosters innovation, ensures that classifications remain relevant and amid technological advancements. So to conclude, I will encourage all of you who are listening to this presentation, hearing about UNFC for the first time, or heard only a few times before, to actively participate, ask questions, and share insights and foster a dialogue on the use of UNFC. I will welcome all of you to try out using UNFC in your workspaces. Develop a case study, share your insight, collaborate with others, and which is also contributing to continuous learning. Be part of the shared community, which is supporting UNFC. And if you can take an active part, that will be great. Just a reminder that the UNFC is developed by the expert group on resource management, which is an open platform where any of you can join. And we have an annual meeting every year, usually end of April. The next meeting will be 22 to 26 April in Geneva, where a lot of experts who are working with UNFC will be gathering. And I will welcome all of you to be present there. You can get more information on UNFC and UNRMS in our website. And I thank all of you for a patient hearing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harry, for that introduction to the UNFC. We've got a couple of minutes. Does anybody have a question they'd like to raise?
There was a comment, I think, but it came as a direct message to me saying that the change needs to be driven by governments, not financiers. I will agree with that. Governments has got an important role in that, but in today's world, as we have seen in COP negotiations and all, governments and financiers are sitting together and discussing how financial resources should be channeled to support ESG related climate action related activities. So it is a joint responsibility of governments, financiers, academics, industry, everyone together. All people need to be at the table. And there is a big responsibility on the governments, but equally important responsibility on the industry, financiers to give the correct feedback to the government so that the government can put in the right regulations and policies. So thank you for that comment.
There's another question in the chat. How applicable is UNFC to artisanal mining, especially in Africa?
Very good question. Actually, the AMREC park is a UNFC implementation in Africa, and it has got a special focus on ASM activity. As I've said, UNFC is granular. It could be used for any kind of project. Very large mining project producing millions of tons of iron ore or copper ore per year, to very small projects which are producing 1 or 2 tons of metal per year. Artisanal mining is distributed mining. It's very important in Africa. The individual activities are very small and seems to be very fragmented, but taken together, it is a big industry in Africa. It could be used to manage artisanal mining in collaboration with the major mining operations in the region. Usually, artisanal mining takes place at the fringes of major mining activities, and there should be a tie-up between artisanal miners and the big companies and UNFC could be used to form that collaboration? Thank you for that question.
Thanks, Harry. Thank you. There are a couple of additional questions in the chat. Luis, your question regarding the main differences with Crisco, etc. Hang around for the rest of the workshop. We have 2 whole presentations on that a little bit later. And thank you very much again for your time. We really appreciate your expertise in this matter. We then move on to our next presentation, which is from Vitor Correa, who is the Secretary General of the International Raw Materials Observatory. Vitor also works as an independent consultant in the EU. Vitor is a member of the expert group on resource classification of UNICE, as well as a past president of the EFG, and he holds a Eurogeologist professional title. Vitor is going to talk to us about the qualified expert. Who are the people that sign off on these documents?
So Tanya, thanks a lot for the kind invitation to be here and also for organizing this event on behalf of the Geological Society of South Africa. As you said, I'm member of this expert group on resources management that is basically advancing the UNFC. And in 2017, I was invited to chair the competency working group that was created at that time. And one of the assignments that this working group had from the beginning was to solve, if you want, to simplify the existing framework on competency. So there was a guidance at those back in 2017 that was designed for people working in oil and gas. It was the specification of qualifications, and there was another guidance for people working in minerals. That was the guidance note on competent person requirements. And on top of that, not only you have 2 guidances, but also these guidances were using terminology and concepts that were not really aligned with the United Nations framework classification. For example, the word competent person has a very specific meaning in the Crisco line codes. So by using the same wording with different meanings, another example might be resource. Resource is something that has a very strict meaning in Crisco. It's not exactly the same meaning here in the United Nations framework classification, and this was creating confusion. On top of that, there was a clear requirement from the General Assembly of the expert group saying that this framework classification should be open to everyone. So it should be inclusive and it should be transparent. And our role in developing a new guidance for competency was basically to enforce these 2 dimensions of transparency and inclusiveness. So the good news is that a few years later, we managed to come up with a new guidance that basically erased the previous one that were replaced by this one that was approved in 2022. And this new guidance is, you have it there on the screen, it's a guidance note on competency requirements for the estimation, classification, and management of resources, and I'll be detailing some of these aspects. 10 key points. It's sector neutral, unlike the other previous examples that were more focused on oil and gas or minerals. This is not the case for this guidance. Remember that the UNFC covers other resources, as for instance, renewable, geothermal, water, and having a sort of wider scope, it was considered very important. It includes its own set of definitions just to avoid any sort of confusion or overlaps. And it came up with a new wording. Instead of using competent person, we are now using qualified expert. and the resource estimations are called qualified assessments. And basically, there are several points I'd like to point out. We recognize that the estimations are inherently imprecise, meaning that there is always space for discussion. But we also came up with points that reinforce the trust on the estimations. I'm going to present these points on the guidance itself. We also took in consideration the existing requirements from the other standards, namely from CRISCO and from the petroleum management system. Basically, the alignment on the number of years of experience and the educational background are now fully aligned with the existing codes. And we came up with the need of keeping the documentation that was used as basically to support the assessments that were made. And in my opinion, something that is really a game changer in the United Nations Framework Classification is that these qualified assessments, they came with a statement. And this is really what makes the use of this classification open to everyone. And I'm going to details on this statement. As you know, especially people working with the CRISCO codes, we also have a statement if you are signing off a report under a CRISCO-aligned code. So it's not different from that, but some of the if you want, of the freedom that this statement provides is basically what makes it inclusive and at the same time transparent. Okay, and then as you see, the last point, we say that also you don't need to be affiliated with a professional association, as it happens with CRISCO. You should, or in principle, if you are not affiliated with a professional association, you can also be working for a government licensing authority, or there is also the possibility of not being affiliated. You just need to explain why. As I said, there is a statement, and if you allow me, let's have a look at the statement. The statement, as I said, this was approved in 2022, and it's called a guidance note. So it's one of these complementary documents that is part of the United Nations Framework Classification. I'm gonna jump to the different sections. As I said, it has its own set of definitions. It defines what is a professional organization, what are resources, what is resource classification, etc. It provides context, but anyway, this is not really what makes it different, but it provides clarifications. And then it comes the section that basically defines what is a qualified assessment, or what are qualified assessments. And this is where we assume that we are covering different parameters, like for instance, the social, environmental, economic dimensions. And we also open if you want, the door to having these qualified assessments made by a group of people, so by a team. And of course, there will be a qualified expert that assumes that the statement and the assessment. If you allow me, we have a point about the need of keeping the records and documentation. And this is where the next section on competency requirements, this is where basically we point, if you want, the conditions for someone to act as a qualified expert. The first one is to be independent. The second, to be objective. The third is about sufficient educational background. Remember that this is a guidance that covers, for a classification that covers many different resources. So we are including here, as I said, wind, or solar, or geothermal, or water. So the educational background for someone that is making assessment on solar resources, it's naturally diverse. So it can be someone coming from engineering, etc. So we cover that scope. We also talk about professional training and professional experience, as I said. And then we have, as in minerals, this idea of having membership. And if not, because if this criterion is not met, it needs to be explained and stated that in the statement. So let me jump to the statement, and the statement is here. And I believe this is, as I said, what makes this guidance difference. It's similar to the statements that we sign off, as I said, in other codes. Basically, the person who made the assessment of the resources should, with that assessment, that statement should be combined with the assessment, so it comes with it. And basically, it provides details on the person name first, so we are talking about transparency, remember that, and inclusiveness. So that person basically states where its background is coming, if he or she has or not a professional title. So you have this, I am a professional with, or if not, I do not have a professional title and I am not registered. And in that case, you need to state why. Basically, it tells that I have read the definition, I've visited the project, or I have not visited the project, and I'm independent, etc., etc. And it ends there. Why do I think that this is important? As I said, this statement, sorry, just trying to get back to the presentation. Okay. Is that basically as in this picture from President Truman on the expression "pass the buck"? By having that statement, the person who signs off the estimates is not passing the buck. So it's basically assuming the responsibility. And I would say this is a shared responsibility, not only for the person who signs off who makes the evaluation, but also for the reader, because it's up to the reader to read that annex with the statement of the qualified expert and to realize if that person has the experience, the qualifications, and whatever the reader considers necessary to trust on the statement. Just to close, my final slide, it's just to share with you the names of the members on this working group. It's a huge team, and thank you for your time and your attention. And I'm here to answer all your questions. Thank you.
There's a question from Ankie Wittenberg. Could you just clarify if the definitions given in this this document are aligned with the definitions in the UNFC glossary document?
Yes, they are. In the UNFC, we have a technical advisory group, and this was discussed across all the different working groups. Thanks,
Vito. I would just like to make one comment for all of the South African participants. One of Vito's points noted that qualified experts can be affiliated with a government licensing authority or with a self-regulatory professional association. Now, in South Africa, these are the same statutory or professional bodies or RPOs as we have for the SAM codes. So if you're registered or a member of one of those, that is what this document is talking about. For GSSA members, if you want to use your GSSA membership to sign off as a qualified expert, you need to have chartered status. It's the only category of membership that will allow you to sign off using your GSSA credentials.
Tanya, if I may just let me add that for countries or for people working in countries where professional organizations are not present, or working in disciplines where this is not feasible, because again, giving the example of wind or solar, where this is not, I would say, so developed, the guidance also opens space for these professionals, for these colleagues. Again, the responsibility is split between the reader and the professional who make the assessment, because the reader with that annex can see if the qualifications provide a level of trust that reader considers sufficient.
Thank you. There's a question from Ed Sides. To provide some clarification on the independence requirement for a qualified expert who is employed by the entity producing the qualified estimate.
Yes, the statement basically clarifies that. So if the person is working for the entity, it needs to say that it needs to state that it was working with objectivity and independence, and this is it. Again, it's up to the reader to rely on that statement and to check if it has the level of trust that the reader looks for.
Thank you, Vito, and thank you once again for your time and experience today. Our next presenter is Eberhard Falk, who is also a geologist and has a PhD in environmental geochemistry. His professional career has taken him through various companies throughout Europe. And Eberhard is currently based in Paris, working as a consultant mostly on mineral raw material matters, and is the current president of the INTRO International Raw Materials Observatory. And Eberhard is going to talk us through the EU Critical Raw Minerals Act. Eberhard, over to you.
Yes, good morning from a grey and cold Paris. And thank you, Tanya, for the invitation to talk to you a little bit about the actually proposed Critical Raw Materials Act. It's not fully accepted yet and hasn't been through the European Parliament and all the legal convolutions here, but everyone assumes that it will pass now with some minor changes. So a little bit about the context and history and why this Critical Raw Materials Act now basically drives a lot of the activities in raw materials in the EU. It's not only minerals. In fact, there are also some non-mineral raw materials in this Critical Raw Materials Act or covered. For instance, natural rubber, but most of the materials covered are actually minerals. Now, the awareness of the importance of a sustained supply of mineral raw materials sort of dawned probably in the early 2000s. And then there have been a lot of discussions in the political circles and, of course, in industry and so on. So in 2008, it was crystallized, if I may say so, in the Raw Materials Initiative, which then drove a lot of policy activities, but also funding activities on the side of the European Commission. At the same time, work on understanding how important are actually certain mineral raw materials for the industry and for our sustained development in Europe was investigated in more detail. And in 2011, that ended up in the first Critical Raw Materials list, which listed 14 mainly mineral raw materials. At the same time, of course, the impact of climate change became more visible, and we needed to think about what to do about this. And one of the major steps is, of course, the phasing out of the use of fossil fuels. And that was kind of codified in the European Green Deal, which sort of drives much of the policy development until today. We also realized that we need to recycle more, sort of not only take out new raw materials, but recycle more. And that was codified in the Circular Economy Action Plan. At the same time, we also realized that a lot of these raw material, not a lot, certain raw materials, I should say, come actually from areas that suffer from armed conflict or similar situations. We all know the problem around cobalt in the Democratic Republic of Congo and other places. And all the time, the development of the critical raw materials list was further refined. So in fact, every 3 years, a new list will come out, is being developed or has been developed in the past, and the process continues. And the methodology for that has been refined. Now, in parallel, of course, policy covered other aspects, such the industrial strategy in the context of these developments, supported also by policies on climate and on what would be acceptable industrial activities, what would be acceptable industrial, energy conversion technologies, and so on. So finally, this has then crystallized into this Critical Raw Materials Act, which was first published, the proposal was first published in March 2023. At the same time, a new critical raw materials list was published that now contained 34 critical raw materials. And you see something else here, SRM, which stands for strategic raw materials. Now, these strategic raw materials is a new category that was introduced here, and I will talk about this in a second. But first of all, I will just explain what are the objectives actually of this Critical Raw Materials Act. Now, the idea is that we have to strengthen from a European perspective. I'm talking here from the European perspective, I should emphasize. So we should strengthen the supply of raw materials for the European industry and European development. We realize that there are certain of these raw materials, and maybe I should have produced a slide but you are probably aware that some countries have almost a monopoly, or basically a monopoly, for certain critical raw materials. I already mentioned the Democratic Republic of Congo for cobalt, but there are also the rare earth elements and China. So we have certain dependencies for our supply of critical raw materials. And of course, those countries who have these raw materials might use their monopoly for strategic reasons, and we would like to become more independent. So part of the objectives of the Critical Raw Materials Act is to make Europe less dependent on those imports. The Critical Raw Materials Act also provides a way of monitoring and mitigating current and future risk of supply disruptions. That's one of the key aims here. Plus, we would like to have, of course, a free movement of these raw materials within the European Union, within the single market of the European Union. And at the same time, we would like to, of course, keep a high level of environmental protection of production, both at home in Europe as well as overseas. And we have to follow also the ideas of increased circularity, so recycling of mineral raw materials and sustainability. So in the bottom line, the Critical Raw Materials Act aims to have a more coordinated across the European Union response to the challenges in our supply webs for critical raw materials. So not a national response, an individual national response, but a response at EU level. So coming back now to these strategic raw materials, these are materials that are for the EU of strategic importance, and they include not only the critical raw materials, but also some raw materials, some base metals, say copper, for instance, that are important, but where the supply at the moment is not critical. So there are no supply risks in principle. So the idea is that we would look at the demands, the growth of demand, and of course a lot of the policies such as the Green Deal with increasing electrification that have increased the demands of certain raw materials, which is one of the reasons why we have this Critical Raw Materials Act, because some of these raw materials before were actually not used to a great extent. Strategic raw materials are also raw materials where we might have difficulties in enhancing the production very, very quickly, as, say, the growth of electrical vehicles or wind turbines or other applications grow. We need more of those raw materials. But stepping up the production is not so simple, as we all know. So these are all the raw materials that are important to actually meet our policy goals, EU policy goals. And these assessments are also updated every 3 years, so like the critical raw materials. Now, what are the critical raw materials for us? And every region, every country may have different definitions. So these are the materials that are of very high importance for the EU economy, but are exposed to supply disruption risks for political reasons, for technological reasons, etc. The economic importance is calculated, and the economists who do that have developed quite a complex formula for that. They're calculated on the basis of how much of that raw materials is actually used. What's the value added in the sector in which they are used? So this is a representation of the economic importance. And can we actually substitute those for other raw materials? And the less there is an opportunity, technical opportunity or technological opportunity to substitute, the higher the risk is, of course, that a disruption in supply would also impact negatively on our economic development. These calculations are looking back on what happened the past 5 years. So there are averages over the developments over the past 5 years. And it's sort of a moving average. It's updated every 3 years. Now, the Critical Raw Materials Act also sets targets, aims for mitigation of these risks, these disruption risks. And one of them is that at least 10% of the EU consumption should come from domestic resources. At the moment, we do not produce a lot of raw materials at all. We have very little mining in Europe, with a few exceptions. One of the bottlenecks is also the processing of these raw materials, because we may produce, but we may not process. We may not have the processing capacities. So the aim is to increase the EU processing capacities to 40% of the production. And we would also like to increase the circularity of our economy, and the target that was set here politically was 15% of the critical raw materials consumption should actually come from recycling. Now, this is, as we know, maybe quite difficult to achieve, because first you have to actually produce them before you can recycle them. And another point, and that is quite important for certain of those critical raw materials, that eventually not more than 65% of the total consumption should come from one single country. So that aims at diversification, say for the rare earth supply away from China, for example. Now, there are different means and strategies spelled out in the Critical Raw Materials Act for the implementation. And in order to monitor what happens, the Act aims to set up what is called a European Critical Raw Materials Board. And this board is supposed to be composed of representatives from the member states. MSS stands for member states, and of members from the European Commission. And it's supposed to be chaired by the European Commission. The function of the board is to advise the European Commission in the coordination and cooperation and supply of information from the member states. This hasn't taken place yet, so this is an aim. And it will probably happen from next year on or something like this. Now, the Raw Materials Act, as you may have already worked out, is based on 4 strategic pillars. So one, of course, is the enhancement of EU domestic supply. So we want to have more mining in the European Union again. The second pillar is that we are forging strategic partnerships with raw materials-rich countries. I will have slides to each of those pillars. And that we want to, that the EU would like to support strategic raw materials projects. And the fourth pillar is that we want to build against bad times by stockpiling raw materials. So the EU would like to see more, I mean, the European Commission would like to see more domestic supply. So exploration should be invigorated in the EU. The licensing, permitting procedures should happen faster. We all know it takes maybe a decade or so, and they would like to reduce this to something like 2 years, if possible. We'd also like to ensure that the recycling happens within the EU so that our raw materials are not exported for recycling somewhere else and therefore leave the EU economy, but that the recycling actually happens in the EU. And also we would like to rebuild our processing capacities and capabilities. Strategic partnership, that also contains Africa. We have already concluded strategic partnerships with a range of countries across the world, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and recently also in Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then Canada, and very recently also Argentina and Chile. Now, strategic projects. The idea is that the EU will help projects to take place that are considered of strategic importance for the EU. And this is done in a variety of ways. So by streamlined permitting, which will be not so simple, but they will want to create a one-stop shop approach to permitting. And also to help by coordinating financial support investments for those projects and by facilitating take-off agreements. Now, much of that has to happen at member state level. And the member states are charged with granting the status of strategic support. Now, how all these things are going to happen is not very clear at the moment yet. And then the EU would like the member states or companies to build up stockpiles. So the large importers and manufacturers should regularly audit their supply chains to see whether there is a supply chain risk, and then purchase these raw materials in order to build up stocks. So in case there is a supply disruption, we can work off those stocks. And the Commission will ask the member states and also companies to report on what they might have in stock for those. So that's in a nutshell what the Raw Materials Act is supposed to be doing. I would like to add a couple of personal observations on that. Now, as you've seen, these targets of, say, 15% of domestic production, or the recycling targets are very ambitious. So I am not sure that this will be met within the time frame of 2030, as was said. Another problem is actually still with the criticality assessment, because it's based on historic development. So it's looking back what happened in history, but it doesn't actually include at the moment proper technology foresight. There are moves in that direction, but we will see how good that that will happen. Now, you've seen also that for the permitting, there is a 2-year target. Now, the question is whether all the environmental impacts assessment, whether all the stakeholder involvement processes actually could be undertaken in 2 years. This may be seen also a little bit questionable by stakeholders by pushing it too much. I mean, it would be good, but it would be questionable whether this could actually happen. With the strategic projects, it is not clear how this financing will actually happen, and how the Commission as a regulatory body can actually help in capital allocation or help in investments and making them more attractive. I think the financial markets and the governments work on different timeframes and on different agenda, as we discussed at the very beginning, as Harry was discussing at the very beginning. Also, we don't know what happens to those stockpiles. At what price? How would they be brought onto the market? What kind of market distortions might result from that? And also, much of the actual implementation of these things are left to the member states. So the member states have to put all the infrastructure, all the people into place in order to actually bring this about. So the Commission itself doesn't have any resources and not sufficient staff to implement the Critical Raw Materials Act. And also the power of this board is not exactly very clear. And finally, we do a lot of planning now from top down, and I'm not sure that this is going to happen like that. Sorry, these were some personal critical remarks on the Raw Materials Act, but it's now governing much of what happens in EU raw materials policy and other activities, including research activities and development activities. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to entertain any questions. I may not see the chat immediately, but I will get out of the presentation mode, and then, yes, I should be able to see that.
Thank you very much, Eberhard. Much appreciated.
Am I still sharing?
Not anymore.
Okay,
There
thank you.
There is a question from Paul Jordan in the chat. Why for? You got it?
Yes.
He asks why 40% of processing of, for example, African resources in the the EU, appears a bit neo-colonial. Surely EU can configure robust, secure supply contracts of processed CRMs from the mining countries. This would also reduce transport GHG emissions, as processed CRMs generally are lighter than raw CRMs.
Yes, thank you. That's yes, that's a very interesting question. Indeed. Well, every country, in principle, of course, would like to bring as much of the value webs or value. I prefer to use value webs actually, because they're for many raw materials, they're not just straight chains, but there are very complicated webs with flows of materials. Anyway, of course, every country has, or agglomerate of country like the EU has an interest to bring as much of the value webs to their under their own jurisdiction, because then you will have the control over it. That this, of course, will maybe not seen so well by other countries, or by, in this case, by the supplier countries. This is understandable, but these are strategic decisions that, of course, have to be, then be subject to a political discussion. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, yes, you could also then say, of course, our supplier countries, they have an interest in pulling as much of these value webs into their own territory, as China does at the moment. China, rather than selling us the rare earth elements back that have been mined in Australia, for instance, they would like to sell us the magnets, or they would like to sell us the motors or the batteries, because that creates added value in China rather than in Europe. So it's a political negotiation, basically. And I wouldn't call this neocolonialism. It's the economic interest of every country to bring as much as possible of the value web into their own jurisdiction.
Yeah, thanks very much. Eberhard, thank you so much for your time and expertise this morning.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Our next presenter is Julian Hilton. And Julian is chairman of the LF Group. And he currently leads the LF Group global projects teams for industry clients in mining, minerals, and critical raw material sectors. His focus is on sustainable development and the circular economy, with a particular interest in secondary raw materials and ESG finance. Julian currently chairs the Sustainable Development Group Delivery Working Group of UNIS, and he is also a member of the AMREC Working Group. And at the moment, he is focused on finding a combination of policy and practical measures to ensure the successful uptake and delivery of the EU Critical Raw Materials Act, including uses of UNFC and UNMRS. So, Julian, we look forward to your development of this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and the greetings to everybody on the call. I see we're at 107 participants. I don't know whether that includes speakers, but it's very nice to have such a level of interest in it. Yes, I've been involved, particularly proud of my involvement with the AMREC working group since I think 2017. I know Tunde is one of our gods in the pantheon of the AMREC family. He's on the line, but Harry likewise. But this, I think, reinforces the point that cooperation in these areas, particularly as you can see from the logos I put up, that UNFC and AMREC have always been conceived of as members of a family. And it's been very interesting to me that in the case of where UNFC has gone, actually, in my experience, AMREC has led a lot of that. And so I think what we're seeing is a transition, picking up this colonialism point. I think we're actually seeing a transition where the African region is leading, and very much welcome so. And that will lead to a lot of indications of perhaps how we can look at what I know is a key preoccupation for most member states, if not all in the African region, which is how to increase value at source. How far can we get to the point when the value, which was very much the target during the colonial period, and unfortunately also associated with the evils of slavery, how can we get to the point when it's not like that at all? And that picks up a point. If there's one point I would like to make particularly strongly today, we need to find ways, and I think UNFC and UNRMS is part of the UN's approach to doing this. How do we restore confidence in the public worldwide in the intentions of government and industry, and both are, I'm afraid, in the firing line, where people have lost confidence in the promises made to them that these activities will not be disruptive, damaging socially, environmentally, economically, and so on. And we have a lot of bridges to rebuild in that regard. So I hope this workshop, which you've been very kind to organize, is part of that process of renegotiating these relationships in a constructive and sustainable and resilient way. So just a quick tour through the history. In Brussels, on the question of the UNFC and the EU, why did the EU take this up? And it's strange that you'd have to ask that question, since the sponsor of UNFC since its beginning, shortly after the end of hostilities in 1945. Why was the UNFC involved in that and not so much the European Commission? Well, there was a growing recognition in Brussels that despite the investments in their data sets, that those data sets were often unreliable or not particularly available, or industry wouldn't talk to them and so on. That led to a recognition on the part of the expert group on what was called resource classification at that point in UNFC. And it was rather at that stage where the UNFC offered a solution, but it wasn't quite clear what the problem was that solution was offered to solve, because there were existing organizations and systems, SP and CRISCO, dealing with these issues, and national instruments like JORC or National Instrument that would serve purposes for markets and investors. But what I think began to change is the recognition when the European Union started to send more people to attend the meetings of the expert group in Geneva, that it was actually governments that most needed the UNFC rather than the others. And the particular emphasis that government said is why they're interested, which can persist to the day now, is that there were included in the whole resource classification process social and environmental factors. And when Harry and I started, at that point, we were working both with the IAEA, him as an officer and me as an expert. But it was, I think, just one small footnote in UNFC that referred to social issues, and that was it. Well, now what you can see is a complete reset of that. And I think the African region has played a major role in that, because it was that premise that was led from the founding of AMREC on, was that these were always at the center of it, that it was always on the triangle of social, environmental, and economic issues. And as Harry has said, the key to this is that environmental and economic become two parts of the same issue. Molecules and money are all part of a similar, of one currency. If you like, the money is the heads and the resources are the tails. But if you follow one, you follow the other. From 2020, that led to increasing cooperation between the Economic Commission for Europe and DG GROW. And then there was a transition where the expert group on resource classification renamed itself the expert group on resource management, and it was expanded from minerals and oil and gas only, really. And these were like two tribes fighting each other the whole time. They suddenly realized, why don't we deal with all natural resources? Because it's very difficult, I think, to say what does criticality mean when you apply it to natural resources. Because clearly, if I'm living in a conflict zone at the moment and I have no energy, food, or water, my definition of criticality is radically different from somebody sitting in a warm office in London like me at the moment. So these are very, very difficult issues to get right. Some people have even said, is it the right term to use? And I think in the African Development Bank, feeling is criticality is not the right term to use. So that's something I think that will be open for discussion. But a critical breakthrough was achieved in May 2021 when the UN Secretary General's office, very much influenced by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe working group, and Harry Telsidas and I were particularly involved in that, published this really, I think, landmark document called the Extractives Policy Brief, which basically sets out in a series of recommendations what should be done to try to restore public confidence in these industries, extractives as a whole. And two issues, trackability, traceability, were added into the agenda. We should be able to track and trace materials and monies in a way that prevents leakages and thefts from the system. Now, that led to the great deal of strengthening of interest in UNFC and UNRMS because it was tied to a specific UN policy, which I think is one of the most important documents the UN has ever produced. And to some extent, the UN's credibility as an organization, I think, depends on the recognition that for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, we have to understand that delivering secure supplies, accessible, affordable, and as Harry said, public good, meaning you are not judged in your access rights to these materials on your capacity to pay. It is your right to have these materials. And in that model, this was, I think, where the UN could step up and say, we cannot deliver the SDGs without access to a secure supply of these resources. Now, that issue has got even more difficult in the last few years, as I don't need to remind everybody. But what then happens, and this was a major breakthrough because this is exactly when government takes on the UNFC system into the heart of this new Critical Raw Materials Act. And that's been done. Unfortunately, my country decided rather foolishly to leave the EU, but in my view, but what we've also done is the same. It's in our policy brief and it will be in our law. It was intended to have a transparent governance and classification system. And I stress the governance part, so people could start to feel confident that if there were statements these resources were necessary, they were available in place X, we might need access. How can we do that in a fair and just way? Now, this can take time. I'm not going to dwell on this. What I can see is it has its roots in the very famous Our Common Future publication by the Brundtland Report. And I do think it's very significant that it was a woman who chaired that, because I trace a lot of the changes of attitudes into natural resource management to the fact that women are now starting to play, as they should have done all along, leading roles in their management and use. We then take a big step forward with the idea of zero waste in mining. Center stage, as I put here, is the extractives brief, as you can see. Then there was a very important publication by the UN on the use of natural resources in the economy, which has got, as you can see, a remarkable series of supporters, including the OECD. And now where we are is with the adoption, as Harry has said, by the Economic and Social Council of the UN for global use. This is both UNFC and UNRMS, and they are, like the money and molecules, they're two parts of the same single coin. How do we manage resources in an equitable way? Now, this is just a sample of the language. If you've not read the Extractives Industry Policy Brief, please do. It's 18 pages. It's very tightly written, very, very powerful statements in it, and ones that I think we are already now seeing the full impact of. When it was finally presented, and I had the pleasure to be part of the presentation process, we had heads of state themselves, including several from the African region, presenting on why their countries would buy into this, which they have subsequently done. That very much influenced the adoption by the African Union Commission of the AMDC. I think that tipped the scales, because the African Mining Vision was published and then took a very long time to see the action that flowed from that. But at the same time, the AMDC itself was set up and properly resourced. And Tunde is one of the shining leaders of that, along with a very good team based in Addis Ababa. Now, I wanted to connect that to the way in which our particular project, which Vitor leads, and Eberhard likewise from INTRO, which is this project called CIRAN, the Critical Raw Materials Extraction Environmentally Protected Areas. That's the cousin, if you like, or sister project to Africa Maval. And we have had long and important conversations with the Africa Maval team as well as AMDC. And this is the definition. Eberhard has already talked quite a lot about it, but you can see how the circular economic model here, as well as diversifying the critical raw materials supply, and I'm sure every national government is doing that. The the risks to supply chains worldwide have suddenly gone up a great deal, and it's very expensive dealing with them. But it's also here, as you can see, the rules will strengthen Europe's strategic autonomy. Now, I don't think Europe is trying to do that to put the barriers up or put up the walls around the continent. What we're trying to do, I think, in that process is rebalance the situation in such a way that all states, and I'm sure South Africa is no different, wants to emphasize its strategic autonomy, but we must all live together on this crowded planet. And the risk is that we lose the balance because we overemphasize one or the other of those goals. If we can manage value chains in an equitable way, this seems to me to be one way of building very strong relationships between our various continents and countries. And that begins with friendships between people, and that begins with meetings like this, when we're available to talk to each other, we're accountable to each other, and we want to encourage each other to participate in these activities. So that's the link, and I've given you here the website reference to the CIRAM project. We have invited members of the AMDC, Tunde and Jerry, to be experts in this project, and we hope very much that they will contribute to the development of this, not least emphasizing how we can do, in a beneficial way, strengthen these ties to the African region. Now, these are the 5 references that are made in the Critical Raw Materials Act, and I would dwell for a little bit on each one of these, simply because that gives you an idea of the scope of what UNFC can now do, which is something that Harry has very nicely presented, and both Peter and Ibrahim have given you further insights. The first is it's right in the recitals of the Act, and it talks about the idea of recognition. Now, the recognition process is that the governments see that this is important, and it's not an attempt for government to take them over, simply to recognize that they're there, and this requires partnership. You'll remember SDG 17 is about partnership between government and industry and all other stakeholders, particularly the communities where these extraction projects are located, but they're done in such a way that there is transparency through the process and a commitment to equitable sharing of the benefits. That then carries through into the actual articles of the Act. So you can submit a proposal to this, it will get ratified, but it requires UNFC that. What does that mean? It means from the very beginning, UNFC is embedded into the communication strategy here, as well as the resource classification strategy. And in some ways, the communication is even more important, because this has been in the past through the commodity markets, a black box. People won't tell you what they've got, they won't declare the resources, and they are sometimes misappropriated for other uses. That's where we need to see that this bites and it's transparent, it's on the web, and the data is available in that way. This then begins with exploration. Member states shall make maps showing basic information on mineral occurrences, public available on a free access website. Within the AMREC working group, and they can confirm that, there are quite wide divergences between the country members of that working group, where the countries do or do not publicly publish the material available to them on what the mineral occurrences or the other oil and gas materials are available. It would seem to me to be self-evident that if we regard that the baseline of security for food, energy, and water access, for example, is access to information, then having maps where these materials are is a very good start in the transparency and governance process. That then leads on to another key aspect, which has been deficient, and particularly so in the linear market model, where it's been in the interest of the companies and some of the people controlling those companies, perhaps more to the point, to not declare and even to confuse or cover over the tracks of where these materials go. Because as we all know, I think the World Bank gave a figure in the policy brief of around $80 billion per year of value is lost from the African region alone. It's far from alone in the losses from untracked or illicit movements of materials and funds. And that equates to more than the total inward investment and donor gifts to the region as a whole. So you can imagine this is an enormous hit to the African economy, significantly reduces the value of investments, and needs to be addressed if the continent is to make good on the enormous human capital, which is available, as I know from personal experience, over 30 or 40 years working in the region. Finally, which is the most important part from a purely personal point of view from my area, we're stopping this concept of assuming that waste is a natural outcome of extractive industries. And it's an example which is frightening, I think, in one sense. Johannesburg, for example, shows that what happens in an industry such as gold, similarly uranium, when you dig up a material where the percentage in the ore body may be as low as 0.3%. What you then get is 99.7%, basically everything volume-wise. Everything is then declared as a, I think, loose talk from the industry, casual use of the word, as waste. And then waste comes in as a legal definition and say, well, you call this waste now, so you can't use these materials without all sorts of permits and things like that. Now, this kind of way in which the extractive industries work, where you leave enormous piles of tailings behind, and it's for the locals to pay for this. Well, how they're going to do that, I have no idea. But what this means is when you put this into currency, you need to have a circular economic model in which the people who create these messes in the first place are required as a part of the licensing process to have provision for dealing with them as to waste and tailings at the end of life. So in my view, this UNFC model should, when it goes fully circular, effectively put gates into the mine permit and the investment process that requires absolutely robust and enforceable guarantees that the companies involved in doing the extraction industries won't just leave the mess behind for everybody else to pay for. This is neither fair to the current generations, even less so to future generations. Harry stressed the intergenerational nature of this, and UNFC should enable future generations as yet unborn and their children go back through the records, who decided what, where are these materials, what was done, what was the provision for end of life, how can we deal with that, and continue to monitor it. So I see UNFC not just as a tool for classification management, but it leads seamlessly into UNRMS, where the issue of governance is fundamental, and of course that aligns to the SDGs and the priorities there, but also to what's now called ESG, financing, environmental, social, and governance. And all of those measures are intended to restore public confidence in the mining and industrial extractive processes. So I'm delighted, Tanya, thank you very much to GCSA for staging this event. I hope that what we take away from it is a common commitment to the people who we serve, the people of the planet who we serve in working in these industries, that while we're also emphasizing criticality and resource security, we are at the same time emphasizing that we're going to do this in a way that people can be proud of in the future, not ashamed of or have to conceal. Particular thanks to the AMREC team for having me as a member over so many years. One of the most important relationships I found professionally and personally in my life. And thank you for all of the stakeholders who put this together. And above all, thank you, the participants. I see we're at 106 still. Thank you for listening, and any questions, of course, are more than welcome. If we run out of time for questions, you're more than welcome to contact me on my email, and I chair the Sustainable Development Goal Working Group for the Geneva office. And I'm very proud of that. And if you'd like to join in some way and help us on that, please let us know. So thank you, Tanya.
Thank you very much, Julian. That was a most interesting look at the guidance and how to deal with it. Ulrich has a background in civil engineering and is a waste expert at the Waste and Material Flow Management team at the Environmental Agency in Austria. He is also a member of the UNICE expert group on resource management. Ulrich, we look forward to your discussion on the application of UNFC to residues in the mining sector.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the next session, which will start with a focus on residues in the mining sector. I'm pleased to give you an overview on an evidence review, what is currently done, let's just say, and also put this recovery and the application of UNFC into policy context. Let me briefly start with an overview on the raw material value chain. Basically, there are three phases in a linear model. It always starts with the extraction of raw materials, it goes to the production of goods, and finally, the products end up as waste. It's treated and disposed of. And if we further look into these three phases, we see that the extraction of raw materials increased in the last, let's just say, 30 to 50 years dramatically. If we just have a look on metal ore, the extraction tripled between 1970 and 2018. We see that in 2018, about 40 billion metric tons of waste, rock, tailings, and processing losses occurred globally. And we also see that about 90% of the biodiversity loss is caused by resource extraction and processing. If we're coming to the production of goods, we see that up to 80% of all the products, environmental impacts, are determined in the design phase, let us say. So there's a huge intervention opportunity to decrease emissions during sustainable design. And we also see that during the material production, about 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions in industry are emitted. Well, the European Union produces more than 2 billion of tons of waste annually, as by today, only about 12% are fed back into the economic cycle, and 80% of the total EU waste, excluding mineral waste, is currently landfilled. And what you see here is the ultimate goal of their material value chain is to make it more sustainable. And one opportunity is to set interventions for more sustainability all along the value chain. So it's not only about mining, it's not only about sustainable product design, it's not only about enhanced waste treatment, it's interventions along the value chain. And these interventions are captured in a concept so-called circular economy that covers activities in all of these three phases. The European Investment Bank found a definition of the circular economy, which is quite similar to the ones that was published by the European Commission. And the European Investment Bank defines circular economy as the value of products and materials are maintained as long as possible, the waste and the resources are minimized, and they also include the reuse aspect, which means once a product reaches the end of life, it's used again to create further value. The circular economy also attracts attention in policymaking, and I've currently mapped here two policy areas. One is the European Green Deal, and one is the African mining vision. If we have a closer look to the European Green Deal, the European Commission published the Circular Economy Action Plan in March 2020. This is a full package of more than 30 measures, let's just say, to make Europe a climate neutral continent. And part of this European Green Deal is also the Critical Raw Materials Act. It was launched 3 years after the Circular Economy Action Plan, and it was already introduced in the morning session. The key aspect here in this slide is that the Critical Raw Materials Act currently includes the UNFC at 4 stages in the act. If we have a closer look to the African mining vision, sorry, this is not an European Commission proposal. I just copied this. I have to correct this. Based on this African mining vision, the Minerals and Energy Resource and Management System was developed, as well as the Pan-African Resource Reporting Scheme. And both of these documents also include the UNFC, the United Nations Framework Classification. Let me have a closer look to the European Commission proposal on the CRM Act, and have a look on the circular economy aspects and on extractive waste, which is the topic of this presentation today. In the Article 25 of the proposed Act, there are national measures on circularity, and the Act foresees measures to promote the recovery of critical raw materials from extractive waste. Further details are explained in Article 26. And if you have a look on Article 26, it's about the recovery of CRMs from extractive waste. And it says that operators should submit a waste management plan, and they shall provide, based on a competitive concept, and preliminary economic assessment study. And this preliminary economic assessment study include estimates on the recoverable quantities of CRMs from extractive industry residues. And wherever possible, the member state should also inventory, let's just say the extractive industry residues, so the storage sites, and they should add a classification of the waste facilities according to the United Nations framework classification for resources. We already heard this in the morning session that the UNFC is a framework classification. It aims to classify raw material projects based on their maturity level. We have these 4 stages in the development of a recovery project. It starts with a prospective project, with non-viable projects, potentially viable projects, and viable projects. And once these projects are classified, you're able to build a national inventory of resources, and you build portfolios of recovery projects in order to manage them and develop them further. And the maturity level is affected by 3 criteria. It's the economic, so it's the environmental, socio-economic viability, it's the technical feasibility, and also the level of confidence on the future production volumes. And in principle, the UNFC is applicable to energy and mineral resources, also to groundwater and injection projects, but it's also applicable to remining and recycling projects. So everything that deals with secondary raw materials is also covered by the UNFC since 2018. So the history and the experience of classifying secondary raw material projects is much shorter compared to the long-term tradition in the mining sector. However, in order to achieve a sustainable circular economy, there's still a need to include secondary raw materials in a holistic material management system. On the left-hand side, you see potential feedstocks. Let's just say this can be residues from the extractive industries, but it can also be post-consumer residues like batteries, end-of-life vehicles, residues from municipal solid waste incineration or construction demolition waste, whatever. The link between the feedstock and the products, let's just say the new raw materials, is this raw material project. The project needs to be developed in order to produce raw materials from various sources. And the raw material project is also in the center of the UNFC because the UNFC classifies these raw material projects. Let me now come a little bit to the practice. Let's just say 2 years ago, some colleagues started to make an evidence review on remining projects, let's just say. So they screened existing storage sites for extractive industry residues around the world, let's just say. So the intention was to get storage sites from each continent, let's just say. They came up with about 60 storage sites in total. And the basic idea and the main objective was to develop a common understanding on resource characterization. It means sampling, on the evaluation to assess the recoverability of raw materials, and finally on the classification of resources. And the intention was also to establish a database with site-specific data, let's say, site-specific for each storage site under investigation. The paper was submitted about 2 weeks ago and is currently under review. The approach that was followed in this article is based on a resource assessment approach covering 3 phases. The first one is the resource characterization phase, where sampling of physical and chemical parameters take place. The second phase is the resource evaluation. It's about criteria or modifying factors that influence the recoverability of raw materials from extractive industry residues. And the last stage is the classification according to UNFC or according to the CRISCO template or any other classification scheme that is out there. And in the next slides, I just give you some idea about these 3 stages and the findings from the evidence review. The evidence review shows that most of the studies were looking to key parameters. Let's say it's about the location, the volume, the chemical specification, the water content and leachate, and so far, but only 40% of all the studies have a complete characterization. As you can see on this slide, for instance, chemical specification was only done in about 40% of the cases, and the same is for the particle size and the distribution. And all this information is needed, let's say, to move on to the next phase in order to assess the evaluation of the recoverability. We're coming to the evaluation phase, so evaluating the recoverability of raw materials. The study shows a strong focus on economics and technology. So is it economic viable to recover the materials? And is the technology to extract the materials and process them currently available on the market? And is it feasible to introduce the technology? The studies are a little bit blind on the social and environmental factors. Those are only partly considered, but they are mandatory according to the UNFC. And if we're coming to the last stage, it's the resource classification. So basically the information from the resource characterization phase and from the resource evaluation phase are put together in order to classify these recovery projects. We see that about roughly 50% of the case studies have not been classified, or storage sites have not been classified, and the remaining 50% have used existing standards or codes for classifying the project. About, let's say, 15 to 16 used the Canadian National Instrument 4311. Others used the JORC code, others used the summary code. In two storage sites used the UNFC. So the UNFC classifies the raw material projects, and it's a framework classification, let's say, that allows to compare the projects on a common playing field. What does this mean, framework classification? It means that those projects that were already classified with CRISCO can be bridged to the UNFC. Yeah, and this makes resource assessments, let's say, based on CRISCO comparable with those that used UNFC directly without going to the CRISCO. So it's this framework classification and this unique benefit of the UNFC to get these comparable estimates, let's say. And the UNEC expert group of resource management also developed documents, let's say, and guidance to bridge studies from CRISCO to the UNFC. And an additional added value of the UNFC is that it also allows direct application of the UNFC as long as the CRISCO template was, for instance, not used to assess a study. So projects that were already not classified can also be integrated in the inventory. Of course, the maturity level is on much lower level. It might be just a prospective projects, but that's not the point. The point is that all these projects are within the inventory on the national or company level. We have seen that this evidence review was just looking on, let's say, 60 storage sites globally on each continent, and we have seen large disparities in the application of resource characterization methodologies, also evaluation and classification. And in order to harmonize the application of the UNFC and to get more data and consistent applications of the UNFC, the European Union launched a research project. Is called FUTURAM. The acronym stands for Future Availability of Secondary Raw Materials. It started in 2022, sorry, for 2 years and ends in 2026. Here on top, you also see the link. It's futuram.eu, and it covers 6 work packages, and one of these work packages deals with the application of UNFC. In 2 areas. First one, the UNFC is applied on a national level. On the left-hand picture, you see the different type of sources and the countries where the UNFC is applied. It's also applied, for instance, to waste electronic and equipment in France, Italy, Austria, and the UK. And on the right-hand side, you see site-specific assessments of the UNFC. This is, for instance, recovery of materials from tailings in the northern part of Europe. And this brings me also to the next presentation, let's say, where you see the application of the UNFC on a tailing. But it's also applied to recycling plants for waste electronic and equipment. It's also applied to the recovery of materials from steel slags in the southern part of France. This brings me to the last slide. It's just a wrap up of my intervention today. In general, the policy documents in Europe and Africa already integrated the UNFC. In Europe, it's the Critical Raw Materials Act that was proposed by the European Commission, and it's also considered in the African policy mining vision and the subsequent policy documents, including the reporting standards. In principle, the UNFC is applicable to remining projects as well. The expert group of resource management also provide guidance and specifications to apply the UNFC to remining projects. And the evidence shows that the residues in the extractive industries are widely unexplored. It means, of course, they are there, but studies to give a complete overview on the characterization and an inventory is missing, and most of the residues are not evaluated and not classified. And the second point is that during the evaluation on the recoverability, the main focus is on economics and technology, which is absolutely needed in order to assess the viability. Nevertheless, it's also required to look to the social environment and environmental factors because they are currently only partly considered, and they are really urgently needed to be integrated in these evaluation studies. Just thinking about social license to operate or environmental impacts that need to be considered in order to assess the viability of the recovery projects. And the last point is just the link also to the next speaker, who will present a case study on the application of UNFC to extractive industries in the northern part of Europe. Thank you for your attention, and I'm pleased to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ulrich, to that introduction there. We have a question in the chat from Eberhard. When you talk about extractive waste storage sites, do you really mean storage or rather disposal?
Well, in this evidence review, we didn't make a distinction based on the national laws, let's just say. Yeah, we're just dealing with storage sites where material is stocked. Let's just say it could be the overburden, or it could be a tailing, whatever. There are, I think, 6 or 7 different types of residues. So we avoided to use the term waste because this is linked to certain legislations, let's just say. Yeah, and so we were just focusing on residues as such.
Thank you. Staying with our theme of looking at how UNFC can be practically applied in different countries, we now move up to Sweden, and we've got Ronald Arvidsson with us, who is a geophysicist by training and has a PhD in seismology. And his recent career has mostly been with the Geological Survey of Sweden. And he currently is the lead on a mining waste stream project. And so Ronald is going to talk to us about a practical tailings case study done according to the UNFC. Yes. And we look forward to your presentation, Ronald.
I could add, actually, I started my life as a mapping geologist and even done exploration. Anyhow, what I'm going to present here today, it's a lot of people that's been involved, and these are just some of those that are working together with us. So with that said, bring us into Europe here. So on the right, we can see a map here where we have not all of Europe, so I apologize to Spain, Ireland, and Portugal. But in the north, we can see Sweden and Finland. And in the south, we have France and Slovenia, which are 4 of the main partners when it comes to the characterization of mining waste within the Futuran project. Håkansboda will turn to actually an industrial project nearby Håkansboda. Hotanmäki is another site in Finland. And bore, particularly in Slovenia, in Serbia, which is actually run in coordination between Slovenia and the Serbian university. We also have within the project a tungsten project in France, Salau. Further, within the project, we will also intend to make a national case study and from the Swedish mining waste, and I will talk a little bit about how we will deal with that. So, how did we get involved into the mining waste? We've had a long history of mining in Sweden, so that goes back to the Viking time, and so we have quite a lot of old waste sites, not containing very much waste, and one can see that it's been increasingly, more or less exponentially, during the past 150 years. Today, I will talk about closed mining sites, so with no operator usually. And for us, the reason doing this, it connects very, very nicely with what was described here before about the Critical Raw Materials Act. That is the need of more raw materials, but also the need of cleanup, because some of these, they are leaking toxic substances also. So therefore, the survey we've had a few missions from the government, and the most recent was finished last year. And with that, we have mapped quite a large part of the mining waste of the more significant sites. We also are now involved in the Futuron project, and earlier there was a parent project called ProSum, within which, on the European scale, mining waste mapping was initiated. And this is part of what I'm going to talk today, is also a big cooperative project within the rest of the geological surveys, which is coordinated within a project called GSEU, Geological Surveys for the EU. And further, within the Nordic regions, we have had a long tradition of cooperation. So we actually have cooperative projects between the Nordic countries also, which consists of Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland also. To begin with, how come that I would like to bring us to the map where we see some of the waste which we have. So we distinguish between two waste types, basically. That is tailings and it's waste rock. Further, we have also investigated some of the slag residues which are connected to the historic mining. On the far right here, we can see a map where we see a selection of the critical raw materials. So with the Green Deal, which was the European way of trying to get focus upon how do we get the raw materials, how do we develop carbon dioxide free transport and so forth. So therefore, we have look at cobalt, graphite, lithium, and others. But there are also other raw materials which are of great importance, like fluorspar. We can see phosphorus also. So because we have quite large phosphate rock residues from iron ore extraction. Further rare earth elements, silicon from quartz. Then we have also tungsten, which is also a very crucial factor for European heavy industry. So in total, we have now in our database more than 1,000 sites, waste sites. Of these, we have about 70 sites have been characterized and sampled into more or less a higher degree. We have 23 plus one tailing now. And in the analysis, in order to, because the critical raw materials list of the EU, it tends to grow. And we're also interested in mining in general. So therefore, we take everything that we think can be interesting in the analysis, as well as also from an environmental point of view. Part of element level characterization, we do mineralogy. We look at combination of minerals and where how the elements are also situated in the different minerals. So, for example, rare earth elements there are those that are easily extractable and those that are not so easily extractable. In total, it's about 200 million tons. And in the end, I will make a comparison to that and what we see of what we have currently in the stock of the active mines. So, how do we make an assessment of this? So, this is done differently from survey to survey. But so I will take you to the case of Sweden, how we develop the protocols in order to that they should be comparable. So, for tailings, for example, the most easy thing, and which also is very shallow in all sense, is that we use a shovel or a hand drill, and it will be rather superficial because we can typically the hand drill is down to maximum 2 meters. We can go down in some instances down to 4 meters. The more advanced is that we do it with the drill rig, and then we use usually a screw. We can make core, but it's actually a little bit tricky because it's we have the sand is a bit challenging. So what we do with the auger, I will show you later, is that we have a certain system to make sure that we have a clean part of the tailing from the correct depth. We use standard protocols for analysis for most of the periodic table. So so those that are recognized with checks and balances. We do the mineralogy as well. And how much do we know that is there? When it comes to tailings, we have usually good statistics from the processing plants of how much from the flotation and the processing that goes out into the tailing. We have also developed methodology to understand how much volume the different, because the site can have different tailings. So I will show you an example from geophysics here, and how we combine this with drilling to see the depth of the tailing and a model of it. So that is the tailings. Then we have the second part, which is the waste rock. For here we have a sampling protocol that was actually partly developed by a mining NGO, which we have had a cooperation with, and that is built up on hand sampling. So 30 to 40 samples at least, and if we have a waste heap, we take them from bottom, from the middle, from the top, and try to do it randomly so we don't select just the juicy parts. We here also do the mineralogy because it's even more of interest. What is interesting on the mineralogy is to see, do we have alteration of the minerals, and what is we don't know actual mineralogy of a lot of the stuff that was not thought of initially to be potential as commodities. And here the tonnage is either from estimates of the volume or reported from the mine. Then I'll go into the tailings. So here on the right, we see an example of our drill rig, where we're actually more advantageous to drill late in the season because it's drier, or if it's slightly frozen, it can be actually easier to get around, because there is a tendency is that the tailings sometimes are a little bit thixotropic. For those that don't know what thixotropic is that it's when you have interstitially bound water, and even if we have ground it down to say it's silt level grain size, so it's not at clay, there is probably some clay minerals involved here. So we can see when we sample it is that the sample is It is humid, but it's really well contained. But when you take the sample and walk to the car, you will have released water. So it means when the drill stand there and shake, it can contribute to create a bit of a quicksand there. So one has to be careful with that. So 4 types of object. Those that we have only known tonnage. We have nothing else. We have only surface sampling. So that is the most simple thing. And then we have surface and a few drill holes. And the last one is when we have drill holes with dense to semi-dense sampling. With this, I will show you 2 pictures here of 2 tailing cases, which we are developing within what we call large tailings in northern Sweden. So on the left, we see tailings from a mine, Kristineberg, that's been operating about 80 years. And we have about some 10 million tons of sand. And in the dots here, they show the density of the drill rig. And the challenge we had while we hadn't drilled the whole tailing was that it was, contrary to many other parts of the globe, we don't have a lack of water here. So we have actually a lot of water. So even so-called dry tailings are usually quite wet. And here we have the groundwater is basically up to the surface. So we have actually 3 tailings. On the far left, we see a small shift in the greenery. That's a vegetated tailing. On the bottom is the mining area. On the top, in the center, we see the tailing we investigated. And on the right, we see water tailing. And then going to the far right here picture, we have a mine that was mined from about 35 years and has been closed for about 30 years now. And there were 2 sets. We had historical drilling in it and we have recent drilling. So here we will compare these 2 to see how well the estimates will fit. Can we trust the old ones, but also that we have a much wider scope of the investigation. Interesting is that some of the analysis indicated that we could have substantial amounts of scandium and copper here. And they decreased when we got down into the drilling. So it could indicate that we actually were measuring at the site where we had the leaching of these interesting things. Basically, what we do with geophysics is that we use frequency-dependent electromagnetic methods, a few different methods, and they have shown to be very powerful. And we have tested the depth that we get from the geophysics compared to the drilling. So on the right, we will see 2 drill holes, and then we see estimated depths from geophysical modeling. And it fits very well here. So the depth here that goes from 0 to 22 meters on this tailing. This was of interest because it has rather large amount of rare earth elements. I'm not sure that this one was that interesting in the end because it was not favorable mineralogy. Just to show you that we have done proper work with analysis, here we have 23 tailings. We have a selection of critical and base metals and also silver and gold, recognizing that it's not only one commodity usage that makes the game go. In green, we can see that we have interesting sites for cobalt, where we have even rather low levels we put out here is interesting because it can be quite a wide spread of the amount within a larger tailing. Phosphorus of interest. This is high quality phosphorus. And then we also have rare earth elements, which we see that they are very well, we have a lot of rare earth elements in the old apatite iron ore tailings. which are also now a focus of extraction in northern Sweden in the Kiruna iron ore mine. On the right, we can see that we have some interest of copper, we have some interest of lead, zinc, and silver, and potentially a little bit of gold. However, if we look at the total tonnages, is that, which are on the bottom here, is that if we take the total tonnage of the copper as well as the tailings and waste rock, it is actually less than a year of production within the Boliden mine. So can these replace the primary ores? No. But they can be, we see them also of interest in order to connect to primary mining also. However, these are a picture of some of those things that are of interest for us. We can see the rare earth elements on the map here on the left. We can see them here, the phosphorus, which actually follows the rare earth elements largely. We can see on the third picture, copper. However, these are not extreme, these are rather low levels. So it's about, the biggest we have is 0.3%, and then it's 0.1% and less. And then on the right, we can see that we have a tungsten up to about 0.1%, which might be of interest. With that, I will turn to our neighbor country, Finland, where they are currently looking at resource potential for mining waste in Finland. And we can see the tailings that they are focusing upon, as well as we have a particular tailings case that we will go through here, which is Otanmäki. The Otanmäki, we can see here on the right, have a very, very dense sampling of drilling. It's a 770 hectare tailing area, and which they've been modeling and processing, testing since 2017. And the current resource estimate is about almost 10% of, not 10 million tons of 7.9% titanium dioxide and ilmenite. And was classified by our colleagues as E2, F2, G2. And it's auger drilling here that they also used. So that was our Finnish colleagues. Going to the Balkans, there are a number of sites that have been investigated in previous projects by colleagues here in Sain et al. And here you can see a number of different commodities from the basic, we have the precious metals, and base metals, but there also we can see bismuth, indium, and rare earth elements as well, which are of interest. And here are on the map, we can see where they are located. Within the Futron project, our Slovenian and Serb colleagues, they are developing a project here on the board as a bore case study, which is a copper gold mine tailings, which it's copper, gold, silver, potential gallium, tin, molybdenum, and rare earth elements, which was used processed from 1933 until the end of the Second World War, and from Second World War until 1918 to different tailings. With that, I will turn into how we will build the national case of from the waste. We don't look at it as a total stock. We look at it as from project to project, from site to site, so therefore we're depending upon good data. And some of the data we have, some of it is lacking. And the question is, what of this data can be a potential resource? So that is what will give us the hint whether we will have it as a go into GNFC classification. On the higher axis, we're depending upon are there any industrial projects, and we have potentially 4 industrial projects currently within the country. One is the Kiruna apatite iron ore, which where they will start to extract rare earth elements, phosphate rock and fluorite from falling waste. But it was initially thought that they should do it also from tailings. So we consider that as a potential tailings case also. Another case, it's a similar type, which I will show a little bit later, in the southern Sweden, close to the Håkansboda, which we will also talk about. There also a non-active case about tungsten. So these are the cases that will be a little bit on the higher levels. And the others, they will be evaluated according to the level of confidence of the resource and whether it has any potential. So first we will go to Håkansboda, which is a cooperative project between a operator, Lovisa Gruvan, which is just a few kilometers nearby. So in terms of infrastructure, this is a good site, so it ticks that box. It's also within an active exploration target for primary. So they have access to the site. It's quite well known historically, and it's been mined since the 13th century until the 20th century. This is typically what this type of waste looks up here on the top on the right here. And here we can see a bucket that was used when they were from the 50s, when they used to they were driving a shaft to test further below. On the right top bottom, we can see the area where the waste rock has been spread. So this is not tailings, this is waste rock. So there is we have a dense sampling, we have a characterization in terms of geochemistry, in terms of mineralogy. We have ongoing beneficiation tests, but we have not really a final beneficiation test report. So we will not consider the beneficiation test as finished. And we have also access to advanced technology, which when it comes to sorting in order to concentrate the stuff. It's a fairly small, so it's 200,000 tons to 300,000 tons of waste. But this is the operator here, Lovisa Gruvan. They are a really small-scale mining company. So they have about 20 employees, and they mine about 40,000 tons of high-grade copper zinc ore. So we have about 120 sites that have been sampled here. We see a selection of these on the right. So with that, I will go into to see what do the potential resources look like. On the far left, we have cobalt, where we have up to about 0.1%, but the average is rather lower. We have copper that goes to about 0.1%, no, about 1%, sorry. We have also zinc that goes, the average is about slightly above 1%. So it's a fairly rich for being a waste. One of the richest wastes which we see. Then the question is, how do we deal with this in terms of the UNFC? Well, it's since this is still under exploration, we don't get it tick very high on the boxes. If we would have a finished beneficiation test, we will bump it further up here. Then we would probably have considered the G2 and E32, E31 levels, or even up. The problem is that we have exploration normal permit for primary, but it's unclear how the permitting for the waste is ongoing. So once that is clear, then if with the promising beneficiation test, we could bump it into the E2, F2 level with the G1 to G3 of the data. And here we make a UNFC for the different commodities, copper, zinc, cobalt, and currently we consider them similar. Finished beneficiation test, we will bump it up. If we see that it's clear how to proceed with the EIA permitting, then we will bump it further up. Reason for this challenge with the permitting is that if it's primary, then it's very clear how it is, because everything that is in the rock can be permitted as primary. But there has to be taken a decision how to deal with waste rock that is on the surface. So just from an excerpt from the guidances here is that we will bump it to E32, F22, G1, G2 if we would have the beneficiation test. We have a good geological interpretation. We have approximate calculation of resource. It's a question how to deal with the waste heaps because we don't drill in the waste heaps. So it's sampling from the surface here on different levels. With that said, I will turn to the next part, which is Håkansboda project, which is no, sorry. This is the end of the Håkans. We will turn from the Håkansboda project to the UNSC for an apatite iron ore project, rather close, which was one of the largest iron ore mines in Sweden up to the early 90s. With that said, in modern terms, it's not a large iron ore mine, but it between 100 to 200 million tons of ore was extracted here historically. And there are rather small tailings, and there is also some waste rock. So there is a small iron ore mining company that's been exploring this resource, and they have done a JORC estimate of it. And here the target is phosphate rock and rare earth elements when it comes to critical raw materials. And it's the unprocessed apatite iron ore tailings. Well, it was processed, of course, originally. That it's a three-step process. First, to separate it from the iron. It's still about 10 to 15% of iron magnetite ore left, so magnetic separation is quite advantageous. Then we'll get the concentrate that we've thrown, which you use a flotation, phosphate rock, and then the company will go further into rare earth elements. And then the question is, how far are they with this? Well, they do have a scoping study. So the scoping study was rather successful for beneficiation test for the apatite and the magnetite. So here we see three different UNFC. One is for the apatite and the phosphate rock and magnetite. And they are evaluated similarly. The rare earth element was not conclusive, so they claim that they have ongoing tests in order to improve on this. If this would have been in the north, in Kiruna, there we would have had a much higher evaluation of the rare earth elements because they solved that part there. So it is solvable. Question is if it's solvable on this scale also, because this is a fairly small scale operation compared to the northern Sweden. And they are ongoing permitting, so therefore it's E2, F2, and it's a G2 according to the JORC estimate. It's but it's resource indicated, so it's not a reserve. So in comparison, if we go down to see how much, we saw that we have potentially, there is maybe 10 to 20 million tons of the apatite iron ore in the south. going into the active area of the Kiruna apatite iron ore mine, there they have 4 billion tons of resources of iron, rare earth element, phosphate rock, and fluorite. And so therefore, in this context, this is small, but it's we look at it as favorable from several points of views. One is that we are a mining country, so of course we are in favor that mining is being done as long as it's being done in environmentally safe way, and it passes also the EIA and so forth. Comparison: 28 million tons of waste to 1 billion tons of waste also in the northern Sweden. In conclusion, so what we can see here is that if time progresses here, is the cases I show here on UNFC is that they are a snapshot in time. That's the first thing. Is that if we see that the apatite iron ore project proceeds through permitting or not, it will affect the UNFC. If the Håkansboda project turns favorable in terms of beneficiation tests, then it will change the UNFC. And if it becomes clear how the permitting will be, it will further bump it up in the UNFC. We can see, using this instrument, we can clearly show if there are challenges to extract the critical raw materials, if it's progressing. And we can compare the commodities and cases. So, and if we can then go into the mining waste, there is promise for raw materials, critical raw materials. We see particularly rare earth elements, phosphate rock, and a few others, but not as much as one would like. Probably need extraction in combination with other raw materials with primary, and it has to be also favorably located in terms of infrastructure, because shipping is not often an option. Since the shipping will be, we compare the cost of copper and compared to the shipping, so 100K will eat up the value of the copper in the raw material. And with that, I would like to say, with this picture from the north, this was taken minus 15 degrees in October, so climate's a bit different from what you have in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronald. Yes, climate is very different. Here in Joburg, it's approaching 30 degrees plus today. Much better. We have a question in the chat from Dave Young. Attractive rare earth deposits frequently have high abundances of uranium that make them very difficult to process in terms of environmental legislation. How does the UNFC categorize these deposits or residues?
We don't have a problem with uranium there. It's we have a few different types of rare earth element deposits. The apatite iron ore deposits, they are actually very favorable in terms of toxic substances. So so there is, uranium is not an issue. Neither is actually, it's rather low levels of heavy metals also. So it's actually a very high quality phosphate rock that can be produced. Some of the other rare earth deposits, no, it's not very much uranium. And the most attractive primary rare earth deposits we have, uranium is not an issue either. There are others where we have uranium. In that case, it will be, there are two solutions for it. One is that it's stored in the, we are actually developing storage for nuclear waste, but it's at the same time reducing uranium for the nuclear power. So, but currently we need to change the legislation in that case. But it will be very strict what will be released in terms of, we have strict measures in the EIA permitting that if they don't pass that, mining will not be allowed simply. And it has to be shown how much that will be there will be need to be shown technical proof of the concept.
Thank you. Staying in Scandinavia, we now turn to Finland, where we have Jan Hocker with us, who is a senior specialist who acts as the leading technical expert in UNFC classification for minerals at the Geological Survey of Finland. He is also currently a part of the expert group that is updating the CRISCO UNFC bridging document, and is a member of the Minerals Working Group through UNICE, as well as the PERC code. And Jan is going to talk to us about classifying mineral resources in Finland, according to the UNFC. This should be very interesting to listen to. Jan?
Okay, yes. I'm going to go into how we have been using UNFC the past few years in TTK in Finland. And it's really interesting to sort of view the UNFC. You can use it many different ways. There's many different stakeholders who can really use UNFC, from countries as a resource management tool, but down to company level. Mineral companies can, for instance, use it for internal portfolio management tool, maybe perhaps bridge between two different systems from CRISCO to UNFC, and geological surveys can use it for monitoring national mineral inventories and reporting that to ministry and EU level as well. And this is what I'm a little bit elaborating in my talk here today. First of all, what is TTK? You can read it yourself, the details, but the main role of TTK is to provide geological expertise and information to the society and maintain geodatabases in Finland. So all the mineral companies that are active license holders, they have either a reservation, exploration permit, or mining permit, need to annually report to the mining authority. There is no regulation what classification system should be used for mineral resources and or reserves, as far as it's some internationally recognized classification system. So it can be either CRISCO family standard or code, or even UNFC. Typically, the data that companies are mandatory to report are in the exploration phase. It's typically drilling data, geophysics, geochem. But then when we talk about operating mines, the data collected are annual tons of mined ore, waste rock, down to produce concentrates and waste quantities. Also information like mining investments and human resources and occupational safety are collected as well. TTK holds this mineral database, and it contains, here's a structure of what data sort of it contains. There's a lot of information on showing occurrences and deposits, the commodities, the licensing status, the holding history, of course, the resources and reserve estimates, and the operation, what the operation had, the production and geology as well. Entries contain references to all published literature and other primary sources of data. So all the source data we use are in public domain. So all the non-public confidential data that the mining authority is collecting from the companies are not shared with the Geological Survey. So we don't see that data. So this is something good to maybe remember, but that we only work in a public related information. So we are not seeing any confidential data. Also, figures, maps, cross sections, and photographs can be linked to the mineral database. And this database has a sort of web portal, MDAE it's called, and there is a link if you want to have a look at it, how it looks like. Basically, it's interactive, where you can have all geological information, and then you can click into each occurrences and deposits, and information are derived from there. In 2020, TTK integrated the UNFC into its mineral database structure, and this integration enables project-based assessments as well as national aggregation of commodities based on metal content. The task sort of preceded training of key experts, so we had internal expertise trainings within our survey, and then we produced a sort of guidance document as well, how we did the mapping and on current projects and historic mineral inventories according to the UNFC guidelines. And this is very important because it allows and supports coherent, consistent, and transparent mapping, because it's open accessly available for all the stakeholders to see how we actually how we did the bridging, how we did the mapping, and also for our own experts, it's very important that we have a structure how we move forward. And then if we look at that principles change, we have maybe an updated bridging document or some other mandatory document from UNEC structure that needs some update from our behalf as well. Then it's easy to do it because we structurally are following one system, and then we just are doing the sort of update and refine our mapping according to that document. But it's very important to have a clear structure how to move forward and actually publish that transparently as well. The aggregation is done through the ETL process, which is a script that we run. And in future, the aggregation process is going to be fully automatized. And for us, all the time, the UNFC has been a classification system that we have used to classify from and showing some added value from the original source of data where we drive that information. Is not that we would reassess or reevaluate existing resources. This is what we are not doing. So sometimes it's a misconception that I hear, that they ask us, how can you reevaluate existing companies' information? But we are not doing that. We are only following the bridging documents and public guidances and UNFC 2019, and bridging and transparently showing how we can use UNFC and adding value to what the existing information is. We are not forecasting changes of exploration and mining, but only harmonizing existing information in sort of under the UNFC and in national inventory purposes. All right, so currently there's kind of three types of resource reserve estimates in the database. So we have the non-compliant sort of historic estimates that the information is based on companies like Outokumpu Oy and Rautaruukki company that did exploration back in the days, and TTK as well. So these are sort of old historic estimates. Then we have the Crisco based released, the company released Crisco family standards and codes and estimates from there. And then thirdly, we have the UNFC resource estimates, which we, our own experts, have case by case reclassified in accordance with UNFC. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on that very soon. So most of the, about 72% is this sort of non-compliant category, where Crisco style reporting are not sort of done. So they are given a default value 334 typically, and then about 11% are now sort of reclassified by our experts. And now this amount will increase all the time. When we have time, we will go each cases by case kind of way, and looking at the how the mapping is done for the historic projects. But typically the classification also changes. For instance, we might have outdated resource estimates, so they might be an ownership change from the company. there might be byproduct companies reported byproduct and co-product elements, which the company has then dropped later from their updated estimates and resource base. We have cases like that. There we do a reclassification of those. For instance, we might have a company that is in their interim estimate or maiden resource estimate, they maybe saw some byproduct potential for certain elements, but then they dropped it off later in the estimate. Then we can maybe use that information to sort of communicate that with the lower UNFC confidence levels into 334 or even 344 and that so on and so forth. So we can communicate that those quantities, even they are very uncertain. And also we have certain information from mineral industry companies where we have only information of resources derived from environmental impact assessments, for instance. Mineral industry companies don't use CRISCO reporting standards and codes, and therefore we usually don't see that data, their own resource estimates. But some data can be derived from these sort of environmental impact assessments, and in these cases we might act them in. Also, when an active project turns non-active, so for instance mine closure and care and maintenance, then there is something we have to react as well what comes to the UNFC. As you can see here, mostly it's the chalk code and then the national instrument 43101 that is most commonly used in Finland, and PERC standard as well. This map here is to show you the active project that are either in the development phase or under operation and use the CRISCO-based reporting standards and codes and versus to historic estimates. And the yellow ones are the active projects, and then the blue ones are non-active projects. And I kind of always show this because it's quite clearly, if you consider that we would have to give out a total endowment of Finland, the in situ potential, geological potential for certain commodities in Finland, how biased view would we get if we only had the CRISCO system that we could use? So we could only publish information based on the CRISCO projects and CRISCO reporting that will really give a biased view on the total potential value that we have in Finland. So that's why UNFC actually adds in quite nicely the total endowment and mineral inventory potential that we have in Finland. But that said, it is always very critical when we communicate this information that everyone understands that are very uncertain as well, because there is no project at the moment developing the certain project. For instance, many historic estimates are sort of back in the envelope estimates done in early 50s and early 40s, whatever. And they're seriously not projects that can deliver in 10, 15, 20 years to a production level. That's very clear. But it's always remember in what context we are talking about. Here's just to give you just to quickly run through that how the mapping is done. So we always follow the CRISCO UNFC bridging document, and when we have the resources, then we have the measured, indicated, inferred, following the structural as 221 to 223. When they're non-compliant, they go into default 334, and then the reserves as well. They probable and proven are 111112, and then we have the certain projects where we don't have a CRISCO based estimates to start off with. There we use, for instance, in this historic estimates, then we only publish estimates that are more uncertain, so they will be 331 to 334. But this changes. This is just an example. In 2021, we implemented the UNFC code in Metso, and this actually just shows the sort of category vocabulary that we added in. For instance, that where we are doing the case-by-case specific resource reclassification from historic source to UNFC, then we use the UNFC code reclassified as a sort of vocabulary term. And here you can see just a list of, for instance, chalk, Ni43, and whatnot. And then we have this. So this basically shows off in the map database that everyone can see that this is a sort of estimate that we have reconsidered and altered. And of course, there is always a description of how we have done it, and on a basis of the evidence, sort of how we have come into and come to that conclusion that what it is. Here's just a view that basically very similarly you can see from the MDA database that these sort of classifications can be then viewed for occurrence and showings and deposits. The end product maybe looks like this. So the total tons of commodities are aggregated based on the UNFC category and commodity. So here's just an example of the cobalt resources in Finland, the cobalt total endowment, what we have, and then this was done in the context of the GeoEra Mintel for EU project, where we had one deliverable to produce this sort of aggregated figures for critical raw materials purposes, for instance, and then it shows that we can basically aggregate the total endowment figure, and everything is also given out with the total with each category. And this 111, 112, and 221 plus 222, 223 are not actually all these summed up together, but actually what we had to do is create this sort of additional column to get all the information in. There is one operator in Finland that is only reporting total resources, and they're not separating categories based on confidence. So they're not giving out indicated, inferred, and measured categories separately, but they're only giving out the total tons. And they are a big cobalt producer in Finland, and that's why we had to create this to get everything in for this exercise that we produce. So this is just for you, that this is not the sum of these two figures here. But again, just want to emphasize that when giving out these sort of aggregated figures, it's very important that you can trace back to project-based assessments. It's not that you only give out an aggregated figure and then you lose a lot of information how that was done. And actually, it's very also in a way misleading in a way if only aggregated figures are given out, because there is so many uncertainties involved here, as we could imagine. But this in certain contexts it's all right, but should certainly have a description how this is done. Okay, next one is why we cannot just go on with the survey, because we have at the TTK still we do our own exploration, or we do this sort of mineral potential targeting, where we do drill and find new occurring mineralizations, and we have to report them out as well. Why can't we use Crisco family standards and codes for that internal reporting? And I'm just giving a few examples why this is quite difficult for a survey. So it's difficult for us to step to the operational side and environment and start talking about reasonable prospects for eventual economic extraction and give out forward-looking statements. And this is something, it's very clearly, as we are a survey, geological survey, but still we want to disseminate and give potential figures out to sort of give out sort of the potential for companies to further evaluate more. This is a little bit problematic. Then also another one is that if we have a drilling intercept of few drill holes, we're not never drilling these off really, but we have few drilling done, a little bit drilling done. It's very difficult then to classify them as tonnage and grades, but we would actually have to then use the clause 17 exploration target results for range of tons and range of grades, which would not be a problematic, of course not. And then, for instance, the chalk code 2012 states, and all the Crisco as well, that within these inventory estimates, where we take where we have a full disclosure of all mineralization, including some material that does not have the reasonable prospects for eventual extraction, should be something that doesn't qualify for mineral resource and reserves. And this is really what we want to do. We want to give the total in situ value out, and we understand all the time that it's not a resource as such. We certainly, it's difficult for us to give a cutoff grade because we're not an operator. And also the competent person responsibilities and liabilities aspects are a bit difficult for us. We cannot basically sign off a report in a way that companies are doing it, and then communicating towards the investors. So there are we had a good presentation from Vitor this morning, but just quickly going through that, there is certainly different sort of two sort of different way looking at this. Competent persons, qualified persons, how it's defined within the Crisco family standards codes. These are industry professionals, either independent or non-independent. They have a relevant experience, at least for minimum 5 years for certain deposit and style mineralization date. And they do public disclosure. They sign off. They do sign-offs for the reports, technical reports, and they carry the personal liabilities for that as well. But it's more sort of a project level, company level reporting to investors and mining authorities. But for instance, qualified experts, the work that basically we are doing more is that we work in the sort of resource information management, bridging, and accounting. We are not doing public disclosures, and we monitor projects more that we would disclose information from them. So that's a very important distinction. We work on a national level, country level reporting communication to the ministries and EU. So TTK has their own. We have our own mineral potential mapping projects. We generate exploration targets. Typically, they range from reconnaissance to prospecting stages. So the drilling density would really, or the data density would really not fill the requirements, even what typical estimates done within the Crisco would include. So they indicate only the ore potential, and the aim is to attract investments, which then can be further evaluated by mineral companies. So UNFC provides us a good classification system for that. And we then, through that, we can produce and disseminate geological information for industry and society. We have been using UNFC from 2014, more or less. We can we can recognize sort of two types of estimates. We have these historic estimates, and then we have the new target estimates. And I give you now two case studies, two examples from both of these. So the historic estimates are sort of any known occurrence or deposit with an estimate tonnage of grade information. They're old exploration targets, past producing mine to recent targets. But the clear sort of how to distinct these from current resources are they don't have an active ownership. So they are closed projects that basically have an estimate. It might be done from early 1900s, but it might be a couple of years old, 5-10 years old. But there is no active holder, and it's basically just reported to the government, to the mining authority, and case closed, basically. So we can look at these. So it really varies case by case how much information there is, but typically a lot of drilling has been done. There is a resource estimate, metallurgical processing tests have been done, test mining has been done, maybe more mining has been done in some of these estimate or old projects might really been mined, extracted almost fully. And then economic and technical feasibility evaluation has been done. But typically what is not there is they're not sort of valid standard-based public reporting. Sort of they don't fill that criteria for typical public reporting criteria. They don't have CP, QP sign-offs, and that if there would have been, they would be old and outdated already. Typically no QA/QC information is included from the old historic estimates, and no permitting is in place. So nothing regards on E-axis issues. Also, what is outdated is the beneficiation tests, feasibility studies, and possibly the chemical analysis are old, done in before 1950s, where wet chemistry was used and not the sophisticated ICP-MS or different current methods, analytical methods. Permitting, land use plans, whatever is outdated. So it's very clear that it would go into UNFC E3, so E.3.3 for subcategories, and would describe as it being based on realistic assumption and future condition. It's currently not considered as reasonable prospects for environmental socioeconomic viability in foreseeable future. We at TDK, we have remodeled these historic deposits. So here's just a few examples. So we typically make a 3D model and use it primarily for mineral systems research to support the mineral systems research or geology research, but also it serves as part of the inventory estimates in UNFC. But very clear, it's very clear that we only, if there would be some in situ potential in the ground that that was not mined during the life of mine, we can only view the UNFC potential what has not been mined. We're not, of course, classifying already extracted material. That's for sure. So only some potential that is left in the ground we can indicate through UNFC. Then if we go to the F-axis, typically you can view it as if there is an active holder asset ownership or not. So if there would be a asset ownership, let's say that there is a new company that actually have now put a license top of that old mine or old looking at the old project with the new sort of ideas, then it would be F2, F2.1, F2.2 till the new company is pushing out, publishing out a new public report and an updated resource estimate. But if there is no ownership currently and no exploration done at the site, then it will be F2.3. We'll come to G-axis data, geological information, and estimate confidence is well, of course, the range can be anything from G1 to G4, but of course, and it of course varies between the deposits type and style of mineralization. But typically, the general rule is the historic resources are either G3 or G4, and there must be clear evidence in place to classify it, the quantities under G1 or G2, for instance. And when we don't have circumstantial or we don't have any evidence to base our classification, so there is no direct evidence in place, then our idea has always been that then the resource should not be classified within UNFC at all. So if everything is just skeptical and indirect evidence, we don't have really seeing any potential, then of course we're not producing a UNFC figure classification either, because that is misleading. Another case is now the sort of new estimate and what we could, how we go forward with a TTK estimate. So here is an example of Makara gold deposit that was investigated by TTK between 2009 and 2015. It's a sort of a Paleoproterozoic, it's situated in a Paleoproterozoic deformed and Tana belt in the northern Finland, and it comprises of gold-bearing hematite quartz carbonate pyrite breccia veins, hosted by meta-sedimentary meta-volcanic rocks, and it's basically open to all different directions. The estimated resource, what we did was a bit less than 500,000 tons at 1.33 grams per ton of gold. here is just a view of it, the solid or wireframe of that, and there is this sort of oxide layer, a clear oxide layer, which gives an own sort of a domain, and then there is this fresh rock where most of the gold is situated within this 1.5 to 12 meter thick trending zone. So how would we classify this in accordance with UNFC then? I'm going to zoom in a little bit, so it's quite small. So that would be E3.2 or F3.2 G4. So E3 F3 G4. So that would go into sort of prospective project maturity stage. And then we would base also the evidence because there is no environmental, social, economic viability yet determined. Progression is very early stage. There is no environmental impact assessment performed and all that. There's no permitting in place at the moment. It cannot be more than E3. What's the evidence for that? Well, there has no progression stage on technical feasibility. There's no feasibility studies done. There is no processing metallurgical test work done. So in many cases, the F-axis is only 3. And the G-axis information also lacks a lot of different confidences. So it's very sparse, based on very sparse drilling. And there's no QA/QC procedures done. And the data location of the survey, down survey information is lacking accuracy. And these all quality assessments
questions
is also sort of dealing on that. That's all. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Before we get on, just let me introduce to you Tunde Arisekola. He joined the Nigerian Geological Survey way back when, and he has been there for over 34 years and has been at the position of the director of the National Geosciences Research Laboratories in Kaduna. After he retired, he's been recruited by the United Nations Development Programme as the Senior Advisor of Geological and Minerals Information. And he's been seconded to Africa Minerals Development Center, the AMDC, which is an agency of the African Union based in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And so on that, Tunde, we look forward to you talking to us about AMREC.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's another opportunity for me to share what we have been doing for close to 9 years now. Actually, I will just talk briefly about the fundamentals of AMREC, its significance to sustainable resource management in Africa. AMREC simply means African Minerals and Energy Resources Classification and Management System, which is principally based on UNFC and indeed URAMS. Even though I'm bold to say that AMREC is older than URAMS because we started AMREC in 2016, whereas URAMS came in 2017 or thereabout. But in any case, we are all working to the same goals. AMREC simply means UNFC in Africa. That is as simple as that. There is not. The only difference is that we are able to Africanize it because Africa is unique without breaking any basic principles. Because we believe that Africa has its peculiarity, and we need to, integrate it both global, like African Mining Vision, dated back to 2009, and of course Agenda 2063, which is another African agenda, and of course the Global Agenda 2030. So we match this, and it's a comprehensive system of management of Africa mineral energy resources. It's aligned with all what I've stated, and include that game changer, the Pan-African Resource Reporting Code. So it's a single classifications and management system for all natural resources. Because in Africa, when they say mineral, it means everything. the three state of matters as far as mineral is concerned. Next slide, please. Okay. It's simply a toolkit to achieve our sustainable development goal and indeed African mining vision. So this particular system remove all fragmentations and connect all resources. It's project-based, essentially, so that you can have what we call the new traits, that is the people, the planet, and prosperity. How do we run this together with both the planet, the human being, and then whoever should be a beneficiary? It must be a win-win situation. We decided to go for this system because it's all-encompassing, taking care of the basic fundamental. The geology is the foundation of any mining industry. How do you bring whatever you must have seen out? Is there any off-taker? What is the environmental factor? How does it affect the people? Because all this thing is about. So that's why I said the due trade: people, planet, and prosperity. We don't have to run any mining adventures by ruining our future. Everything has to be taken care of. That is why we chose to pursue this particular direction. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the basics, just like all what other colleagues have said before now. This system is based principally on these three axes. It's all encompassed. I don't know of any other system that have this all embracing. So it applies to both minerals, petroleum, renewable, nuclear, anthropogenic, even injection projects. That is why we chose to go to this direction. Next slide, please. So the system, you don't have to have PhD to understand this system, because it's based on numericals. It's numerical code system based on the secretariats, and they are subdivided simply into 1, 2, 3, 4, or thereabout. Usually, when you have where you have either E4 or E3 or G4, for instance, G4 can be likened to recognition stage, which every geologist knows, and so on. And as the data come in, you start moving further. So also all the three axes, so that you have the opportunity of combining the three axes to make your decisions. So you can see there are other further fragmentation that has points, but that is a story for another day. But the best you can have in this system is where you have one, which is usually a very difficult thing to come through, either in any of the axes. For instance, if you have E1, it means almost everything is ready, even the off-taker, whatever you are mining, the off-taker already on the ground. All factors is in place. Next slide, please. So why did we, when you combine all this, then you can take your decision. You have your E, you have your G, you have your F, and so on. You need to combine this one. All the three, something to take your decision. Next slide, please. Just like what all other previous presenter has done. This is just a classical way of combining. How does it work? In a situation where you have 1, 1, 1, which is usually a tall order, it means almost everything is ready to go. For instance, if you have E1, the extractions and the sales have been confirmed to be economically viable. If you have F1, the feasibility of extraction, whether it's underground, whether it's open cast, whatever method you want to use, a combination of the two, the mining operation is certainly confirmed at this level. Then when you have G1, it means the quantity associated with the known deposit that can be estimated with high level of confidence. When you have this, then you have everything in place. Then there is nothing to worry about. Next slide, please. Now, this is a summary of how any resources anywhere in the world is assessed. You should be able to combine the three axes: socioeconomics, project visibility, the resource knowledge, and all the subdivisions you have underneath have to be taken into the extractability, the life cycle, the management, name it. Holistically, this is how resources anywhere in the world should be assessed. Next slide, please. Now, why UNFC? Why AMREC? Why does it really matter? Why are we doing all this? As I used to say to my colleagues and those who have listened to me, that we need to classify information, because when you classify information, it creates orders and speed up decision making. African mining vision needs to be integrated with decision making, not just bogus documents sleeping somewhere. AMREC provides the framework to bring all complex information together and help in decision making. This is exactly what Ari said much earlier in the first lecture. So this is the reason why we are doing it. That happened with a Canadian company and in Indonesia, the Brexit. So we know why all this come into being, including Crisco, which is a fantastic idea. But as I used to say, the only thing that has no alternative in the world is death. Any other thing have alternative. So next slide, please. Now, how fragile can it be? You know, this industry is so funny, depending on the perceptions. Is it the profits? Perception of profit-driven industry. When you have extractive, what does it really mean? You have a drained industry that leaves nothing behind when they call it extractive. If it's a commodity, it is a raw material traded without no value addition, which is likely what is going on in our continent now. Or exploitative, operates in an unfair, underhand, and degrading manner. We all know that most of the hotspots in Africa where war are going on, when you look at the foundation of the crisis, is mineral. And this same mineral are being treated in a very exploitative way. So how the endpoint can be social, good social, environmental outcome. That is why we are going for this AMREC. Not just people coming to Africa, getting whatever paper they need to get, put barbed wire, put dog, and also there's what we call drive in, drive out. They just take all the material, raw material, and take it out without any value addition. We want that to stop so that the next generation can forgive us. We can't continue this same old way of doing things. Next slide, please. Aha, this is a typical everyday challenge in Africa. Believe it or not. Immediate right, immediate left, you know, when you look at that guy coming from the pool, that is low in my own country. That's Nigeria. That's Niger Delta, where you have all this polluted area in the name of extracting oil. I will not mention the other part of the other three figures we can see, but this is an everyday problem. Acid rain, what have you. So this system is so important to us because it takes into consideration our environment and whatever our future generation hold on. So Africa should not be used as a dumping ground as is going on now. So that is why we go for this method, because it's the environmental, you know, issues is so clearly taken care of. Next slide, please. Now, in a bigger scale, AMREC is also integrated to URAM because we are all working for the same thing. We look at the state right and responsibility to the planet. We have only this planet, so we cannot allow profit-driven companies to take all the resources and settle. For instance, when you talk of climate change, what is the contribution of Africa to the climate change? Less than 3%. But we are all suffering it. So we have to take care of the planet, integrated and individual management, social engagement, service orientation, comprehensive resource recovery. Even the celebrated South Africa, you still go back to suburbs of Joburg and start reclaiming some of the gold that was not taken in the first instance. If things were done properly, you don't need second reassessment, but that is what is going on. So as the knowledge increases, we have to be able to take our resources together at the same time and save the planet and do reclamation and let us be value addition, circularity, health and safety of workers, innovations, transparency, and so on. So that is why when you look at AMREC and URMS, it's the same. Next slide, please. Yeah, we've been on this thing. Interestingly, AMREC started the journey right there in South Africa, as far back as 2016. You know, even Tanya Rogers were with us in Egypt. at the first. So we've done so many outreach across the continent, in Europe, in Switzerland, in Botswana, just what you have in the slide. So until when this thing was adopted by a special technical committee, which made up of all the 55 member states of African Union, the ministers in charge of mines, took a decision to adopt this system. That was in 2021. So it is not just a wishful thinking of few individuals. It's now a continental thing. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is another way of looking at it. I'm sure you will get the copy. You can look at it. This is the graphical, how we get to where we are. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a generalized approach of what applying AMREC is all about. The first is the resource estimation. This varies depending on the commodity. If it is metal, if it is limestone, you just have to do the resource. For those of us who are economic geology, we know there's a big difference between resource and reserve. I'm sure we know. Well, it is always safer to start with resource, and as the data come in, you change the nomenclature. So resource classification using UNFC is just EFVG, which I've said earlier. Then this system is subjected to what we call sustainability test, project assessment, the criteria for life cycle, value addition. Every stage of this system is subjected to evaluation. It's not just one jacket straight and think that. So managing resources in an integrated, multi-targeted manner, that management strategy that targets single resource. You combine so many things, and if need be, at every stage, or maybe as the economic value changes, you can reevaluate the project, whether to go ahead or to stop. Next slide, please. AMREC Park was adopted for continental use by the third AU Specialized Technical Committee, which we call STC, of all the 55 member states, including South Africa, or Minister of Trade, Industry, and Minerals. That was in 2021. That was the first step. Then in 2022, all the foreign affairs of all the 55 member states in Africa also adopted AMREC for continental in preparatory for the meeting of our head of state or presidents, as the case may be. It was on the 5th February 2022, during their just like similar thing that happened a few days back, they also adopted. So it's a continental thing. It's no longer few today or few people. No. So AMREC and then the PAC, which is I'm going to talk later, for implementation. This is what we even have a continental implementation workshop that took place in between 20 to 22nd of April last year. A lot of people, including Annie Brown, this stock exchange guy. We invited him. He's listening to me. We invited her severally, but last minute she turned down the whatever. Now that everybody is talking about UNFC, I'm sure you'll be part of it. We don't have to wait for any approval from Euro Parliament to get it done. We started this thing 9 years ago. Next slide, please. Now, so we have several case studies in Africa. We are not just making noise. There is a template for the case studies, which everybody can, have access to. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the major considerations. Basic information, just like any other geological work, reconnaissance or what have you. All this is stated. And most importantly, my African mining vision is very important. That is what makes difference between original UNFC and, of course, URAMS and others. We also put a lot of major consideration in Africa into our background. Next slide, please. Yeah, Agenda 2063, the African we want. We don't want an Africa that will continue to remain doing follow, what we call in Nigerian follow. No, we have to do our own things. Let me just say this at this point. That look, we just have to do some things in our own way, not necessarily following anybody from anywhere in the world. Because look, the best doctor, just for an example, the best medical doctor in Norway, in his entire life, probably have not seen malaria before. So bringing such doctor to Africa to be in our healthcare, it will send all of us to early grave. So we must learn how to do things, learn good things from wherever you're coming from, put your own local perspective into it, and let it go. So this is the consideration. Next one, please. These are also project milestones, which I've explained. You know, the project, the prospective project, developmental, viable, not viable. You can have these slides for you and check at your own time. Next slide. Where have we done case studies before? We have done case studies in Egypt, 2 case studies. We have done in Malawi, Niger, Nigeria. Even some of these things were published under UNIS something. You know, an advanced stage case study is ongoing on strategic mineral. We don't call it, in African Union, we don't call it critical mineral. We call it in Africa strategic mineral. But look, it's like half a dozen and 6. It's the same. But this mineral are strategic to our development. That is just it. It's not critical to it, it's strategic to it. Now, so personally, we have ongoing case studies in Namibia on critical minerals. So also in Uganda, I'm sure Bob will be able to talk about this later. We have 2 parallel case studies in critical minerals or strategic minerals, and then the oil and gas. Other countries that are come forward with the new proposals are listed. You can look at them: Angola, Burkina Faso, Chad, and so on. Next slide, please. Yes, this is a critical one, which a lot of my colleagues have talked early. Prisco did a lot of definition for a competent person, which I like. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know, describing competent person this way, that a competent person is a mineral industry professional who is a member of a professional body with enforceable disciplinary process, including the power to suspend and expel a member, as well as for any infractions. Competent person must have a minimum of 5 years of relevant experience in any style of mineralization or type of deposits under consideration in an activity which the person is undertaking. This is from Prisco definition. This is very perfect. But under AMREC, you don't necessarily have to belong to a professional body. That is why my colleagues, Victor, was talking of qualified person. But for people to understand what it means, either qualified person, certified person, whatever nomenclature, competency is acquired, is developed, and maintained through program of regular training. Nobody is born with it. African competent person will assure better working conditions for professionals. Competency simply means ability to apply knowledge, skill, and attitude to perform a job in an effective and efficient manner. We are not lowering the standard, but we just have to get things done in our own way. Next slide, please. Yeah, why does it matter? Only South Africa has a public reporting code, but we have 55 countries in Africa. So South Africa is in the minority. And if we chose not to go in the way they are going, we have to do something. Even though what they are doing is not that it's bad, it's not. But for us, there are gaps that we think we can recover under PAC. So PAC report will be centrally assessed through Geological Mineral Information System. Next slide, please. This slide is very, very important to me. I got this from Julian Hilton. I don't know whether it's still on platform or not. This is as far back as 2014. Because people talk of competency without knowing that there are stages. Every Jack and Harry call themselves experts. This is the well-established competence 5 tiers. You have the novice or at the fundamentals, people that just left University or Polytechnic. You have the advanced beginner who can work under a supervision. The competent, can work unsupervised, either certify or qualify, whatever you call it. Then you go to level of proficiency. The proficiency can also supervise the competent person, and then you have the expert. But people jump from nowhere to number 5. We have to think about this. This is courtesy of Julian Hilton. Next slide, please. So I won't go into this because Gwenga is also around. But Pan-African Resource Report simply just means it's a reporting code that is designed and tailored towards African needs. Gwenga will do justice to it. Next slide, please. So we've been to show the level of seriousness we have put into this work in the last 9 years. We produced AMREC, 278 pages document, and we now have a PAC code certified already by the professionals that are involved and the AU. It's ready to be shared with anybody. I will send copy to Tina immediately after this presentation. Combining the two, both AMREC and PAC, Africa is ready for business. Next slide, please. These are the major highlights of Pan-African Resource this is a major, when that we do is just see, but we have a certification of competent person or technical expert. We prefer the technical expert, but for people to understand what we mean, whose duty is to write evaluation report on any mineral resource or specific style of mineralization. Then we have competent evaluator, who is a financial expert, whose duty is to convert the resource size validated by competent or technical person to monetary value based on modifying factors, several of them. Then we have environmental and social issues and economic benefit reporting as it affects immediate mining community. And African values are key requirements. The competent or technical person must be conversant with. We don't want anybody to bring standards from Australia and imposing, or we have our own. We are not just anybody, we are human beings as well. So we can decide what we want. Now, we also have a standard ASM reporting because ASM is very important in Africa and the template is there. So the capacity building are adequately addressed by PAC code. The guidance on resource classification and reporting, governance and regulatory matters. These are the summary, but Gbenga will do the rest. The next slide, please, because of time. We have about 30 stock exchanges in Africa, representing 39 nations. 27 of them are members of African Security and Exchange Association. Currently, there's MOU going on with African Union, but I won't go more than that. Anely is on this platform, and we try to bring her back more than 2 years ago. I hope he will join us because the train is moving. Next slide, please. And again, and again, and again. This, and again, and again. These are statistics. You can take your time to look at it. Why we need AMREC. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Just as I said the other time, most of the trouble spots in Africa. So look at our colleagues coming out. If things are done properly, you don't have to put, you'll be looting machines and what have you. I think we can do better than this if we use AMREC. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are environmental factors which I've mentioned. You can look at what is taken out, you can take your time to look at this slide. Is very important. Next slide, please. This is one of the most saddening pictures I've ever seen in my life. This is chaotic illegal mining site somewhere in Africa. If things are done properly and we can educate our people, we don't have to get to this level. This is what I call desperate for survival. And this is why we need AMREC. This is why we need transparency. It's not just for profiteering alone, but to save the planet. Next slide, please. I think I'm getting to an end. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for your attention.
I'm just going into the chat. There are a number of questions here. Stefan says, it looks like the geologist will also have to be an ESG and a politico-legal expert and a mining engineer and an economist all in one. Or do we have to have multi-authored reports with a lot more depth than currently issued? Are we making conditions more onerous for mining companies? And how do we enforce these concepts for all mining activities for small mining companies?
Interesting. These are interesting questions. If any activities that will take any resource from its original place, there is no much, we can't be too careful to do it. More so, it is not, when you talk of competency or either in CRISPR or anywhere, it means specialization, which I'm sure most people listening knows. So as many people as possible, you have to, it's a way of creating job. Or what is only important is to do it right so that it can be done at profit level. But we cannot say because a lot of people involved, if it is viable, that's why in UNFC and AMREC, we talk of viable project, potential viable or not viable. If it's not viable, you stop at a point. Maybe because of price or maybe because of the resource size or what have you. But the more the merrier. Just as I said, you don't have to be, a geologist doesn't have to be an accountant. Do your work very well, get the data right, and let somebody else translate it to money. So it's more signing off the report can be done by the most experienced person in the group. But even under CRISPR or any other system, there is always combined effort to get things done. It's not different under this. So, but if you think, because the company is of small size today, most companies start with a very small size, and then suddenly they become multi-billionaire company if things are done properly. But I don't think, in my opinion, that because we want somebody to make profits, the future of the environment should not be secured. Any mineral that cannot be brought out to get the future secured should be left there. We have cases going on in Namibia where phosphates is to be mined along the coast. This is a live something, it's not new. It's been there for almost 10 years. Resource, everything, but the environmentalists said no. How do we monitor what is going on the continental shelf? Even on the land, there are issues. They are still in court tomorrow. So I don't think, because the procedure will be complex, then we should throw it. So anybody that is not capable of doing it properly should stay up, and let's keep our environment clean. Look at Europe. How many mining is taken up in Europe now? Very few. Now they go to other parts of the world where probably your environment does not mean anything to you to get their products. That should be discouraged in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Sunda, there are a couple of other very interesting questions in the chat. If you wouldn't mind typing an answer in there, just that we do need to move on.
Sure.
We can come back to some of these a little bit later as well.
Thank you so much.
Jürgen? Okay, so we have Jürgen Volksgott with us today. He is, excuse me, a Dutch mining engineer with a number of years of practical experience in gold and nickel underground operations, and also in Guinea, and has 15 years as a consultant with SRK. Jürgen joined Imerys in July 2022 as the Director of Mining and Resources for Project Emily, an underground lithium project located in the center of France. And so Jürgen is going to talk us through a case study, also estimating resources according to the UNFC. Jürgen, off you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tanya. First of all, apologies for the chaos. It'll teach me once again to check my times. I thought we're online with South Africa, and we're not. I'm in Italy in a Talcum mine at the moment. So I'll switch my camera for bandwidth and I'll keep talking. Right, so what I'd like to present is Project Emily and the relationship with UNFC. It's a presentation that was supposed to be given by Mark Burnett of AMC. Unfortunately, he is in DRC, so he asked me to take the honors and present the project. Right, so what I'll talk about quickly is covering Imerys, because it's not quite a mining company as we used to. The Beauvoir deposit, UNFC and Emily, and the critical raw materials of the EU. The picture you see here is the kaolin quarry, which is above Project Emily, and I'll get more to that in a moment. All right, so Imerys. I joined in July 22, when we were still quite a small project team. And Imerys is not many people know about it. It's the world's leading specialist company in mineral specialty solutions. So what do? We've got about 100 mines, about 200 industrial sites, and we supply materials to about 30,000 customers by 14,000 employees, split in three main business groups: the Americas, EMEA, of which Emily is a part, and APAC. And because we're focusing more on the minerals, like you can see over here, it's not the standard metal prices that dictate our our income is more the very individual specialty solutions. For example, we supply talcum, which could be used in polymers in the car industry to make things lighter and flexible, or it could be used in the top grade, can be used in cosmetics. Diatomite is a filtration mineral that can be used in genetic testing. But what I'd like to talk about today is the Beauvoir granite. So if you combine, for the non-geologist, combine quartz, feldspar, and mica, you get granite. In case of Beauvoir, we've got lithium inside the mica, which makes it quite unique. And the other mineral associated with that is the kaolin. Kaolin de Beauvoir is the quarry that you saw earlier, is located in central France, and very much in central France. It's about an hour away from the nearest towns, Vichy, Clermont-Ferrand. It's been producing for about 150 years. The kaolin, or China clay as it's called, it's been used for ceramics, a lot of tableware, 65%. It's unique because it's got low iron content. It's very white. Limoges ceramics is famous, and a lot of the kaolin from HSCR has been used for that. Not only is kaolin produced, it also, we get about 120 tons of a tin tantalum concentrate that's produced per year. Mining history, as it's mentioned there, apart from kaolin, there's also 15 kilometers to the west. There used to be the coal mines. I'll speak more about that in a moment. So why is it special? Right? There's plenty of granite around, but only a few of them will have lithium in them. So the main elements in Beauvoir are lithium, which is in mica, which is quite unique, tin tantalum. Then we have minor elements like beryllium, some trace elements like niobium, and of course the kaolin, which is produced at the moment. In the area, and we'll get to geology in a moment, tungsten has been mined between 1950 and 1962, and a lot of underground, I think about 13 kilometers of underground development was created then, and also an open pit. Tin was mined in the Bronze Age as well during the Gallo-Roman period, and kaolin for the last 150 years. Antimony has been mined in the area, and as well as coal. As you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, the olden days where people were actually standing there at the kaolin high wall, shoveling kaolin into wagons, which would then bring it to the washing plant, where it was, sorted, dried, and sold to customers. That's been going on at the moment. It's done by excavators and trucks. As you can see over here, it's not a very detailed view, but it's just to give you an idea. The quarry is in the center here. The red outline is the exploration license, which Imerys obtained for lithium and tin tantalum and associated elements in December 2013, as well as, just to show the environmental impact, is to show the a slight issue there. Okay, is show the Natura 2000 zones. So we got one Natura 2000 zone, which is basically a no-touch zone just to the northeast of us, and then there's a larger Natura 2000 zone. This is basically the Forêt de Colette, one of Europe's largest beech forests, and it needs to stay that way. So the future mining that we're studying at the moment is lithium, tin tantalum, feldspar, and which comes out of the process as a co-product. The kaolin, not just for ceramics, but we might be doing metakaolin out of it. And because of the access that we like to do to the underground, we've been mining through the granite, and that can hopefully be used as aggregates. Right, so a bit of geology. About 350 million years ago, a large pack of microschests indicated in brown here, was created. 30 million years later, a big blob of granite came up. Owen is listening, you will correct me if I'm wrong, but so this here is the Beauvoir granite, based on one single very deep drill hole, which we'll get to in a moment. There's some different facies sections in there. And the pink part over here is the Colette granite, which is the pinkish kind of granite over here. The Beauvoir granite, as I said, is very wide. It's the top right-hand corner, and it's basically encased and covered for a large part by the microschist, which is shown in the bottom right-hand corner. So when the granite came up, it didn't just go through the microschist, it also had fluids coming out of the granite, which have infiltrated the microschist and created labile stockwork. As I said before, tungsten was mined. It was actually not mined within the granite, it's actually mined within the microschist around the open pit. Just to the left, you see the plan view. So the Colette granite is still in pink. The Beauvoir granite is shown in red over here. And there's, we're still trying to work out the regional structures. These are the kind of unenchelon kind of shapes, or the series of stepped folds that have allowed the fluids to come through. So what I was talking about, where the Romans have been mining, that is to the southwest of the open pit. And they actually show up on LiDAR. We've had a stibnite mine, which I think was stopped in the 50s near Naad, which is only a few kilometers away. There's some tungsten was mined in Mazet, which is north and well outside the pit at the moment. So the kaolin pit has been, well, almost continuously in operation. The kaolin was mined in Colette as well, but it was more red because of the high iron content, and there's no more kaolin mining there because the people who own the forest actually wanted to have the kaolin miners out. So there's, as always, there's a balance between the miners and the landowners and other stakeholders. So remember, this drill hole here was drilled by the French National Survey, Geological Survey, in the 1980s, down to 900 meters. It's been known since about 1900 that lithium was present in Beauvoir granite, but there was no real need for it. In the 60s, there's an attempt was made to commercialize it. Didn't work either, but in the 80s, it was decided to drill this hole, and basically there's lithium down to 700 meters deep. After that, really nothing happened that much. Imerys took over the site in 2005 to mine the kaolin, and one of the geologists who was very much like, let's go and try and find the lithium. The exploration license was obtained, and basically the whole pit, as shown over here, was drilled out. So what you can see here is a top view. The processing plant is over here. A number of stockpiles are shown to the southwest of it. The deepest part of the pit, the north zone, as I call it, is still being mined. South part is basically, it's hit the harder part of the stone. So what you get is a weathering profile where the granite has weathered into kaolin, which you can dig by your hands, stone, which needs a little bit of blasting, and then you get the fresh granite, which is the fresh granite shown here in the center. Another one of our locations is the Ucor shed, which shows the history as well. Again, used to be, well, we got half the building left. Used to actually be a head frame with shaft over there, which is now somewhere in the garden. And this is the interior with Alessandro, our geologist, logging the core. what happened? We had an exploration license. A few holes were drilled, made some samples. Okay, and a larger phase 1 drilling program was developed, which was completed in 2022 and a little bit in 23. After that, a geological model was developed by Imerys in Leapfrog. And the unique thing, as I said before, lepidolite is the main principal lithium-bearing mineral. And the only place where that is actually processed is China at the moment. So that makes it quite a unique project as well. Most of the other projects, of course, use spodumene. Based on the phase 1 drilling program, which is shown over here, the resource was estimated in data mine by, sorry, I should have updated this, by Nicolas Zebor and Justin Grenville of AMC. Mark Burnett is the QP at AMC. The maiden inferred resource is 117 million tons at 0.9. At the moment, we are upgrading the resource because we've had a few more drill programs. Just to give you an idea of scale, there's the Eiffel Tower. The phase 1 drilling program went about 300 meters deep. A block model was created, after which a scoping design was developed by AMC. Mining method, for the mining engineers among us, sublevel stoping with paste backfill, which is basically you make a room, you start filling it up with the tailings that you have with some cement. And meanwhile, you 2 doors down, you mine the other one, and you work your way up from the bottom up to the top. There's a crusher station at the bottom here, where you bring it down to, the ore gets crushed and then gets brought to the server by a conveyor belt. The other thing that I really wanted to do is, apart from having crushers underground, is to only battery electric vehicles. I think that this day and age, you cannot use diesel underground anymore. And yes, we're working on a follow-up studies. Anyway, in numbers, and these are the scoping numbers, right? So the time until full production was estimated around 2.5 years. If we mine 170 million tons and we only get a resource recovery of 60%, and we get about 45 million tons, it's 26 years of mining at 2 million ton per annum, which is enough for 716 kiloton of lithium hydroxide of about 34,000 per year. Now, for the other fun part, the whole of Emily is actually there are 3 main locations. So we have the mine, which will be underground. There's going to be a concentration plant, which is done by flotation. So the ore is crushed underground, brought to surface, milled, used basically a bubble bath to create a micro concentrate, which is not, it's that grayish flaky mineral which is shown on the right. That then gets pumped into a pipeline to a rail loading station about 15 kilometers away, where it gets filtered. The water gets brought back to site and reused in the whole process. The other thing that gets sent away is either feldspar or feldspatic tailings from the process to be used in ceramics or other kind of purposes. So we got extraction and concentration over here, the transport here, and then about 50 kilometers away, there's a conversion plant where the micro concentrate is basically turned into these little marbles, balls on the right-hand side. They get roasted. Then those little marbles, when it's a bit like getting the caffeine out of coffee beans. So you roast a coffee bean, you crush the coffee bean, make coffee out of it, you get rid of the drabs, then you purify and filter the coffee until you get a clear liquid, and then you crystallize into lithium hydroxide, which is then brought to battery manufacturers. That's the very short description of what's happening in conversion plant. I must admit, when Mark asked me to do this, I'm definitely a newbie in the UNFC, so it was trying to have a quick learning curve. So what I did here, which is given the text on the right-hand side, and it's an important note. UNFC is a three-dimensional system, right? And you get your E, your F, your G. We've gone through it during the presentations. It's not as if you can, if it's a one-to-one translation from any CRISCO reporting standards and codes into UNFC. What I try to do here is get my mind around it, which might help other new people as well. So for me, and after 25 years of mining, they let me do some geology as well. I've got a certain degree of confidence in my resources. What's in the ground? I start with geology. Right? After the maiden resource estimate, I'm in G3 for inferred. According to UNFC, scoping and PFS, and probably even FS, because I heard that's changed, fall in under F2, which brings me to this cube over here, which is 223, but that only accounts for the lithium and tin tantalum, because they've been officially estimated in inferred resource. What we're working on at the moment is to upgrade our resource classifications, have indicated resources for the lithium, tin, and tantalum. We're still in F2 because scoping and the PFS are in the same category here. So with a lot of work, we managed to jump from 223 to 222 over here, hopefully by the end of this year. Meanwhile, we do have the other elements in our deposit, which are basically unclassified. I know it's not a proper resource category, but it's a bit more like the Russian system with P1 and P2. So what we have is the feldspar, which we know it's in the granite. So the moment we crush and mill the granite, we can create feldspar as well. It's not been estimated, and we haven't really, it's part of the PFS at the moment, but because we do not have that confidence to call it inferred or indicated, we're still at this level over here. Then I've got some beryllium, niobium, and tungsten outside the granite, which have not been studied. Beryllium has been slightly studied. The grades are quite good, but it depends on the other process flows that if we can recover it or not. Niobium at the moment, it's too low. And the tungsten is outside the granite. I'm still curious of how much there is actually, what the grades are, because the old timers probably left material behind. So at the moment, what we're doing is we try to go from scoping to PFS and go over here. Once we've got our next drilling program and more indicated, then we aim to be in this category here, which is, but it's, Janne might say that we're probably still in this level here. So I think it's a bit of a discussion point, because for me, scoping to PFS is it's a lot of work, and we can actually report reserves, whereas for scoping we can't. Okay, so that's my Mining 101 version of the UNFC for Project Emily. Now, just to touch a little bit on critical raw materials and strategic raw materials in the EU, because that's all quite new. Very nice periodic table on the right with lithium definitely standing out We've got tantalum in here, we've got beryllium. So in the Beauvoir deposit, lithium, we plan to produce 34,000 kiloton per annum of LHM. Tantalum, there's planned production roughly about 1 kiloton per annum of tin tantalum concentrate. Because the grades are varying pending the depth through the deposit, we're trying to check if it can be split or not economically. Feldspar, we're studying that at the moment. Possible production, we're looking at 420,000 ton per year. Beryllium is at the moment a bit on the back burner, niobium, as I said, and tungsten and kaolin in production as well. And if we then go to strategic raw material, would be battery grade lithium hydroxide. So the project status of Emily at the moment. After the phase 1, we've had a phase 2 in 22, then half of phase 3, which we kind of used whatever essays we could to provide input into the pre-feasibility study. We started the pre-feasibility study in December 23. We aim to complete that end of 2024. Because there's some complexity in the Emily deposit, we want to undertake hyperspectral scanning, which is really cool because then we can actually see the difference between the two micas which are in the deposit. We get muscovite, which doesn't have lithium, and lepidolite, which has lithium. And then for that whole process flow through that I described, we really need to know how much mica we have, where it is, what kind of feldspar we have, and how much quartz we have. And then we can blend underground to create a proper mix for that conversion plant, which is the most important plant in the whole sequence. Locations for the train loading stations and conversion plant have been announced publicly, which are in the same department in France as the mine. Very important for the E is that the French national public debate is starting on the 11th of March, for which a big document has been delivered describing the status of the mine at the moment. And we will be reporting the project as per ERMA, Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, which is a voluntary check on how good you are, and which will, really help the transparency on the project. And I talked about the deep drill hole. Here are Patrick and Benjamin visiting Bergiem to actually look at the drill hole, which is definitely a special visit for them. And that's it. So thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. That was most interesting to show or to share, see how much work is being done in France particularly. Andreas is a mining engineer, and besides mining and research, business development, he also has a strong background in corporate finance. He joined Nedbank Namibia, where some of his core responsibilities encompass the strategic deployment of capital. And some of Andreas's recent work has dealt with the financing transactions of companies such as Namdeb, Puma, Whale Rock Cement, CMC Otesa JV, and the Road Funds Administrator. Andreas is now going to talk to us about the application of AMREC to some of the projects in Namibia. Andreas, we look forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon once more. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks also for the invitation for us to present our case study application on what we have been doing in Namibia. Even though this year we didn't do anything, but we are planning to do something again new, or to apply again this wonderful tool. I know a lot has already been discussed. The theory and the practicality of the application of Amarek and the UNSFC. So in Namibia, we do have one challenge. I know this challenge is all over the world. We do have a challenge of mines which has been abandoned or crossed without being rehabilitated. At the current moment, on the database, which is with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, there's a record of 175. But there is more, and this is range from small to large operation, which has been operating in Namibia for years. The question is, how did we end up there? It's quite a good question, but the simple question is that there was no regulation. As we know, also Namibia has only gained independence in 1990. Most of the regulation only came to really become effective in 1990s, when also we could become to be cautious about our environment and the sustainability of our minerals, how they should benefit everybody. So what we have now came to during now with these two with Amarek is that we look at the Namibian context and say, like, okay, a lot has happened. Even though some site or some mine has been abandoned for some time, as far as maybe 60s or 70s, we have seen also some has been revealed, or in that way that some investors or developer has come back, or may not be the original owners, but they have come, those who have come to target those sites now. And then we look at some of the sites we have selected. Just on the map here, we can see a number of identified sites within the country. As you can see, most of them are primarily in the Rongo region. That's on the coast. And then you can also see the one which is on the center, on the northern center, somewhere there in the area of Tsumeb, Combat. Those are some of the areas which everybody really know. And they also, you can find a lot of them also found on the center of the country, Matches. These are some of the copper and amateurs. So what we have done is that we have identified at least 5 of the case study, in which I'm just going to go a little bit deeper in the 3 of them. Those are some of the case studies. They are not, we just look at them. Why did we choose these 3, 4, 5 case study? We look at them. One of the things which I would like to highlight here is it's information available. For us to use this tool, we need to have more information which are available on the public domain. The previous presenter has also highlighted that it's always always looking at the information which are in the public domain, so that you can be able to be validated by other researchers or other evaluators when they are doing this, or assessors. So we look at Breakhouse, one of the old mine. They used to mine copper there. It is near between Tsumeb and Grootfontein, close to Grootfontein. I know this place very well. It has its issues. Awanep and Awanep West, it's also a mine which has used to mine Vladimir some time back. And then we have Amitas, which is just close to Windhoek here. I know some of the participants may have also visited this site, just close to the military base. Then we have Gopo and Hopo. It's also somewhere in the Rongo region, and we have Sankara. So just to give you, again, to go back in the methodology, what we did, we just look at the information available in the public domain, and then we use now the tool which we have is Amarek and the bridging document, which are already there, just then to conceptualize it to the Namibian case study. But as I already highlighted, the most important challenge we have is that information asymmetry, which we can say the information in the public domain is not available. Why is it not again available? There was no a requirement in the past for that any explorer or any company should bring the information. Nevertheless, now there is that requirement from the regulator, which is the Ministry of Mines and Energy, that anybody who's doing exploration, you must bring those information. As far as now we are, there is a significant, the information has become available, but still there's still a limitation. Some exploration companies are still not bringing those information forth, so that the government or the regulator can be able to use this information in the future. And this is becoming a challenge, and it's something which we are advocating to use this tool to say, like, this tool can be able to help to identify the gap of the information which are available from project to projects, not only to the one which you're exploring, but even to the new one, so that the better decision can be done, or resource allocation can be done. This is the system where our Namibian, we have a good system. I know some of also the participants may have also visited some of the Namibian Earth data resource. It's very rich, and it's still uploading more and more information. And we have used this also to source more information, so that we can be able to classify it. Case study number one, as I mentioned, that this mine it's a historical mine. It's used to mine back then. It closed back in 1950, 47 to 58 there. So you can see there was no procedural rehabilitation being done. One of the things is that, as I mentioned already, there was no regulatory strict regulation to say you must do this before you abandon your site. It was just a matter of walking away. But the operation also had technical challenges at the time, based on the information available, that there was a declining on ore grade and the increase of water flow. It was some of the challenges which were there. And then, however, as we became interested on this side to look at it, we have seen that in the recent years, we have seen a number of developer or explorer looking at this site really attentively. As you can see, this picture is it's only in 2000 and 2000s, and people are taking sample so that they can be able to take this sample. But again, there's a lower confidence of geological knowledge. As you can see, it's back in the 40s and 50s. Again, there's a potential. The license has been applied, but it's just an exploration license. It's not a mining license. There's no environmental permit yet. There's no, again, the social studies and viability is not there yet. As such, no economical viability can be able to be determined. So we have classified again under that. You can see the classification is E2, EF, but we are going to see it again on the other slide. The next case study, we look at Amidas, which is just close to the military base. It's just a walk from the center of Windhoek. It's not far from there. Again, this mine has been mined back in the 60s, and it closed down roughly around 1984. Again, the ore has finished to say, which was known, but there's still a potential. We still also see that in the recent years, number of explorers has been looking to get a permit, but this area now become a challenge for the government to authorize explorer to go in, because it's falling within the military area. So the military, as we all know, it's becoming also, nobody really want the mine around the military base. As you can see, there's a military base. It may be smaller, just here. The military base is just here, and then those old mine and tailings are here. It was one of the rich deposits for copper and silver. But again, there's a nice picture here. What is happening now on those tailings, which is happening. As you know, Namibia is a very dry country. Even Windhoek doesn't receive a lot of rain. So during dry season, we have seen that the tailing, there's a lot of dust there, which is causing a health hazard. Again, it's becoming a challenge. Whenever there is rain, again, you find again that if we receive a heavy rain, those tailings again, erosion come, and those tailings are again coming around due to that. Again, we just need to just expansion again to see that this tailing has been there since 1984, but nothing has been done until today. So some study has been done, some research has been done, but nothing yet has been done to rehabilitate these sites, even the mine itself. On the other hand, again, as this site is still falling within the military territory or barricade, it's become now a challenge that explorers are not really going to give in. There's a unlikelihood like the explorer, they will get a permit to explore in this area. So if you look at this, it's now falling under the government mandate if nobody else is going to do that. Breakhawkers again, it's close to Grootfontein. It used to be mine copper there some time back. It still have an owner. It used to be owned. They have a lot of change of ownership. This mine was owned by Goldfield, and then it come back to TSL, Weathery. Now it's owned by a new company, which is called Consolidated Copper. Then they are busy doing looking at this site, but however they are even planning that they want to mine the resources which is there for 10 at least for the life of 10 years. It has a good infrastructure, access to infrastructure, and they are really looking forward. However, as you can see, the good picture here is that there's a tailing which was left there since 1978. Those tailings have some concentrate which we're looking at. There are those who are looking also to recover some mineral which are on that. So there's a potential, but however, again, it's that. This site, just to summarize those case studies, just to see how do we classify them. Using our tool, which I already mentioned at the beginning, is that if you look at the case study number 1, we have found it not environmentally and social economically viable due to the current situation. No technical or economical viable again. Lower level of geological confidence, even though there's a potential, because we know there is now some new owners who are looking at this, some studies, but again, the information which they have, it's quite an old information. They need to do more to upgrade this. But it's have now new owner. Breakhawkers, as I already mentioned, also there is also a potential because now there is a new owner who are looking at that site. They have done some studies already. They have also submitted some environmental permit request to the regulators, but still they do not have this in place. And one of the challenges which we know already in the area is that the tailings and soil contamination, which we have also known, it's kind of challenge. There's a resource reserve which was estimated. There's a moderate level of confidence on geological reserve, but again, a lot needs to be done when it comes to environmental. I will just go again on amateurs. You can see again amateurs, as I also mentioned, this is the one which is close to the military base. There is no social or environmental viabilities due to the contamination and others. And again, the technical viability is not there because as far as back in 1978, no more study has been done. Underground infrastructure, which used to be there, we have visited this site sometime back. I remember in 2012, I was there. This infrastructure were already corrupt. If you can imagine now by this time, if I was there in 2012, underground just to explore there, I don't think these things are really, again, going to be. No mineral estimation. You can see now in the third column there, you can see our classification based on the two. But here I would like again just to emphasize where do they fall in the classification. You can see again Breakhawkers is standing on 221. Again, there's really lower level of geology. There's high level of geology, moderate, as I mentioned, but environmental and technical, it's an issue. The same thing you can see down at the bottom. Amateurs, it's coming down really that there's no significant knowledge of geology, and then it's really falling down. And then we can see like God Hope, which is it's hard to now to classify because there's no level of there's a lower level of geology. Nothing has been done, and no new owners, no information which can really help us to classify it. So it's a combination in somewhere between there. So what did we learn during this is that adapting the Amalek require a standard reporting format to develop and to use it. It also help us give a regulator more information. As I also mentioned that using this tool can also identify the gap of the information available, as also the previous presenter highlighted, to move from one stage to another one, from the scope study to the pre-feasibility to the feasibility study. It can be able to help you in that regard. What we have also seen, even though some information are available, but they are not available in the public domain. So that means investors or developer or explorer, we find them having more information. We can't be able to really to justify to use this information because they are not in the public domain. And this is also one thing which we do believe that the regulator will also be able to use this tool so that they can be able to emphasize that we need this information to be available so that they can make right decision. The next step, this is just something which we're exploring with our team in the Namibian context, to say, like, as you all know, that Namibia, we're looking at green hydrogen projects. We're looking at to say, like, can we apply the tool to the green hydrogen project? It's something we are still exploring. If it arrive, we'll come back to you and we'll update you on that. We have 4 projects in Namibia which are running up. They are all at feasibility study. Not all of them. We have 2 which are now reaching the financial decision stage. So they are going in construction soon. But however, as things are, we would like to see how can we apply the tool to this kind of projects. I should acknowledge my colleagues, Maria Barton, Ms. Anna Nguno, and then also our researchers, Teria, Jane, and Victoria, who have also worked with us, and also the Excel Dynamic, who also provided resources so that we can have our researchers on this. Thank you very much.
Andreas, thank you very much. That was a very interesting look at some of those old projects in Namibia. Do we have any questions for Andreas? Dave just has a comment that some of the surveys, such as BRGM and BGS, have some really interesting detailed exploration sampling results in their files. And I have to agree with you, Dave. That's a very good resource. Okay, Andreas, well, thank you. Anna, you have unmuted yourself. Do you want to make a comment?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to say this research was done in 2021, 2022. So if there are any developments in 2023, they are not included in the research.
Thanks. I will just say thanks, Ms. Anna, for that also information.
Okay. Let me see if there's any. Godwin has a question. Are the stakeholders fully involved in the EIA process?
Thanks, Godwin, for the question. Yeah, so just to give a context on in the Namibian, whenever you would like to have to apply for the environmental permit, yes, the stakeholders are really they have to be involved. And this is a mandatory. If you didn't do that, they will even come back to you. I think it was Tunde mentioned that we have a project which a marine project, phosphate projects. At a certain point, it goes through, and then the permit went through, but it had to come back when some stakeholders highlighted that they were not fully involved. So it's really a mandatory in the Namibian requirement for you to make sure that you have involved the stakeholders, and that's why you have to post even in all the newspapers, and you have to visit different sites, not only where the project specifically is located, but you have to visit even different sites, different towns or different districts where even the project is not located to get the views for the Namibian people. Thank
Andreas, thank you very much for all of that. I look forward to seeing how these projects turn out. Still staying in Africa and still looking at an AMREC case study. We're now going to move across to look at some petroleum projects. And with us, we have Felix Bob Assetti, who is the program lead for Research Oil and Gas Program at the African Energy Commission of the African Union, where he oversees policy development, advocacy, and technical support to AU member states. Felix is a member of the African Union AMREC Working Group, also a member of the UN RMS subgroup, and a member of the Petroleum Working Group. Felix, we look forward to hearing a little bit more about petroleum. Off to you.
Okay, so yes, so the idea of the generalized approach is to try and simplify the application of AMREC and how you would be able to go about that in as far as, for example, if you have a pilot project or you have a particular project like the one that Andreas has just shown here. And I'll show you that using the case studies that we did in Uganda. I'll combine both petroleum and minerals so that it gives an holistic understanding on how you can be able to apply that. And then I'll conclude. But to begin with, I put this as a high level. If you look at this image, for most of you who love, sports, you will probably quickly realize and understand who these are. These are basically boxers who are very prominent. Most of you may know them, whether we talk about Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson or Anthony Joshua. All of you would understand that these are boxers, and not only boxers, but heavyweight boxers. If I put this image, you would also understand that this is a guy who is very successful in his career as a boxer. But there is something different between this last fellow and the other three. What is different is the class in which he boxes. So the idea behind classification is basically to be able to ensure that those resources that are in the same class are categorized together in the same class. And I think Harry laid this foundation very well with the UNFC. So that when we are classifying, you know that if we are talking about heavyweights, we are talking about a heavyweights category. There is no way that Anthony Joshua would be in the same ring with Floyd Mayweather Jr., for example. That would be a mismatch in terms of weight as far as the sports of boxing is concerned. The same idea is applied when it comes to resources. But let's talk about the petroleum resources. What we see in the petroleum resources is a classification that is very diverse depending on the region you come from. Maybe when you're talking about petroleum in Canada, you'll probably be following the Oil and Gas Evaluation Handbook in Canada, or if you're in Norway, that has been very successful in the oil and gas industry, you're probably talking about the Norwegian classification, or the Russian, or the Chinese, and so on and so forth. But of course, one that has been very prominent and well known across the industry globally is the Petroleum Resource Management System. But all these are applicable to the oil and gas sector, or to petroleum. Now, the idea here that gave birth to now what we call the UNFC is to try and find a classification system that is applicable across all the resources. And this effort started way back in 1997 when we had the United Nations Framework Classification for Reserves and Resources on Solid Fuels and Minerals. At that time, it was mainly looking at the solid minerals and fuels under the auspices, of course, of the expert group on resource classification, now management. From there, we proceeded in 2007 with the introduction of petroleum and uranium, and the name was again modified to UNFC for fossil energy and mineral resources, basically looking at solid and petroleum. But that did not stop there. In 2009, it was again modified to UNFC for fossil energy and mineral reserves and resources, which was basically supposed to ensure that most of the classification systems that we have across the globe can now be bridged to UNFC. This opened doors for many classification systems to now be bridged, and that's when we saw CRISCO being bridged, the Petroleum Resource Management System being bridged, and so on and so forth. And fast forward to 2017, again, UNFC was renamed to what we know today as the UNFC for resources. And the current version that we are using is a 2019, which was ably shared earlier on by Ari. This is just a recap quickly so that you understand that what we have today as a version is what can now be extrapolated to all energy and mineral resources for which petroleum and all the other renewable energy projects can be classified. And all this is in pursuit, of course, of the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all. But how is this relevant to the petroleum sector? I will not go through the framework because Ari did justice to this, and many others who spoke before me already did justice to this by showing you how you can be able to apply the EF and G axis. I'll probably concentrate on this when I go to the case study. But what is important here is for you to appreciate that UNFC led to the birth of many bridging documents. And among those were bridging documents to CRISCO, bridging documents to the uranium classification, bridging documents to the Russian Federation classification, the Chinese classification, the Norwegian classification, but one which is very key to the industry, which is diversely used by many in the oil and gas sector, is the Petroleum Resource Management System. We have a bridging document for that as well. And this is how the mapping of the bridging between the UNFC and the PRMS looks like. When you put this side by side, as you can see on the screen, you will realize quickly that it is almost a mirror image, but not necessarily exactly the same. But you can see, especially on the maturity subclasses, when you compare the UNFC and the Petroleum Resource Management System, you can clearly see that as you move from down going up in terms of project maturity, and I know by now you appreciate that the UNFC is a project-based classification system, so that when I go to specify the projects later on in the case studies, you will understand that these classifications and subclasses are based on individual projects. So when you look at this side by side, you appreciate that when we're talking about viable projects, these are basically what you would know in the PRMS as reserves. And those that are potentially viable and non-viable projects in the Petroleum Resource Management System are contingent resources. Contingent because there are certain factors that are still needs to be overcome before the project can be matured into a reserve status. And that's basically what it means. And so the contingent resources we see, particularly for development pending and on all, would be viable, potentially viable projects when we are looking at the UNFC. And the one for unclarified and non-viable would be those non-viable projects as we see under the UNFC. Up to this, now understand why the bridging document is very important in the application of UNFC to petroleum. However, we went ahead as the Petroleum Working Group under the Expert Group on Resource Classification and Management now to develop what we call the supplementary specification for the application of UNFC to petroleum resources. This document is available on the UNIS website. You can find that. It was published in 2021. It helps for those who are applying UNFC to petroleum project. It gives a guide, a guideline and specification on how you can be able to apply on different aspects of petroleum, the idea behind the UNFC classification. So this is very important that you can actually use the supplementary specification with the bridging documents to be able to apply UNFC. Now, how does this come and fit with AMREC? This is what it takes me. This is where it takes me to the generalized approach. Now, in application of AMREC, it is important we use a 4-stage approach. The first stage is what is known as the resource estimation stage. This is a standard technique that is applicable, that is applied in all commodity or resource types. Whether we are talking about petroleum, we're talking about minerals, we're talking about renewable projects, each of those commodity types or resource types have industry standard techniques of estimating resources. And so in petroleum resources, we have, of course, we can use either the stochastic method or the deterministic method to be able to estimate resource. The second stage is the classification stage. It is in this stage where we apply the UNFC. And I know that a number of people still have, maybe deficiencies in the understanding of how to apply the three-dimensional framework of UNFC. And this is where perhaps we need to promote more capacity building to stakeholders so that they can appreciate how you apply UNFC in resource classification. The third stage is what is known as the sustainability test. This is where all the other controlling factors come into play. Whether we are looking at the alignment of UNFC to or resource development to the Africa mining vision, which is very key on the African continent, and that was the basis on which the AMREC was developed. Or we are looking at Agenda 2063, which is an agenda for the kind of Africa we want by 2063, or we are looking at the sustainable development goals that Harry talked about and Julian emphasized late earlier on in the day. All these are aspects that are intertwined for us to be able to test our development projects of minerals and energy, whether they meet these critical controlling factors in our sustainability agenda across the globe. The last one is what is known as the re-evaluation stage. In this stage, we are assessing projects whether they actually meet the sustainability test. The idea here is that if a project does not meet the sustainability test, then you will need to reclassify that project, because if the project was classified as a reserve and yet it does not meet the sustainability test, we will have to reclassify it later on as a potentially viable project. For example, if it was a viable project, you will have to reclassify it as potentially, because there are contingencies associated with that project in terms of sustainability, which is not meeting either the SDG or the AMV or the Agenda 2063 sustainability test. So this is elaborated in these slides, but I do not want to go into detail. The idea on this slide is basically to tell you that in resource estimation, whether we are talking about petroleum or minerals resources or renewable projects or hydrogen, as Harry has mentioned, that we are pushing that towards hydrogen now, you must be able to identify the right estimation techniques, whether you're using volumetric techniques, you're using, for example, in solid minerals, classical methods, polygonal triangulation or cross-section, or geostatistical method for that matter. You would be able to be able to estimate and then have that volume. It is that volume which becomes a project for which you classify, and then you take it forward through the step. In classification, again, I will not spend time here but suffice to say that for every axis there is a definition. And so if you look at the UNFC itself, you will find that there are definitions for the E1, E2, and E3. And when you look at the F axis as well, the definitions for F1 up to 4, similarly for G1 to 4. And the level of confidence usually varies depending on the data set that you have in hand. And that's what I'll show you shortly with the case study. The sustainability test, one of the things that we discovered as far as AMREC and the continent is concerned is that there are many aspects of the AMV, Agenda 2063, and the SDGs that are very, very pertinent to the African continent. And this is what is summarized in these 5 critical controlling factors. And what do we look at? Because this is where subjectivity comes in. And it does not need to, because there are key elements that the AMREC actually specifies that you need to look at for when you are assessing your project, because this is a project life cycle thing up to, and value chain that looks at the complete process from raw material value addition processing all the way to the side stream and downstream linkages that are associated with the commodity. So the first one is project milestone and decision gates. So what is the key focus when you're assessing your project here? You're basically looking at how smooth the project planning has been for the complete full project life cycle. You're identifying gap analysis on specific milestone that needs to be taken into consideration when you are defining your project. Good examples include transparency in licensing. For example, are licenses easily accessible? Do people need to pay for it? Is it a transparent process for anybody to be able to access? Project feasibility study. Do we actually make a study on a project and be able to assess, for example, environmental and social impact for those kind of projects? We have just looked at an example from Namibia, and we talked about that that project at the cost that Andreas was referring to. The aspects of environmental and social impact needs to be taken into consideration as one of the key critical controlling factor for any progression of a project and classification. The second one is value addition and beneficiation. I was glad that earlier on, I don't remember his name, but he was very honest when he was presenting about the EU critical raw material strategy and focus. The idea of value addition and beneficiation is not unique to the EU. It is even more important for the African continent, because this is where we assess the full economic viability and benefit of minerals, resources to all to Africa, for example. And that is why Tunde earlier on mentioned the idea behind AMREC is to ensure that there is value added to the raw materials that are on the continent. So here examples look at issues to do with value addition policy. Does a company that is exploring or wants to explore has a value addition policy? Does the license requires that value is added to a raw material? Are there any bottlenecks to value addition? For example, maybe taxation issues, maybe access to services. Are all these are these bottlenecks that hinder value addition? And those are the things that you have to be able to consider in your assessment of projects. The other one is economic diversification. The projects that are being implemented, do they actually help to incorporate high value and low value resources for both commercial and small scale levels? Because it is important that when you're you're applying or making any developing any project, there are economic benefits to the local community, and that goes back to the idea of whether there is a social or environmental assessment done, diversification policy, other economic activities, and how does the livelihood of the people are affected. This is where the aspect of the artisanal miners come in, and small-scale miners, artisanal and small-scale miners, the ASMs, come into play, because they need to benefit from this project. And so it becomes very key when you are assessing the sustainability of such a project on the continent. The other one is a comprehensive resource recovery. Here, you have to assess whether minerals information are accessible, but the key important point to note here is that when you are going to develop any project and your license, for example, is on is for gold, and then you end up with tin, what do you do? Do you abandon the tin because your license was on gold? That is a question you will have to ask. And sometimes licenses are given with or without those aspects of complete resource recovery. A story is told about in the oil and gas industry in the early days of exploration, that when the explorers went and they discovered oil, and they are lucky, they would discover oil. When they're unlucky, they will eat a dry well. In the oil and gas industry, when we say dry well, we basically mean the well encountered water. And when they're really, really, really unlucky, in the olden days, you would have discovered gas. I'm sure the story has changed today, because gas is now very important as far as the energy transition is concerned. So the idea there is that when you go for oil and then you end up with gas, do you abandon gas? Do you flare it? Do you just let it into the atmosphere because that was not your primary? The idea of comprehensive resource recovery is so that you can be able to holistically develop a resource. The last one, but not least at all, is the zero waste concept. This is supposed to be consistent with the principle of waste hierarchy, emphasizing that the end product of one mineral's cycle should be the raw material for the next. And I'm happy that the EU is looking at, for example, at least recycling 10% of the raw material. I don't know how that is going to be done, but the idea there is to ensure there is no waste. And the application of zero waste policy is embedded as part and parcel of any development project of a resource. The last one is the reevaluation stage, and I believe you have now picked up what this basically means, that if a project does not meet the sustainability test, then it needs to be reclassified, because then it's not meeting the aspiration of the Africa mining vision, it's not meeting the aspiration of the Agenda 2063, it's not meeting the aspiration of the Sustainable Development Goals. And so we will need to be able to reevaluate that and go. So now let's look at the case studies in very high level, because we may not go into details. I have decided to divide this case study into two parts. The first of the two stages, I'm going to illustrate them using an oil project so that you appreciate how this can be applied in the oil and gas sector. And then the last of the approach to application of I'm going to use the project that we did in minerals. So to start with, this is a case study in Uganda for a project called Malingo. Of course, I've disguised the name just so that, because it's for commercial, purposes. This is a project in Western Uganda. It's a three-way deep structure, which is full of oil. But this oil has this structure, basically, if you can see, has two lobes. There's a lobe in the northern part, and there is what we call the main lobe in the middle, and there is the western side of that project that is, of that structure that is basically at the syncline part of that structure. This lobe is penetrated by 3 wells encountering oil. In the northern lobe, there has been no well, but in the central lobe, there's been 3 wells there. And oil has been discovered and estimated. As I mentioned earlier on, you can use volumetric methods, or you can use stochastic method to be able to estimate your resources using that formula, which is very common in the oil and gas industry. Then you come with the volumes that are on the left-hand side of your screen. So these are 4 different projects. There's one project known as the water flood project, which is for the main lobe, where there are 3 wells. There's a second one in the northern lobe where there is no well drilled, but basically, because of the oil water contact hypothesis, you can be able to assume or assess that following the oil water contact contour that the northern lobe probably is as well full to spill point, but there is no evidence of that because there is no well drilled. You're only using the analogy of being adjacent to a confirmed pool by following the oil water contact contour. That becomes very important in the assessment, the technical assessment, when we are looking at the G-axis definition of the northern lobe. So this is what we see. And then the other project is the polymer incremental volume for the main and the northern lobe. Basically, here we're looking at a secondary recovery and enhanced recovery mechanisms of additional volumes to the project, those 25 million barrels. And then the western project is one that has also not been drilled, and we have an estimated recovery volume there of about 320 million barrels. It's important to have this overview because the next slides will be a relatively technical detail. Now, when we assess this project for the main lobe, which has 3 wells, it's important to see how you come to the assignment of your G class. So in the degree of confidence, which is the G-axis classification, we have a sandstone reservoir which has been proven in a fluviodeltaic environment. It is covered by 3D seismic data. 3 wells I've mentioned. We have encountered the oil-water contact, very good reservoirs and property. It means that we understand in terms of geology very well this main lobe. In terms of technical feasibility, it's a water flood project that has been tested by pilot project, very successful, and the development strategy has been approved by government. The project is ready for sanction in less than 5 years, which is specified by UNFC, and so we can classify that as a 1.3 F1.3. Why? And the definition why we are classifying those, you can see those areas that are underlying high level of confidence. The detailed studies have been completed, and that is why we are putting F1.3 there in terms of class. And then on the E-axis, the economic viability have also been assessed in terms of the market conditions, realistic assumption, but also the environmental impact assessment has been completed, and so on and so forth. So this is how you would classify the main lobe of this project. Now let's see how that changes when we go to the north. When we go to the north, keep in mind that we still have the 3D seismic data that has already been acquired in the area. However, the main issue here is that we are using an oil contact inferred hypothesis, and we have no well drilled. We are also inferring that the reservoir properties here are the same as the one we are seeing on the main lobe, mainly because we have a syncline that is dividing that lobe on the northern part with the lobe on the main and the southern part. In that case, we cannot have a very high confidence in the geology of this oil field. We have what we classify as a moderate level of confidence because of the inferred geology. And so the quantities there would be classified as a G2. When we look at the F-axis, the project's viability for that to justify its foreseeable development is ongoing, because we need to de-risk the southern lobe for us to be able to, the northern lobe for us to be able to ascertain the volume that is there. That is why the class there is 2.1 and not 1 as we had seen in the previous one. Similarly, for the E-axis, it's expected to become environmental and socially viable in the foreseeable future, because we are inferring the social and environmental and economic viability of that northern lobe based on what we have studied on the main lobe. When you look at the incremental volume, which is an enhanced oil recovery technology, the pilot has not yet been applied. The 3D seismic covers the whole area. Sandstone reservoir is being inferred because we expect that the porosity and the permeability is very good. So the properties of the reservoir is very good. However, it has not been tested in the field. So there is a level of uncertainty in as far as the geology, how the geology of this field will behave when we actually use the polymer flood polymer flood mechanism to recover the additional volumes. So that is why we classify this as G3, because of the low level of confidence in how the HEOR project is going to behave. If you look at the feasibility in terms of the F-axis classification, this is on hold because we are waiting for fast oil in order to be able to test this, and it is also subject to delay because it needs some commercial development approvals for it to go forward. Similarly, for the E-axis, it's still in the foreseeable future because the environmental impact assessment is under review for approval. In 5 minutes, this is the western part. So let me see how I can be able to summarize this. So this is an exploration project because on the western side, there is no well completely. And in terms of classification, therefore, you can summarize these volumes in these different classes: justified for development, for water flood, development pending, development on hold, and exploration project. The question you should be asking here now for somebody who is very used to the UNFC is, how does this match in terms of the PRMS that is well known and UNFC subclasses? Now, there's a lot that goes in defining the subclasses for each of these projects, but it is important and it is encouraging to say that this can be matched to a great extent, almost like for like in as far as the UNFC subclass and the PRMS subclass is concerned, based on the bridging document that I showed to you earlier on. And these are the definitions. Now, I do not have time to run through all the minerals project to show you, but I wanted what I can say here is that the minerals, the case study for the minerals was basically testing the major controlling factors. And the main controlling factors here, which I mentioned, the 5 of them, the project milestone, decision gate, value addition, economic diversification, comprehensive resource recovery, and zero waste, were assessed for these 4 major projects. And one of the things we did was to do this, qualitatively by seeing how best the projects meet the expectation of these aspirations for the sustainability test. So if it was at least greater than 70%, we would classify that as meet expectation of AMREC aspiration. If it was at least 50% conformity, it was average, and if it was less than 50% conformity in the sustainability test, that would be below expectation. And we did this for the 4 projects: the SALT project, the TIN project, the GOLD project. In 2 different places, there were TIN project and GOLD project, and this was what we came up with. Of course, without telling you exactly which project belongs where, the results of project A, project B, project C, and project D is summarized in this table. Now, what you would do in the reevaluation stage, as I conclude, is to be able to combine the classification and the sustainability testing results for you to be able to define whether your project still can proceed with the development or not. The idea here is that even if the project is justified for development, technically speaking, as I have mentioned, as I have illustrated to you, when it comes to sustainability test and the expectations of those projects in as far as the critical controlling factors are below expectation, then you would have to decide whether that project still proceeds or not. In as far as AMREC is concerned, if it doesn't, then you will have to reclassify. It means that project will not proceed in development. Similarly, for project B, is it still development pending? Project C, is it still development on hold? And project D, is it still a prospective project? That's how you would be able to apply the AMREC document. In conclusion, we believe that UNFC AMREC is going to change the minerals and energy sector in Africa if fully adopted. Of course, there's a lot of capacity building that is required, but this is, we think that we're moving in the right direction, as Tunde has already mentioned, the progress that we have made, even as far as PAC is concerned. And we think that whereas estimation and classification is as a fully guided approach, sustainability testing requires objective approach on the tenets of sustainable development as envisaged in AMREC. And this requires careful assessment of each project because application of UNFC is project-based. And lastly, but not least, all member states are, of course, encouraged to have a pilot project for AMREC application for at least one minerals or energy project in order to be able to understand better how you can apply the UNFC AMREC in the African context. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felix. That was really interesting, particularly from the oil and gas side of it. Professor Benga Okunlola. He has a PhD in economic geology at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria, where he is currently the head of the Department of Geology. Benga has over 40 years experience and is currently a member of the mineral subgroup of the UN ECE Expert Working Group. He's also a member of the development of the African mineral resources, the AMREC Park, and also a member of the African Union Commission, working on developing a policy framework for artisanal mining and mineral governance in Africa. And on top of all of that, he finds time to be the president of the Geological Society of Africa.
All right, thank you. So thank you for the introduction. And I'll just go straight to an introduction to PAC. That's Pan-African Reserve and Resource Code. I'm sure those who may have made presentations earlier on AMREC and PAC will have covered quite some of the things I will be saying. So if those slides are still repeated in my presentation, then I'll just keep them. I'm sure Mr. Tunde Arishekola must have done some justice to the background of AMREC and PAC, and I could see Bob had also looked at the AMREC PAC in relation to petroleum. But I'm going to just give an overview of what the code is like, a kind of a synoptic summary of each aspect of the PAC code, which is now the code aspect of the AMREC. The AMREC is like the Minerals and Energy Policy, the policy arm, but the PAC is actually the implementation code for the AMREC UNFC contraption. So next slide, Tanya, because you're going to be, so of course, we've seen this. Africa has heterogeneous geology, so the mineral resources are there with the next slide. And then we can see various, it's just a representation. So of course, that means the resources are there. So how is it benefiting the Africans? Are they also contributing in terms of capacity development, in terms of also being involved in the exploration, the expertise, and the competences? And I think, just like I'm sure it must have been said, the essence is to see how the rest of Africa will also practice and explore these reserves and the resources according to acceptable global standards, looking at their own specific peculiarity within the African continent and without lowering any standard at all. The next slide, please. Of course, we can see that the exploration budgets per country in globally, we can see a great share for Africa. So how much of it are the African experts also contribute in terms of even being able to sign out documents, being able to publicly report, either report exploration or report either for public, either for industry, or even for the academia. What's the certification process? What's the competence level? What are those standards that we are looking at? What are those content of the code that will be adhered with? So that this budget also for exploration, a substantial part of it also be remaining in Africa. Next slide, please. So I don't want to go into these. I'm sure Tunde and Kofi have done justice to this. Next slide, please. But Africa will still like a comprehensive mineral resource management system. I'm sure they have also dealt with this. Go ahead, Mark. And also we don't know that, okay, what is a Crisco template? Only South Africa has, operates with the Crisco template. That's SAM code operating mostly within the South African area. So what's happening to the rest of Africa? Of course, yes, it's important for Africans to belong to many reporting organizations and also be able to report according to JOG, according to Crisco, according to the Canadian codes and all that. But what of the accessibility? So why don't we bring it standardized codes also home without really reducing the standards for competence? That's one of the justifications for the PAC code. Next slide, please. So I'm sure all these had also been discussed earlier. So next slide, please. So I'll just be moving to the code. Okay, so the AMDC organized the Continental Deployment and Implementation Workshop for the PAC around 19th to 21st March 2023 in Windhoek in Namibia. And one of the outcomes was the need to now develop a working and operating code beyond just a policy document of AMREC. And in this code, all reporting entities will have find guidance on general reporting requirements and guidance on competent person requirements, guidance on reporting economic results, and so on, even together with reporting on artisanal small-scale mining project, which is not really been operating in any of the codes before. Next slide. So yeah, now, so what the Pan-African Resource Reporting Code, that's the PRC, is the AMREC-based code for public reporting for resources under relevant financial and security regulations in Africa. So what's the fundamental purpose? One, to support shareholder as well as stakeholder confidence and ensure that in alignment to the African Mining Vision, Agenda 2063, and global social, environmental, and economic environmental, and economic benefits are assured for Africa. Next slide, Tina. So, what are the principal stakeholders of this Pan-African code? Policymakers at national and diplomatic levels, AU levels, governmental institutions to manage national resource endowment sustainably, industry to provide data and information necessary to deploy technology management and finance, the financial community to allocate capital appropriately, and the local community that are to benefit from the resources on their land. So these are the principal stakeholders of this code. And what are the principles of the code? The principles that govern the operation and application of this code? Good, number one, good social, environmental, and economic benefits. 2, transparency. 3, materiality. That is, materiality, of course, requires a public report shall contain all the relevant information which investors and their professional advisors will reasonably acquire and reasonably expect to find in a public report. So materiality is important. Then competency. I require that the public report be based on what that is the responsibility of suitably qualified and experienced persons that are also subject to an enforceable professional code of ethics and rules of conduct. The relevant constituencies that PAC addresses includes the investors, which are shareholders, and the stakeholders, like I mentioned, communities, governments, operators, employees, suppliers, professional bodies. All this be based, the reporting under the PAC will be based on the available AMREC mineral inventory information. Now for this PAC code, only the AMREC classes and subclasses with their numerical codes as mentioned for each product, that's minerals, petroleum, renewable energy, and even artisanal products shall be applicable. Next slide. So it harmonizes these 5 critical areas, which I believe had been discussed earlier. Next slide. And of course, this has also been discussed, and I had also Bob mentioning a lot of these on holistic value chain and industrial lifecycle management. Next slide. Let's now go to the nitty-gritty, the competent person and responsibility under the code. So a competent person under the PAC code is one who can put skills, knowledge, and experience into practice. Those are the 3 basic things: the skills, knowledge, experience, and to perform activities or jobs effectively and efficiently for resource classification management. Next slide. So what are then the principles that underline these competencies? 1, African values. The competent person is expected to demonstrate in-depth knowledge of the African Mining Vision, that's AMV, Agenda 2063, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Integrity, demonstrate values of impartiality, fairness, honesty, truthfulness, daily activities and behaviors. Professionalism, that is, demonstrate skill, good judgment, mastery of a subject matter, and care for the environment. So these are the principles. A competent person or equivalent will have undergone a managed process of individual learning at a university or academic institutions, which provides basic knowledge that underpins the science, technology, socioeconomics, environmental, community factors, other sectors. At a minimum, a competent person should have relevant tertiary degree. a competent person should have relevant experience in resource management functions for the specific technical discipline in the sector in which the resource estimation and reporting is being carried out. Must have a minimum of 5 years experience working with the style of mineralization or type of deposit under consideration, relevant to the activity which that person is undertaking. Must be a member of at least a regional recognized reporting organization and or national reporting organization. So the RPO will be as agreed by the Central Assessment, so Working Committee of the AMREC PAC, that with a proviso that it may be reviewed from time to time. It shall also be a juristic body of association. Sorry, no, there's a slide before that time, please. Just one before it. Tanya, go behind you. So the reporting organization, what's a reporting organization now? Or what constitutes it? Now, next slide, please. So it shall be a juristic professional body or association with an enforceable code of ethics and performance expectation under the principle of reciprocity. That is emphasized. The PAC Assessment Committee may approve and recognize the RPO outside the African continent on the basis of the criteria set up by the committee. Notwithstanding membership of RPOs, competent person will also still be required to be accredited by the PAC Assessment Committee on the recommendation of the recognized RPOs. So the process of accreditation will now be in accordance with the guidelines put in place by the assessment committee. Next slide, Tanya. So now let's look at the other aspects of the competencies within the code. We recognize that there may be complex projects and need for group competency within the code. So this may be a single person or a team of experts with different backgrounds performing resource management functions. Will include those we call competent experts and competent evaluator. Competent experts means a person will be retained by a competent evaluator to review technical information, or they need to prepare one or more sections of evaluation report, or they have to provide inputs concerning specialized matters about which the competent evaluator is not personally competent. Now, the competent expert shall have sufficient training relevant to the subject matter. Competent evaluator will also mean an individual who is professional with demonstrated extensive experience in valuation of mineral properties, and he has experience relevant to the subject of mineral property and so on. Of course, the member, a good standing member of a professional association or a relevant self-regulatory RPO recognized by PAC Assessment Committee. For complex projects where knowledge is different, in different areas required, the reporting will be performed by a team of competent persons. With the full names, all members of the group will indicate specific part they are responsible for. Competent person expect to undergo continuous professional development, which has been developed and approved by the assessment committee. There is a managed process that is already in place for continuous development of specialized knowledge. Now, like we said, the competent person will also need to be accredited by the assessment committee. So competent person self-assessment under PAC, there will be the necessity to undergo what we call carry out a self-assessment of their competence. Now, if the CP is preparing a competent person's report, that's CPR, the relevant experience, like we said, will be working with the resource type, which reporting is required. A self-assessment template to be followed for the respective resource types, including self-assessment for competent experts and competent evaluator, are provided in the appendix of the code. The appendix of the code has a lot of the details and tables and steps to be followed, even by competent person reporting for each of the resource the resource group that is within the PAC system. And I believe this is already a public document which has been sent to emails and can be made available comprehensively. Next slide, please. So now there is ethics and enforcement. There is rule of conduct and guidelines for the competent person, and the professional code of ethics, which will be applicable the competent person's membership in a recognized professional organization. So the code consists of ethics, disciplinary issues, and enforcement. So the assessment committee will keep register of competent person. The competent person, again, like I said, will comply with the professional ethics as is going to be elucidated by the assessment committee. The competent persons, in addition, shall comply with all applicable laws and government regulations in the jurisdictions in which they operate. That means if you are being recognized under a particular RPO, say for Ghana, for example, or Namibia or whatever, the laws of that relevant juristic body that is already regulating you in the country will also be applicable to you, apart from the code of ethics and the disciplinary procedure of the park assessment committee as related within the code itself. Next slide. So there's also a provision for the enforcement of the code of ethics, and these are highlighted within the code itself. All matters attract penalty related to park, enforcement of ethical standards, breach of ethics, forgeries, and all that. So the provisions are in the code. Next slide. What are the general reporting requirements? This is following after the ones incorporated by the AMREC. I don't want to repeat these. The EFG, I'm sure they will have other speakers on AMREC will have emphasized this. Next slide. So this is the EFG. Next slide. And this is it, of course, featuring the environmental social viability. That's the E axis, the technical feasibility F axis, degree of confidence, and the various classification. Next slide. And this also shows the various classification for all the defined for the different categories for the different resource subgroups. Next slide. So, and the park code also contains sections on disclosure of viable project and other information. Estimates of viable project, effective date of the estimates, technologies used, funding required, justification for development, and so on. The axis that has to do with viable project, E1, F1, G3, and those for other quantities, non-viable, viable project, non-viable project, prospective projects. All these are contained in the code. Next slide. So also within the code, there is a clear classification of what viable projects and potential viable projects are. Because of time, I will not be able to go into details, but the code is available. So this is very important and is clearly stated therein. So how do you relate the most specific subclasses to the potentially viable project and all that? It's all also in the code. Yes, please. Now, also the code also has what is called the governance and regulatory issues. A governance issue, the AMDC, of course, will be responsible for the governance. Competent persons and disclosure requirements shall be governed by the Park Assessment Committee, and the Park Secretariat will keep a list of accredited competent persons approved and recognized by the RPO. So that's the governance structure of the code. Next slide. So these are regulatory issues. It has to do with the RPOs, the qualifications of the RPO, the list of the RPOs, the acceptability of the RPOs themselves. Next slide. So we also have the accreditation and licensing process. Application for park accreditation will be assessed. The assessment requirements, professional experience will have to be confirmed by the relevant RPOs. Applicants shall have to certify that they are not subject of a professional standard complaint and so on. RPOs shall take responsibility for the oversight of their members. So RPOs in this case also have a responsibility. And what this code also does is to see to the development of standards even at the local levels, at the subnational levels, so that each of the juristic entities within the African governance space in the standards of mineral resources, energy resources, and whether renewable or minerals type, are also, governed at some extent by the local jurisdictions. In which case, it's a bottom-up approach where each of the jurisdictions themselves have a say within the administration of the code in their area. And this is important because at the end of the day, it comes down to the community, it comes down to the national, and it comes down even to the local competencies within that area. So they have to be empowered under some strict regulation that the Park Assessment Committee provides. Next slide, please. So this is the reporting for minerals and energy. It's clearly stated for prospective projects, for potentially viable projects, and for viable projects. Next slide, please. So, and also the controlling factors and so on, all these are taken care of in the code. Next slide. So, and this is the relationship between prospective projects, potential viable projects. Go ahead. So, and this is also details of it. Next slide, please. So, also the code sets out criteria for estimating, reporting viable projects for minerals. Next slide, please. How it should go. Potential viable projects for minerals. Next slide. Same thing for metallic minerals, and also it looks differently at metallic minerals and industrial minerals and what we call development minerals. Go ahead. Next slide, please. So this for development minerals. We looked at the African peculiarity. We're having more development minerals, even the high tonnage, low value, and also the construction materials. We divided it into development minerals and industrial minerals, and then metallic minerals and ores. So it makes it easy for you to look at the assessment and be able to get value, detailed value for what you are trying to assess within the context of your minerals value chain. Next slide. So petroleum reporting also, I believe Bob has done quite some aspect of this. Let's go on. So it also takes care of and differentiates, the different hydrocarbon we're talking about: light crude, medium crude, heavy crude, bitumen, natural gas, synthetic crude, other conventional or conventional oil like shale oil or oil shale, and others. Next slide. So these are also the peculiarities for the oil and gas: the future net revenue, quantities less than all viable projects, potential viable project, net asset values, disclosures using oil and gas metrics. These are also taken care of in the code. Next slide. So this is also for renewable energy, and we're looking at geothermal energy, bioenergy, solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, and marine energy. So the code looks at this and gives different comprehensive aspects of reporting peculiarities for each of these renewable energy types within that particular resource. Next slide. So this is also for coal reporting. We differentiated it from renewables. We differentiated it from the minerals, and because of its own peculiarity. Next slide, please. So natural fuel resource reporting is also taken care of in the code. Next slide. So the code also looks at the reporting of economic results, economic opportunities, and social benefits. Next slide. So example of this is what you expect for metallic viable project. What are the gross sales? What are the salaries of direct employees or technical services, purchase of inputs, and all that. So this is also taken care of in the code. And also for environment and social reporting, we make this so much important in the code. So it's not just about the commercial viability. It's not just about profit. It's also about environmental responsibility. So this is to promote transparency, accountability, sustainability, and innovation in the African resource sector. So this is also comprehensively assessed even in the code and how it should be reported. So this is how it is, the different aspects that we want to be reported in the code: the social impact assessment, social sustainability, social responsibility management, environmental and social responsibility, and then local benefit sharing, and so on. Next slide. and even environmental and social innovation. Next slide. So we also have a section for reporting of artisanal and small-scale mining, which is peculiar mostly to Africa. We don't expect that they will be able to go all the deep, big assessment, but we made provision, which we know there may be limitations at the ASM level to report on full resource, potential, economic evaluation as required by reporting guidelines. But in this case, ASM report in this case implies any report prepared in accordance with PAC requirement that includes scientific, technical information under supervision of a qualified or competent person. It's just expected to provide an unbiased account of ASM operations, the nature, the limitation, and it will have a minimum of the following. Next slide, and I'll be costing home now. Next slide, please. The project description, prospecting, technical studies, legal permits, environmental studies, and social and community impact. Not really detailed, but we want to see the orderliness in even the concept of artisanal mining, a report of what is going on for assessment. It may not necessarily be accepted by a stock exchange, but at least even at that level, there will be some level of reportorial sanity, value addition into understanding what one is dealing with, and may lead even to bigger evaluations of bigger mines. So these are the also license and statutory ownership status. You have to report that. What's the land ownership types? What are the license types? What are the location plans of mineral rights and titles? It has to be reported by the competent person. Next slide, please. This is the situation we have in Africa, everyday challenge, environment degradation. What this code tends to do is to look at comprehensively the resource overview of the African continent, the peculiarity, and have a reportorial code that will be simple, but at the same time scientific, that will be simple, but at the same time technical. It will be simple, but at the same time will help all stakeholders to really be able to assess honestly and transparently what the whole resource is about. Not necessarily only about profitability, but also about sustainability. Next slide, please. And I think I'm almost done. Next slide. So next slide. So no, you are going back. Yeah, next slide, please. You're going back. Okay, please. Okay, yeah. So these are the types of contrast and what we want to see. Either the ones on the left side or the ones on the right side, or one below or the one on top. Next slide. So next slide, please. And this is, we want to avoid this kind of chaos. These are the guys who, of course, I'm sure they must have shown this right at the beginning, and now we are coasting home towards the end. Next slide, please. And then next slide, please. And then thank you very much for your attention.
Benga, thank you very, very much for that presentation. Are there any questions for Benga from anyone? Godwin has a couple of questions. I'll go through them one at a time. What are the risks and challenges of being a competent person?
Now, what are the risks and challenges of being a competent? The risk of that a competent person is the risk of your not being honest. What competence requires is you just being honest, reporting what you see. And so the risk is going against the code and the ethics, which may land a competent person in trouble, and nobody envisages that. And so what are the challenges? Now, the challenges has to do also with availability of capacity, one. Then two, maybe the wherewithal to do it. But again, if you are told to write a report or to assess a resource and all that, that's why we also made room for group competency. That's why we also made room for complex projects within the African space. We know, yes, not one person may be qualified enough to report either on some specific aspects or many aspects of the resource. There can be a pool of resources, but what we want is let everybody's name be assessed on that report. Let it appear, let's see your competencies, and let's see you signing up so that we can know that, yes, you have claimed you are not able to do it alone, you now have a group, and that is acceptable. The most important thing we want to see in the code is transparency, the honesty, the technicality, and the value of the report for the stakeholders. And number two, how can a person maintain their competence in the mining industry? Yes, once you are qualified, we have said it that there will be CPDs, Competent Person Development Program, continuous professional development, trainings. These have been developed. It's not, that's for the assessment committee that have developed some aspects of it. Apart from that, when it is ratified, each of the RPOs will undergo different trainings. There will be workshops, there will be enlightenments, there will be road shows. And each of the RPOs also will be empowered, because we will have not just sent the codes by email or just dump it with them. We organize workshops to explain this one by one to them. And then the competent persons, we have to go through series of trainings that will make them to improve in their capacity. The essence is also to develop capacity of the African people. When they are involved, then they will increase. And not just even African people. Like I said, there is a reciprocity. Some may be coming from outside Africa, reporting organizations that are acceptable within the code content. At the assessment committee, you can come, but there will be room for continuous professional development. There will be room for you to earn points. There will be room for you to advance. And so if somebody knows that, look, this guy has undergone series of training, he has advanced, he has amassed some points, then your sellability will also improve. So the capacity will have improved. Your skills also will have improved. So that's one of the things that the code is set out to do. And he says, is it possible to be a competent person in more than one area of mining? You have to look at the area in which you are a specialist. If you're working on gold, I don't expect that you now be a competent person on water. I don't expect that you now be a competent person on infrastructure. If you are working on gold, you are working on pegmatites, you're working on energy minerals, develop your competence around that area. Well, I've said we can have group competency, in which each of the competent person will sign up the area in which is competent. Because we know in Africa, we may not have developed towards a singularity of somebody just signing up a report. So we also give rooms for this, not that they won't allow, or it will not be allowed for single persons signing out, but you can pull out resources together, pull up skills together to get a good competent person, group competent persons report out. So is it possible to be a competent more than 1 year? Okay. Lastly, is competent person only needed during the exploration stage of mining? I've said it, it's not just at the exploration stage. If you look at the code, even at the value added side, even at the minerals side, that's why we have competent experts, competent valuators at each level, not just only at the exploration phase. But of course, the exploration phase is the most risky phase. It's the one that attracts the highest risk. And that is a point where even the initial funding and risk funding is much necessary. So it's not limited to that, but most importantly, around that level of mineral resource development. So that's what I can say so far on this, please.
Benga, a very quick question from me.
Okay.
PARC uses competent person, competent valuator, competent person's report, recognized professional organization. These are all terms which have come from CRISCO. And seeing that the report is very, very different to a CRISCO report because it is based on different resource classifications, you don't see that people are going to get confused, that there's going to cause confusion as to who can write what document.
I don't think so. I think it depends on the code that you choose or is chosen or is acceptable for you to write. Of course, if you look at codes generally, especially under the UNFC that is now almost uniforming most of the international codes, you will see that you will still see some similarities. But at the same time, despite the similarities, you also see peculiarities. And if you look at, in this case, the group competencies and the expert groups and valuator, and that, yes, may look similar to the CRISCO in some areas, may look similar to the CRISCO in some areas, but it doesn't necessarily have to be confusing. I think more importantly, it can be complementary. Let's assume me, for example, maybe I can sign off a CRISCO reporting code, and somebody else may not be able to, is not either belonging to either Sam Code or a chartered person with the Geological Society of South Africa. Maybe it's just with the Council of Mining Engineers in Nigeria, scientists in Nigeria, or is maybe with Ghana or something, and it has nothing to do with Crisco. So it can report on that as long as it is acceptable. So it's meant to be mutually, how do they speak that English? Mutually exclusive, in which you can choose which one. So I don't think it should bring forth any confusion.
And how does the PARC competent person relate to the UNFC qualified expert? Is it the same thing?
Yes, it is. It is. And if you look at the concept of the UNFC qualified experts, if the AMREC PARC takes its strength and power and authority from the UNFC AMREC, but maybe UNFC also gives rooms for terminologies, but with similarities in application. And this is what has been done in the case of PARC.
Asinta Babutsi is a specialist scientist and acting head of exploration at the Council for Geoscience in South Africa. And he has a background of consulting, industry, and academic research. He's worked in a number of different places, looking at multinational exploration and research projects in much of Africa and parts of Central America. And Arsene is going to talk to us today about how the UNFC and AMREC reporting is working here in South Africa.
Okay, thanks, Tanya, and good afternoon, colleagues. And yes, thanks for that introductory note, Tanya. I just have to submit an apology from the CEO of the Council for Geoscience, Mr. Musamabuza. He would have loved to be part of this workshop, but due to other commitments, he couldn't make it. So I am here on his behalf. But one of the things that he highlighted is with respect to this workshop is the fact that it's quite an important workshop to have, as it's discussing matters which have to do with protecting investors and protecting economic sovereignties of the state, and at the same time bringing in transformative agendas or transformative issues within the mining industry, especially in Africa, which is quite critical at the time frame where we are living in. So that is an apology from him, and that was his remark or note that he would love to convey to the rest of the team, that this is quite important to carry on having this kind of conversation. So in terms of what we have been doing as the Council of Geoscience, we are currently just kind of starting to adopt the UNFC AMREC kind of classification system. And you will see here, I'm going to use one example of uranium in terms of how we use this system in classifying what we have as an inventory related to the uranium system or uranium deposits in our country. So I would just like to make the listeners or everyone who's attending and everyone who will end up receiving this presentation in whatever format to be aware of the fact that as much as we have taken so much care in making sure that whatever we are going to present is as accurate as possible, if it comes out to a point where there are some misleading information, we are not going to be held liable. But like I'm saying, we are not intending to present on any misleading information as the Council for Geoscience. And it is important to note that if anyone makes investment-based decisions, you should be doing that taking into consideration the fact that, yes, we have taken care of all the values that we have put in this presentation as a whole. Thank you. So yes, I'm not really going to repeat what has been said with respect to this slide or the UNFC as a whole. Enough information have been shared since morning. And I mean, the critical thing to really kind of keep in mind here is that we are looking at a three-dimensional classification system, which brings in both the environmental, social, and technical feasibility into the picture with respect to the degree of confidence that is there with respect to the geological data or information that is available. And this is the system that we are kind of trying to adopt to see if we can apply it to our projects, and also in terms of reporting on the inventory of the mineral systems that we have in the country. So that is what is really important when we look at the system, that it can be applied to both projects, individual projects, and the countrywide inventory system. So to that kind of delved a bit into the AMREC system as a whole, but there's some few points that I would like to also kind of bring back into our memory, simply because whatever I'm going to be talking about on the coming slides will be building up on these two systems, the UNFC and the AMREC system as a whole, which is, in this case, you'll see that the very first sentence that I have there is the fact that the African Mineral Resource Classification, which is the AMREC system, is based on the UNFC system. So we are going to be using the UNFC, which is basically talking to the AMREC system as a whole. And this is spearheaded by the AMDEC, and it's part of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. So it is quite important to note that the AMREC is a continental framework that is going to at least harmonize and adapt and develop the UNFC according to the principles of the African mining vision. So which means irrespective of wherever the report is being reported from, whether South Africa, whether Guinea, or whether Ghana, there is going to be conformity with respect to how this system or these minerals are being reported. So the AMREC is designed to enhance regional cooperation in sustainable development by providing a classification framework for management of all energy and mineral resources on land, continental shelf, and seabed. And this serves as a tool to standardize this project description and classification across the continent, and also making sure that the Paris Agreement and the SDGs are taken into consideration. So the AMREC will basically add value to the implementation of the African mining vision, which from the previous presentations, it has been highly emphasized that this is quite important within the continent. So probably depending on how far we really take the AMREC and the PEC classification, we might actually find ourselves having a Pan-African commodity exchange, which is something that we really need to entertain as an African continent, or as a continent as a whole. So those are just some few remarks that I think are quite critical to carry with when we move on to the next coming slides. So we are, as a CGS, looking at different commodities and seeing how we can apply the UNFC system within these commodities. So the example that I'm going to use in this case is uranium. Why uranium? Uranium is a naturally occurring element, and it's a main source of nuclear energy. And if we look at the current price is starting to pick up. For a while, the price of uranium was showing a bit of depression, but now we are realizing that actually the price is increasing, or is kind of going up in terms of its pricing. And currently it's sitting at approximately somewhere around $103 per pound. So in the country as a whole, most of the uranium was mined, or was basically coming from the Wits Basin. And this was simply as a byproduct of gold mining within this conglomerate seams in the Witwatersrand Basin. Back in 1980s, the production was quite high, ranging from somewhere around 6,000 to about 3,800 tons of uranium. And by a decade later, somewhere around 1990, the production decreased from about 2,300 to a minimum of about 920 tons of uranium. And ever since 2000, the production has been decreasing to a point that it went as down as 500 tons of uranium. And currently you see on the slide, the coming slide, that it has gone even lower than that. And it's quite important to note, as I've said initially, that uranium is mainly used for the provision of energy, and this is the nuclear energy. And when we look at South Africa, we currently have issues around power supply. And when we look at how much energy is coming from nuclear energy, there's only about 5% that is being produced from nuclear as it is. So with this push towards additional nuclear energy capacity in the country, it kind of indicates that the price of uranium and the mining of uranium should again pick up and go back to the previous values that we saw in the past. So the other key thing here is the fact that nuclear energy has much more lower carbon footprint compared to other energy sources, which is again where this whole commotion between uranium and nuclear and coal comes into the picture. So when we look at the nuclear energy, it becomes much more important to really make sure that we understand how much of uranium we have within the country. If like I was saying it previously, if we consider how much productions back around 2008 was at as compared to where we are currently sitting, where we are just a little bit above 200 tons of uranium in terms of production, there's been a constant decrease over a period of about 15 years. And most of this uranium was basically coming from the Wits Basin, like I said, as a byproduct of gold mining. So there are several factors to the reasons behind why the production of uranium was decreasing over time. I mean, it can be related to the fact that the gold mines or the Wits Basin mines are becoming deeper and much more expensive to produce uranium, or it can be even attributed to the Japan issue. So there are all these issues that one can bring in to really kind of try to understand what was driving the price of uranium to dip so much. But like I said, with the Paris Agreement coming into the picture, there's definitely a positive outlook in terms of how the uranium price and production might end up increasing over the coming few years. So if we then look at uranium deposits in South Africa, so that we can then try to have a reasonable inventory system, we have uranium which is hosted within the Kotzebue conglomerate, which is mainly within the Wits Basin. And we have uranium which is hosted within the sandstones, which are along the margins of the Karoo sequence. And then we have uranium which is superficial, related to erosion of uranium-bearing lithologies like granitic bodies. And then we have uranium which is occurring within coal beds. And we have uranium which is associated with intrusives. And over and above that, there's uranium which is occurring along the margins of the country, which in this case is coastal or within the marine or the ocean. So those are the main sources of uranium that we are aware of within the borders of the country as a whole. So there are other additional sources which are kind of not necessarily going to be focused on here, but yes, those are the main sources of uranium within the country, as I've mentioned earlier on. So if we just maybe then focus on individual sources to just kind of understand where we are and where we might be heading, we look at the Wits Basin as a whole. The Wits Basin doesn't necessarily supply uranium from the actual or from the pebble beds as it is, or from the conglomerate layers. We also have uranium now, which is within the tailings of the gold mining that has been taking place over the centuries. So all those resources need to be processed going forward. But in terms of the current production, Klerksdorp Goldfields is one of the areas where there is current uranium operation, which is owned by Harmony and the Chinese company. Whereas in terms of the future production, there are plans to reopen Cook operations, which was also at some point producing uranium, but that was seized. But now it looks like it might go back into production again in terms of uranium. And like again, there's plans within the Beatrix area where gold, where uranium is also going to be produced in the future. So that is just within the Witwatersrand system. And then we can then look at the intrusive bodies outside of the Witwatersrand area, and majority of the uranium in this case is associated with the Concordia granite gneiss in the Northern Cape. So the image you're looking at there is the geochem data, which was collected by the Council of Geoscience. And then we just literally focused on the uranium distribution, and it maps out the position, or it maps out this Concordia granite gneiss very nicely, simply because the uranium signature is highly associated with that. And what we have kind of get to understand here is that there is a good concentration, but the grades are between 20 to 100 parts per million. And the only issue that is coming out from this kind of a deposit system is the fact that most of the uranium is locked within the zircons, which makes the liberating process a bit expensive as compared to the other ones that I will need to kind of talk about, or as compared if we have to quickly go back to the VETS tailing system, which is already in the state where it's much more easy to extract it from. So the Council of Geoscience also went as far as kind of creating a prospective map looking at superficial uranium deposits in the Northern Cape. And in this case, there are several areas which are quite prospective, which are indicating that uranium in these areas is hosted within these paleo channels, where you either have the calcrete or you have a carbonaceous earth material, which is where the uranium is occurring. So this area here is just delineated as a highly prospective area, with Henkries and Magtagat as one of the, or two of the highly prospective targets that were created from this work that was done in this area. So this is part of the Namakwa land calcrete system where the uranium is kind of occurring. So if we just look at Henkries superficial occurrence, you'll see that within these paleo channels, you have this layering of these depositional sequences, which were within the diatomite bearing and the carbonaceous layer and the calcrete. That's where you get the uranium occurring, and in this case, it occurs as uranium oxide. And in this kind of in Henkries kind of prospect, about 2,000 tons of uranium oxide has been kind of classified. And what is important here is that if we do the conversion, we are looking at equivalents of about 4.7 million pounds of uranium oxide. And if you look at the kind of grade that is being worked with here, is about 399 parts per million, with a cutoff of about 100 parts per million. And currently, there's an exploration company from Western Australia, Neo Metals, which is conducting further exploration within this target or within this area. So there are, again, now still within the superficial occurrences, there are those occurrences which are highly associated with this intrusive body. So they are directly lying above the intrusive body and hosted within the calcrete. And in this case, the main uranium mineral is carnotite, and tiamunite is also present. So what is quite kind of important here to also maybe bring into the discussion is the fact that the depth that you are looking at there for the calcrete is roughly about 30 or 35 meters, sitting directly above these granitic bodies. And when we look at the radiometric data, you can easily pick up where uranium is dominating on the surface, and that is quite important in terms of further planning within this area. So there's also uranium which is hosted within the sandstones, and this is mainly within the Karoo Basin. And this was noticed back in 1967, and simply because of the radiometric system or logging which was performed on the bores which were drilled by SOCOR. So it is also kind of important to realize that this belt or this sandstone which contains uranium is quite extensive, as it stretches all the way from Beaufort West and goes through all the way to Free State all the way to Free State, which is just making a very nice U shape, which is like I indicated on the previous map, which is quite dominated by uranium. And the main uranium mineral in this case is coffinite. And what we have also noticed is the fact that there is molybdenum within the system, which can also be an additional resource. And the grades are quite good, which is in this case the indicative grades of about 20 kilograms of uranium oxide per ton, with an average of about 1 kilogram per ton of uranium oxide over a 1 meter width, and that is equivalent to about 1,000 ppms. So those are some of the grades that have been identified. So what you are looking at there is just a test pit which was opened by one of the exploration companies. So some of the issues around these areas have to do with socio-economic issues like the land ownership and community consultation issues. So there are other issues which end up, when we look at the UNFC system, really kind of affect where these kind of deposits can be positioned or can be classified. So we also have this co-hosted uranium deposits, of which the good example of this is the Springbok Flats Basin, where there's been extensive exploration which was looking at both coal and uranium. But one of the things that one can easily bring up here is the fact that Springbok Flats is deep, and even the technology or the metallurgical process of separating uranium from the coal is still a bit of an issue with respect to this kind of system. So there is that kind of issue that has to be kept in mind when one is looking at the classification system in terms of where this will end up floating or where this will end up being classified as. The same applies to the marine phosphates, which in this case, the issue again, the grades are quite good, between 10 to about 360 parts per million. But when you look at where these phosphates are occurring, they are much more way into the sea or into the ocean, which then brings in all these challenges with respect to the mining of this uranium-bearing phosphate from the ocean. But overall, the grades are quite good. So we then look at all this information and summarize it within a resource classification based on the UNFC or AMREC classification system. So when you look at the known deposits and where our commercial projects are sitting or are going to be classified as, that is typically the VETS system, which is already the reserves are well known. Everything there is well understood. So this is something that is ready to kind of go or ready to be exploited as it stands. Then we have potentially commercial projects, which are, again, in this case, where now we're kind of moving down a bit with respect to other problems that are there. And this is where now things, again, VETS can fit in here with respect to some of the area, and the sandstone hosted uranium also kind of fit in here. And then by the time we get to non-commercial projects, this is the projects where now we are literally having a bit more issues in terms of getting them or graduating them to commercial projects. And then we kind of estimate the amount of tonnage that is associated with that. But what I'll just like to, and this is where Springbok Flats can also fit in, simply because the tonnage has been estimated, but the technology or the metallurgical processing makes it unviable. It makes it very difficult to really get into a point where that can be moved up the value curve. So then we kind of look at those ones which like the marine phosphate bearing system that are much more further into the ocean. And on top of that, there's a limited amount of information in terms of fully understanding the system. And we kind of classify that within the exploration projects, or those ones which are still open for exploration. So overall, when we look at the tonnage in terms of how much tonnage do we have as a country of uranium, we are looking at about 1.5 million tons of uranium, all inclusive of everything that I've kind of talked about so far. So with the current positive trends of uranium prices, deposits that were previously deemed uneconomical may soon become economical. And some of them just need a bit of work to be done on them. And we have sandstone-hosted uranium deposits that hold the best promise for the future extraction in South Africa due to their high grades and near surface accessibility. Additionally, the tailing dams within the Wits Basin holds a much more better potential for future extraction of uranium. So the ones which are in the marine or the marine phosphates are also a good potential, but there's still more to be done associated with those ones. So, I mean, this is just one of the first classification-based UNFC AMREC system that we are applying. We are currently working on fine-tuning our approach, and in terms of our methodology, because currently we're highly dependent on reports from the exploration companies, reports that are available on the website, the database that we have, and whatever information we can get our hands on. And you will realize that with that kind of information, there's always discrepancies in terms of what is available, but we always kind of supplement the data with our own data that we collect to get to a point where we kind of understand what is happening much more better. So we are working on other commodities to kind of get to a point where we can classify them within the same system. So for this project, these were the colleagues who were involved in collecting the data and in doing some analysis in terms of the data that I've presented this afternoon. Thank you.
Sim, thank you very much for that presentation. It's interesting to see how the application is right in our own backyards. Okay, we're now going to change gears completely, because in order for us to understand the differences between UNFC and CRISCO, we need to actually have a look fairly briefly at what the CRISCO approach is. And so with us today, we have Ken Lomberg, who's a director of Pivot Mining Consultants. He has over 35 years experience in the minerals industry, particularly in platinum and gold. His expertise is particularly in project management, resource estimation, and resource and reserve estimation, and compilation of competent persons reports for various projects on various stock exchanges internationally. Ken is the past chairman of the SAMREC committee here in South Africa, and also a past chairperson of CRISCO. So, Ken, we look forward to hearing from you.
So let's start with a few aspects of CRISCO that are really well known. So one of the primary objectives of CRISCO is to promote international best practice in the reporting of mineral exploration results, mineral resources, and mineral reserves. So this is a well-known aspect, and it's all about public reporting. And the idea is to enhance the accuracy and the integrity of mining disclosure through a mineral reporting system. And obviously, one of the reasons for this is various disasters such as Bre-X and the Poseidon adventure that occurred in the 90s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. So that was required. So The public disclosure needs to be balanced and not misleading. It needs to be understandable to reasonably informed investors and their advisors. It must be based on reliable and verifiable data, based on reasonable assumptions which are clearly explained, consistent in the use of standardized terms and definitions, must be unbiased, and identifies the potential risks and uncertainties. And one of the key aspects must be signed off by a competent person who takes responsibility for the declaration. And that's one of the really key aspects that has underwritten the Crisco family of codes right from the very beginning. So importantly, we make sure that what's reported is balanced, it gives all the detail, and investors can make informed decisions based on what's there. And somebody takes responsibility for it. What aspects that it's additional aspects, it's there to mitigate the risks. So when the investor understands what's being presented, they will know the risks and they'll be able to mitigate it. They will be able to obtain the necessary financial. That's a critical, important aspect of advancing projects. Political and social support being something that's becoming more and more important. They need to, it helps them to demonstrate the level of understanding of a project. And then right at the bottom, I've put there to provide a common understanding of a project or mine. So understanding one project or mine and being able to compare it to others is really important, and having a similar basis to do that. The communicating the risks effectively so that the investors know what the risks are, and as I said earlier, can mitigate them. And importantly, it's providing a level of trust and confidence to the investors and other stakeholders, so that when they put their money into a project or mine, they can reasonably expect to get what they expect out. So it's effectively the communication, that's the provision that's provided by the declaration of the mineral resource and mineral reserve. And this is another aspect that comes off the Crisco website. So the mining industry is a vital contributor to national and global economics, never more so than at present. That's always the situation, with a soaring demand for commodities that it produces. It's truly an international business that depends on the trust and confidence of investors and other stakeholders for its financial and operational well-being. So if we don't have the confidence of the investors, our mines we won't be having mines or projects. Unlike many other industries, it's based on a depleting asset, the knowledge of which is imperfect prior to the commencement of the extraction. So when a mineral resource or even a mineral reserve is declared, we don't know everything about what's in the ground. In fact, we know probably, I would almost say in some cases, dangerously little. But that's important that we use science and engineering to allow a declaration and therefore promote a project or mine so that we can get the minerals that we require as raw materials. It is therefore essential that the industry communicates the risk associated with investment effectively and transparently in order to earn the level of trust necessary to underpin its activities. So without this level of trust, we wouldn't have the money put into the projects and mines that would produce the raw materials that we need. Crisco, a few aspects that are important basis of Crisco. It's a minimum standard for reporting, for public reporting. It's only solid minerals. So we've been speaking today about petroleum and various other commodities. Crisco doesn't step into that realm. It's only solid minerals. And it's there to present information about the assets to the investors, the advisors, and to satisfactory regulatory requirements. The other aspect that's important, that the Crisco codes provide guidance to the competent persons or qualified persons. The three principles, materiality, competency, and transparency, underlie all aspects of the code. And part of that is the competent person. As I said earlier, the competent person is key to the reporting. And importantly, there are accreditation and education. So the right sort of education, the right sort of experience, a minimum of 5 years experience, must be able to face their peers. and must be members of a organization, either statutory or professional, which has a code of ethics and a disciplinary code, so that they have powers to suspend or expel members. Not that we want that to happen, but we do need to have that to ensure that there is some way of holding the competent persons to account. This is the diagram that we're all familiar with, which is figure 1, with the increasing geological knowledge and confidence down the left-hand side, going from inferred to measured, and then going from resource to reserve using the modifying factors, which include mining, processing, metallurgical, economic, marketing, legal, environmental, infrastructure, social, and governmental factors. So we're very familiar with this, and this provides a really good foundation for the way in which projects and mines are reported, and means that they can be compared and investors can make sensible decisions about where they put their money. In the codes as well are various guidelines to how to put together competent persons reports. So all of these things are added in there, and they do two things. They make sure that all information is presented, and the other one, it makes sure that the competent person or qualified person has looked at all of these aspects and has done the right sort of detail in their reporting. Importantly, the codes have become a part of the stock exchanges. So these are just a few of the stock exchanges where they have become important. In Canada, we know about the National Instrument 43101, which is actually a law in Canada, and that all of approximately 1,700 companies that are registered on the Toronto Stock Exchange have 43101s, and they all use the CIM standards, the Canadian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, which is a CRISCO code. So that's important. London and AIM, the requirement for listing a mining company is to report according to one of the CRISCO family of codes. Similarly, Hong Kong is in this situation. Sydney, the stock market, the Australian stock market, they require JORC as a standard for reporting. And here in South Africa, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange requires that we report under SAMREC. So all of these stock exchanges have adopted the codes, and that has enabled many investors to understand the mineral projects, understand the risks, and get information about them. And so that has begun more and more is underlying the various aspects of public reporting. In many ways, CRISCO has led the minerals industry. First of all, it's alignment of the major mining companies. Now you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner of the presentation, ICMM, International Council on Mining and Metals. This is an organization of approximately 26 of the largest mining companies in the world. And they have helped to develop the codes by providing various financial assistance along the way to make sure that the codes can be developed. And for them, one of the critical aspects is sustainability. And so therefore, having the codes for them is important because it helps demonstrate the sustainability, or helps to ensure sustainability in the mining industry. And so that's a really important part. The code is incorporated in law in places like Canada, also Chile, and some of the places like Kazakhstan, and also Indonesia. So it's a really important part of different countries' DNA in their mining industries. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's incorporated in the stock exchanges in various countries, and that's really important that CRISCO or the CRISCO codes form the backbone of the way in which mineral resources and reserves are reported. And one of the reasons why I say that CRISCO leads the mining industry, we've heard quite a few aspects of the CRISCO code come up in the discussion of UNFC and PARC. For instance, the competent person is equivalent to a qualified expert in UNFC. So all of these aspects, and particularly in PARC, a huge amount of the aspects there we could see are taken in some way or other from the Crisco code. And I see that I missed out SK 1300, so the United States, the Securities Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, they developed the SK 1300, which is largely based on the Canadian NI 43101, which is a Crisco code. Once again, Crisco has been leading the way in providing definitions, strategy for reporting, making sure we have competent people who can do the job. There are different ways of reporting, categorizing it so people can understand. The Crisco codes have been adopted by mining industries in 12 countries and 2 regions. So Europe is supported by the PERC code, and Australasia, which is Australia, New Zealand, and Papua New Guinea, is the other region. So a large part of the world's mining jurisdictions are already using the Crisco code, and fundamental to the way in which reporting is done. And then lastly, even though I've been talking a lot about reporting on stock exchanges, there's extensive use and recognition by private investors and projects of the codes. And the reason for that is really simple. They understand just as much as the stock exchanges understand that having this way of categorizing mineral resource and reserve declarations and helping to understand the disclosures and risks helps them immensely. So they use it extensively. So I think that we can. It's important that it's understood as in the background of the Crisco codes. And in conclusion, the picture on the right-hand side has 14 of our 15 members. So just at the end of last year, the Philippines joined as the 15th member of Crisco. So as I've said before, there's a reason for the codes. The reason was initially developed as a way of reporting and accelerated by things like the BRIEX scandal. The codes are very principled, so the principles are there, the way in which we approach it. Importantly, the codes are there because of commercial requirements. So it's there to demonstrate the commercial viability of projects and mines because it's related to the investment in this industry. And part of that is the way in which codes are reported on the stock exchanges, which is really important for the people who've invested in those different mining companies. And as I've said a few times, the qualified or competent person, yes, he has to have the right qualification and experience. Yes, he has to take responsibility, but also the codes do provide some sort of assistance to him in a form of protection. I've put the Crisco website address there. At the moment, the website's under construction, so it will be up and running in a short while, but do bear with us. I think that's all I've got for you. Are there perhaps any questions?
It's late in the afternoon.
I'll get off with a scot-free. Is that what you say?
Ken, thank you very much for that very brief overview of the Crisco codes and application here in South Africa. Our next presenter, last but very definitely not least, is going to wrap up everything and speak to us about the differences between UNFC and Crisco, and also the various bridging documents that have been, or the latest bridging document that has been written. Is a mineral resource geologist. He's worked in industry and government as an exploration geologist, a research scientist, a consultant, and a policy advisor for over 35 years. He is currently the technical editor for the CIM Journal. He's a member of the Mineral Resource Reserves Committee, the Canadian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy. He's a past president for Geoscientists Canada and the Northwest Territories Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists.
Good afternoon to you, and it's a good morning for me up in the northern part of Canada here. Thank you very much for sticking around till the end of the day. It's been a fascinating evening and night for me watching the presentations go by. And also recognizing that most of my talk has been previously presented by other speakers. So that's great. We can go through it quickly then as a result. Next slide, please. Just to demonstrate that point, Tanya has introduced me already, so we can skip through this slide here quickly. And I just wanted to sort of give you the path that we're following down here. We're going to go through a bit of background on some of the organizations that we've heard lots about today, including CRISCO and the UN ECE. And then I want to discuss mainly the relationship between the CRISCO template and UNFC. This has in various venues been described as a competition, and I want to demonstrate through our presentation here how complementary the two systems are and how they actually work quite well hand in hand. And to that end, I also want to present two new documents that relate to the bridging between these two classification and reporting systems that have been updated in 2024. And one of the new ones is a guidance note on how this bridging document can be applied more readily. And so just to sort of give you a quick overview of a lot of information today at the end of a long day. So essentially, we've heard today about two systems, the UNFC, and they have very distinct purposes, and it's good to understand what those purposes are because it demonstrates how they overlap a fair bit, but they really are complementary to each other. The UNFC basically, its main purpose is to provide a method for governments and other non-governmental organizations to incorporate and publish information into databases, mineral inventories, and for governments to understand what their resources look like to make good policy decisions. The CRISCO template, in contrast, is actually a collection of reporting standards that have now been standardized in their own rights, including PERC, which is used in the European Union, and SAMRIC, which is applied in South Africa. And these are all now accepted on a number of stock exchanges. And so basically these two purposes are quite distinct, but the two systems actually work quite well hand in hand. And that's what I'm hoping to go through with you today here. So we've had a lot of talks on the UNFC, so I've actually taken most of those out of my presentations. I want to thank my colleagues Edmund Sides, Jana Haka, Tom Bide, and Roger Dixon, who have worked with me on the task force to develop and update the bridging documents and use their expertise here in my presentation as well. So Ken has already discussed what the purpose of the CRISCO template is, and that it really is a mechanism to promote the best practice in the international public reporting of mineral exploration results and mineral resources, as well as mineral reserves. So CRISCO itself is an advisory body. It has no real legal authority, but its members have authorities within their own jurisdictions. And this is important when you start working from one country to another. You should always recognize that while the CRISCO template is a good standard, you have to follow the rules of the land that you're working in. And that is a good piece of information to keep in the back of your mind. But it's important to also understand that really minerals and the mineral industry is a truly global undertaking, and that this need for an international consensus on reporting standards is very important, and that's what makes the CRISCO template so critical. As Ken pointed out, the main purpose of it is to protect the public against misreporting and fraud, but it also recognizes that many of the large companies use a standardized system for their own internal reporting as well, and that now the stock exchanges want to see standardized reports just because that provides confidence for their clients essentially in understanding what they're investing in. As Ken pointed out, the CRISCO family is now up to 15 national reporting organizations and still expanding. So again, as UNFC is a global system, CRISCO is developing into a global system as well, and the two systems are actually overlapping in many areas. Basically, some of the fundamental elements to it are the code of conduct and the ethics and enforceability and disciplinary procedures. Those are a key element to the reporting requirements, in that you need to have a mechanism to remove bad actors. Basically, people do commit fraud, but repeated fraud needs to be dealt with, and so that we need mechanisms that allow the removal of people who do bad things, basically. It also requires that there's a continuous professional development requirement to each of the codes, basically. And this is a recognition that the work that we undertake changes through time. There are scientific advances and engineering advances, and keeping abreast of what the current standards are is an important function for the practitioner to continuously do throughout their career. And so that is a foundational element to all of these standards here. Again, we've discussed that the materiality, transparency, and competency are sort of the three main principles under CRISCO, and then a standardization of definitions. How we communicate what we are trying to tell people is very important. And one of the challenges that was faced for many years was people would say the same words and have completely different meanings in their minds. And this led to a lot of confusion. Now with the CRISCO template, we have common definitions, common standards, and this allows for a much clearer level of communication. So again, the target of all of this are mineral resources. And one of those definitions that I was talking about is around what is it that we're actually talking about. And I want to highlight the red part, which is really the fundamental criteria under which we're looking at mineral resources for the form, the grade, the quality, and the quantity. But then that final portion is really significant for CRISCO, that the material actually has a reasonable prospect for eventual economic extraction. So essentially, we are not looking at material that is sort of a global amount of silica all over the place. It's great to know that, but really we're looking for portions of that are economically extractable, and those are critical nuances that you have to sort of recognize in those definitions. So there are lots of papers that have gone through, looked at NI 43-101 and other CRISCO reports, and completely missed the purpose of why these reports are being written. They've looked at them and decided that reserves are going down over time. Therefore, we've reached peak copper, for instance, and the world is in a crisis, and so on. And there's this paper here published recently in the SEG Discovery volume, really emphasizes a couple of key points to when you're reading NI 43-101 or CRISCO template reports, that we're looking at the dynamic nature of these estimated resources and reserves, that they change through time. They are not absolute, that it depends when this report was written, that you're reading, was done, what was the commodity prices, and a lot of other factors, and a recognition that all of these assessments are incomplete. The process of mining is one of continual discovery, and so we start with incomplete information, and really it's not till the deposit is entirely gone that we have really the best full picture. So often what you're looking at is a snapshot in time of the best knowledge that we have, but it's not the full truth of what's in the ground itself. And those are key sort of concepts to sort of keep in the back of your mind as you're evaluating these reports. And that leads us to this diagram, which is sort of the centerpiece of the Crisco template, with how the addition of data allows the mineral deposit and that information to evolve through time, and with considerations regarding all of the factors that influence how confident we are that that mineral can be extracted in an economically viable fashion. And so that's why this is the central diagram for the Crisco template. So now let's go back to the UNFC a little bit and see how the system that we've had described earlier today and the Crisco system really mesh together. So in the UNFC, there's often a discussion of aligned systems, and basically the fancy term is that there's a classification system that has been demonstrated to align with the UNFC by the existence of a bridging document that has been endorsed by the the expert group on resource management. So there is a consensus that the two systems fit together, and the bridging document is a piece of the evidence to show that those two systems fit together. And the document itself should explain the relationship between the UNFC and that other classification system, and it should include instructions and guidelines on how to classify estimates generated in that system and then transfer it into the UNFC system. So what aligned systems are there? Well, there's aligned systems for the solid minerals, through the Crisco bridging document that we're talking about here today. In petroleum, PRMS has been aligned as well, and there's a bridging document that allows us to go to the generic specifications, and then with the addition of resource-specific definitions, that really allows the UNFC to work at its fullest there. So some other examples of bridging documents here are the PRMS for petroleum bridging document that I mentioned. There's the Red Book for nuclear energy minerals. There's a bridging document with the Russian Federation petroleum system, as well as two bridging documents that bridge Chinese minerals and Chinese petroleum products to UNFC as well. So just as a reminder, this is the sort of basic UNFC classification with the categories here. And I've colored in the different levels here just to sort of show you a basic sort of set of colors, green being viable, orange being potential, red being non-viable, to show you how in a bridge these similar categories get manifested. So if we go to the next slide. Here we see the UNFC ones with the commercial, potentially commercial, and non-commercial projects there. If we look at PRMS, the green comes across as reserves, basically. And if we move to a Crisco template resource or in reserve, the green comes across as mineral reserves, essentially. Whereas potentially commercial projects get reported more as mineral resources. The lower levels are actually not reported in Crisco. And so there are elements to UNFC that aren't present in some of the other reporting standards. So again, more information can be captured in UNFC for different policy decision making, but it might be information that is actually prescribed to be not reported in other systems because it confuses investors or could be perceived as too uncertain for investment purposes. And using bridging documents, you can actually do three-way bridging and work between a variety of different systems with some levels of confidence that you're talking about the same things from one to the other. So just to go through quickly here where Crisco results would translate into UNFC results. And if we have our exploration results, That translates basically into the purple blue square down at the bottom, the 334. Those are our exploration results and how they align. The inferred translates into our 223 category, indicated into our 222 category, and measured into our 221 category. Proved and probable, there they go into our green with the proved as the 111, sort of the ultimate culmination in the UNFC system for an active and ongoing mining operation. And so it seems relatively simple that you just map things over, but there are a lot more complexities hiding behind that. And that complexity is summarized in the bridging document. The current bridging document, and hopefully the past bridging document by the acceptance of our new one at the next EGRM meeting, was published in 2015. And it provides a translation between the UNFC in 2009, the standard that was being used at that time, and compared with the Crisco template of 2013. As you can see, both of those systems have seen updates and new publications. And so it was time for a new bridging document to be developed. And to that end, the UNFC developed an ad hoc task group for revising the bridging document, and it was established in 2023 at the Resource Experts Group on Resource Management meeting, along with the Crisco executive, and together the group worked to basically revamp the entire bridging document, and this publication, which will be finalized at the upcoming meeting in April, is the outcome of that. It's the parliamentary document that is the bridging document itself. But it's accompanied as well by a jointly published UNECE Crisco document, which is the guidance note on how to use that bridging document. Bridging documents tend to be relatively terse regulatory and somewhat short language. The guidance document allows a more wholesome and fulsome discussion of what are you actually doing when you're bridging from one system to the other. So the contents of it basically look like this. They cover the background and sort of explain what the system is all about, and look at the competency and qualification requirements and how the actual mapping is done, going into references as well. We do focus on mapping from Crisco to UNFC. Most industry representatives are collecting information to align with a stock exchange, and so most of the data is actually in a Crisco format, and it needs to be used by the government. So the mapping from Crisco to UNFC is really the focus of this document in many ways. So in the original bridging document that I talked about, there were sort of the concept of a fairly simple mapping from one classification system into the UNFC, from the Crisco template into the UNFC, based on the 2009 classes, and that now has been superseded. So if we can move to the next slide, and this is what the new classification mapping looks like. Again, we've added in the level of study that's being used to define mineral reserves and mineral resources, as well as the actual current names of the UNFC classes as well, just to sort of make sure everything is updated. And it's also good to examine some of the notes. There are additional pieces of information provided in the notes that allow refinement of some of these mappings here as well. The basic system that we had in the 2015 version is still valid, but it's now been expanded and enhanced, and this is in our new standard mapping template. So the two systems are the two, if you're used to using the 2015 version, this is not a complete change. It is an evolutionary change, basically. There are some simplifications and standardizations that have been presented as well, including sort of an easier mapping for how the E and F axis function, and pointing out that there are a number of E and F categories that really don't align with the Crisco system as well. In particular, E2, which represents areas or projects where there's not enough information being provided. So those are mappings that probably are unlikely to be used in terms of moving from Crisco into UNFC. In the document as well, we have the definitions both from the UNFC side, which is how the different categories are defined, in this case on the E-axis, as well as the considerations from the Crisco perspective, how this would be translated into a Crisco template document. If we go to the next slide, we can look at the F-axis. And again, similarly, the longer versions have those definitions, plus all of the Crisco considerations for all three axes. And we can go to the next slide. That covers the G-axis as well. This is our level of confidence in the estimate, basically. So again, the tools that you're used to using for one reporting system, this document allows you to sort of quickly see how those tools translate into the other reporting system. Now, one of the areas that is not as well covered in the Crisco template is the reporting of exploration targets. And so in the UNFC, we're recommending a certain guidance here as far as how UNFC classifications can report exploration targets, and basically we're desirous that a range is given for these sort of fairly uncertain and highly speculative estimates. And so again, going back to why we're doing this, the UNFC can be applied in two slightly different ways. And that we have a classification of the estimates on a specific volume of an individual mineral project. And for that, to that end, the UNFC provides a framework for reporting those estimates in a standardized fashion, facilitating its incorporation into government databases, company databases, or those of other interested parties to make sort of aggregated sort of holistic pictures of what resources they are responsible for and to make informed decisions. Now, the other use of UNFC is the actual classification of those mineral projects, where UNFC provides a framework that allows comparison between different raw material projects and allows sort of governments to evaluate better versus worse projects and examine where are problems. Are there systematic problems that are reducing the viability of certain resources in favor of others? Or, are there policies that are really damaging the resource viability? Those are other tools or purposes for the UNFC to be used as a sort of policy analysis method. One consideration that we did want to get into when we were building our bridging document was what happens if you have a UNFC mapping or UNFC classified project and you want to bring it back to Crisco. And previous documents have been silent on this issue. We wanted to actually provide some level of guidance here. And in short, there is a mapping that can be used to move from a UNFC code back to a Crisco category. But if we go to the next slide, that shouldn't be done without understanding the underlying caveats And really the first one is, why are you doing this? What is the purpose of reporting this in a Crisco aligned code? Really, if you are just trying to find a shortcut to getting your project onto the stock market, this is a much more complicated process than just mapping a code over from one system to another. You have to ensure that all of your reports are meeting the relevant legislation and regulations that are applied in that jurisdiction where you're looking to list this project. So look at the specific code or standard for that jurisdiction and ensure that your report and your estimate are aligning with those. There's also the question of the competent person requirement. Has the person making the estimate as well as doing the mapping, are they a person that would meet the requirements that are relevant, again, in the jurisdiction that this is being reported in? The technical report has to also meet those requirements. Are you disclosing the information that the investors are going to want to see? And is this truly the type of estimate that can be reported? Are you reporting too speculative a set of information, or is it actually meeting the requirements as stated in the Crisco codes? So yes, there is a bridging that works in the opposite direction from UNFC to Crisco, but there are a lot more caveats to just doing that mapping. I won't dwell on this long because Ken's covered it quite well. I just want to point out that in different jurisdictions, we use quite similar terms for somewhat different things. In Canada, we have our qualified person. In the Crisco template, this is translated as the competent person, and that the two requirements are basically quite well aligned, even though they use different terms. And this will result in confusion because, next slide, please. In the UNFC, we have a qualified expert as opposed to a qualified or competent person. So again, slightly different requirements for each of these. It's best to understand what system you're reporting in and ensure that you have met those requirements when you are doing that reporting. And so that basically is my quick and dirty introduction to the bridging document, but also I hope out of this that you have left with the feeling that the two systems truly are complementary and that the two systems interact quite reasonably with each other, providing the public with useful information and valid, good information to make quality decisions off of. And my final slide, please, is basically a thank you very much for your time and your attention. And I look forward to trying to answer any of the questions you have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Hendrik at this stage?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, as I put in the comments, should it be, is it worthwhile or valid that mineral resources be quoted not just as a single grade value, like 6 grams per ton, but 6 grams plus minus half a gram or something like that, just to show the risk variability that there is in estimating the grade, because currently this is not a requirement, unless of course you've got an extremely nuggety gold, like at Bendigo or somewhere like that, and you actually basically have to mine the thing before you can find out what the grade is. Wouldn't that bring a lot more reassurance to investors and help to bolster the credibility of the UNFC?
The first level of quotation would be sort of on for the stock exchanges and investors on the stock exchange. And for those purposes, really the reporting of a grade and the uncertainties associated with that should be disclosed in the body of the report and in the news release, that there is a variability and nuggety impacts there, especially if those factors are material to the project itself. For the UNFC, as you translate it across, that level of uncertainty becomes a little bit more aggregated in the sort of whole estimate. And again, for the purpose of the decision making, the risk may not be as significant as it gets aggregated into a whole country's resource inventory, basically. So again, it's information that shouldn't be hidden from the public, but it may not be the key piece to make the decisions on for depending on who the user of that information is.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just a single aspect to one can bear in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Hendrik, thank you very much for getting up bright and early to come and talk to us. We really do appreciate it, and the tons of coffee you must have drunk before you did your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Okay, folks, thank you all very much for coming today. It's been a long day, and we've had some very useful presentations. We started off in the beginning with a lot of theory, a lot of policy, and what for me really assisted was listening to the case studies of the various operations, both in Europe and in Africa, and also down here in South Africa, as to the application of UNFC. And as many people have said, that it's not a competition. They can both be used very effectively, depends very much upon what you're using it for.